slippers in your hair, get your boots on dear, cause we're going out there, don't care about the dress code, put it on, let's go, girls go wild, cause we're going out fresco, ha, no need to perform, hands on our bodies gonna keep us feels warm, we need social reform, cause we're just so criminal, linguist subliminal, damage is minimal, top percentile, largest fraction, massive attraction, girl action, stop that, I'm gonna need a reaction, drop that, you already got your reaction, me, I'm gonna keep on smiling, you're gonna need restyling, I got a quote back from the jeweler, you're getting 20% cooler. Yeah, own this beat, you can call me a king or a ruler, filling on bass, getting horse in the mic, we're getting 20% cooler. We had a great day out, calling my name like Ferris Bueller, it's time to wrap this up, we're getting 20% cooler. 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 Reduce that triple designator and I don't think they're on my level like a rebel in a bunker getting shot with a mortar. Bump up and down cause I think you're order. Place your hand on my thigh, don't be coy, I can hear you sigh. Grounding your hips, I'll be flashing my pink and in 10 seconds flat, you'll be back with a drink. Whoa! Bring out the Bacardi! Swing that sparkle up in the party, tap that like a phone in a cold war room on the third floor, knocking at my front door. Me, I'm kind of a rarity. You, work that dexterity. Lean back now, here's what I meant. Getting caught up like 20%. Yeah, own this beat. You can call me the king or the ruler, filling on bass, getting horse in the mic. We're getting 20% cooler. We had a great day out, calling my name like Ferris Bueller. It's time to wrap this up. We're getting 20% cooler. 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 Yeah, own this beat. You can call me the king or the ruler, filling on bass, getting horse in the mic. We're getting 20% cooler. We had a great day out, calling my name like Ferris Bueller. It's time to wrap this up. We're getting 20% cooler.
Good evening and welcome to another night of random shit that I'm bringing to you. Listen, guys, I've just I'm stunned, I'm jaded, I'm bamboozled because I was given some information before this stream started, like literally about 3 minutes ago, which I'm like, well, what the fuck do I do now? Because I'm not going to spoil, but we may have some content for you later, guys. We may have some hot off the press fucking content coming, but that I know many of you have been waiting for, and I'm umming and erring over whether to cover it tonight and like tie it up with the Nerf stuff. In some ways, it's thematic because we are talking a bit about bit part players, but we'll see. But regardless, we have things that we need to get through tonight because we have had an incredible 19, because I'm not including one of them where it's a pregnant fish giving birth to Chris the Narc with a knife in his mouth, and I'm not sure I can show that on YouTube without getting banned, or at least having it used against me in a drama video in the future. We have 19 submissions in the Chris the Fish competition, and some of these submissions are really, really good. I'm gonna give Chris a call. I'm gonna bring him in, and then we are going to. I saw Gilded in chat, by the way. It's not more jar crap, by the way. It's not more jar crap. It is not jar stuff. And I was like, I've just seen Gilded in chat, and my understanding was Gilded was taking a break. I didn't want to bother him, but it's nice to see you, buddy. If we want to talk about, we are going to go over the Nerf stuff. North stuff. Oh, the fuck you pronounce his name, because I wanted to for ages. Gilded worked very hard, and I'm actually going to break my video essay rule. We're just going to watch his video essay, actually. Because I've got like a whole host of additional stuff I've also been given through the Google Drive. So we're gonna deep dive this shit. It's a little bit blind for me because again I'm on holiday and I'm knackered, but we are going to we're gonna get into it. But first, Chris the Fish, how you doing, buddy?
Fine, good. Why?
Why? What do you mean? Why?
Just why?
What do you mean? Why? Why?
What do you mean?
Why
You
what?
know, dude, what is with your artists? They're
What's-
like a fucking plague, dude.
That is a terrible way to talk about my artist.
I
They love you, Chris.
I never get regular fan art. It's always like some kind of variation of some weird ass fucking animal, dude.
That's well, I don't know if that's true. I mean, how many
That is
variations?
totally true.
That's well, I mean, you've had Sonic art of yourself, you've had pony art of yourself.
Yeah, and when I first started, someone made furry art of me too, and I did not respond to that DM. I don't know why. I can't just have regular fan art. That's crazy.
I'll put the fish on the screen.
Dude, the fact we share like such a fucking community together is haunting to me.
It really is. It really is. I was talking about this last night. It was like with ACC stuff because I was talking about like the political orbit, and it really is like you and me who sort of have this weird little ACC kind of coverage going. It's nice how things change. If you'd have told the ACC people this a year ago.
Yeah, dude, you know what was funny? Fucking Thuman. I was talking to Thuman, and she was like, "Yeah, I'm just glad that I found like normal people like you and Beckett." I was like, "You think we're normal? Like the fuck, man? Your community's fucked." Like, okay, that's
This is just the first
Okay.
one. This is just the first one. Now look, okay, I am very torn, Chris. I'm torn. Because some of these submissions are legitimately fucking incredible. And I'm so I'm gonna sort of leave it up to you. I think it would be nice to hear what your favorite is. I'd also like to pick a couple, because there are like fucking 19 of them. And go, well, what does chat prefer, and then give mine as well. So there's like potentially 3
I'll hold
artists
mine
we
until
can...
the end. No, I'll throw mine at the end. I'll let you know my favorite at the end. Let chat vote, do all that fun shit, and then I'll do the roundabout number 1 of me. There you go. That's fair.
Okay,
I think that's fair.
I think that's pretty fair. So the first one we have is from Nymph, which is I don't know how to draw a fish, but here you go. Chris the Fish for rat bashing.
Solid attempt.
Solid attempt. I think it's a solid attempt. It's a solid attempt. It was the first one submitted. It got the ball rolling. So
I don't know how you don't know how to draw a fish, but okay. Aren't you people like artists?
Let's see what the next one is. Oh, is it not going to let me do this? Oh, okay. Okay, the next one's from Teddy.
Okay.
And it's a 2-parter.
I'm really happy that Teddy made this monstrosity. You didn't even have to tell me it was Teddy, and I fucking knew. Like, that is a monstrosity. That is horrifying. I don't like that. I don't like that either.
No, they ate him.
I don't like either one of these. Very uncomfortable.
Tusky is just put your face on a fish.
No, that's a shark. That's like a small shark.
I think that's
The fuck?
I think that's actually a ratfish.
I bet.
So we had a new submission from Axe, who's your current avatar on stream, and Axe decided to do you with a little knife in your mouth. I think that's quite nice. That's quite.
It is quite nice.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. You're getting a little collection of ones that you can use from Axe. It's pretty good.
I'm never gonna use these.
Draven, I should point out, has been disqualified. I disqualified Draven. So this was Draven's first submission. I wanted to be free with other creatures like me, but then he submitted this, and I instantly disqualified him.
Yeah, he needs to be disqualified. He needs to be fucking like locked up somewhere. Move on. I don't like this. I don't like that one. I don't like that one. Somehow that's worse than the Teddy one. I hate that.
I think this one's really good. This is from Ava. Abby Drops.
Okay.
Sorry. Here's my Chris the Fish. He's a Google from Monster Hunter Try, which is one of the Monster Hunter monsters. Let me join Internet Explorer's Beckett.
It's true. You and Diesel are lazy.
Yeah, we were meant to record Friday, and then I forgot. I'm useless.
Sick invite. Third chair. I'm always gonna be the third chair, whether you guys like it or not.
So
I've already made it real.
well, I mean that would actually help us, but yes, I think this one's pretty good. I quite like this one.
Yeah, I like it too.
Chris the catfish from Lavender.
Okay. They're getting more detailed as we go, and they're not photoshopped. So I'm enjoying these ones. The Photoshop ones make me uncomfortable. These are getting better.
Thank you for the raid, Slug. Why friend shape if not friend? True. Super true. This is from Olivia. This is actually drawn. It's not photoshopped.
Why am I a pregnant seahorse? Like, would that seahorse classify as fish? Right? Am I stupid? Yeah,
they're
stupid.
kind of fish.
I had to think about it for a second. It came out of my mouth, and I'm like, I'm retarded. I know that answer already.
Yeah, so she was drawing this in the Discord. And I actually joined the VC when she was drawing it. One of the rare times I enter a VC in my own Discord, and immediately was told by several people to not look at her stream.
Wow. They were like, don't do that. They want you to feel fresh when you see it the first time.
True. Cryptid, thank you for the membership. 07. All memberships, all donos, all very appreciated. Speaking of which, I need to do a goal. So how are you feeling at the moment? We're at number 8.
I'm very disturbed by this entire community. On top of that, the sheer fact that I assume mostly women are drawing this is also concerning to me.
Oh. Well, I think some of these are nice. I think they're kind of flattering. Ash's submission.
That one's funny. I like that.
It's a little bit Shadow over Innsmouth. It's about Eldritch Horror, actually.
It's kind of sick, though.
It's cool. I like it. It's good. This is 4 cups. 4 crops. Fish the Narc plus bonus chef figure on Chris's desk.
That is nice. It's interesting to look at. I don't know what to say about these fish fucking these photos, man.
I like this surprised expression on the fish.
Very surprised. Dude, I'm fucking trying to play Monster Hunter and do this at the same time, and I keep looking away. I'm fighting a tempered Ardvik right now. This is fucking annoying.
Oh, dude. I'm sub 10 minutes on the tempered boss monsters now. Fucking
nice.
Gross. It's gross. My build is disgusting. Oh, okay. Let's see what the next one is. This one is like, this is from Tilly. I present Chris the Shark.
I like that.
Yeah,
the goatee's kind of interesting of a choice. I'm not a goatee man. I just can't grow a beard. Goatees are for people that like sell drugs or are fucking the worst pimps on the block.
True. I used to have a goatee.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Fuck.
He went through that homosexual phase.
Oh, fuck you. Okay, this is Rotting's submission, which is an animation.
That's cool. I like that.
It's cool, right?
Did it flash a gun? That's kind of sweet.
It's a middle finger.
Oh, that's also sweet.
Okay, yeah, that's good. That's Rotting's. Their which I think is pretty cool. Listen, their animation's fucking great. This is I don't know. This is Gilla.
That's terrifying. Is that a parrotfish with a Medicare head?
Yes. Yes, it is.
That's amazing. I like that one. That was funny. That one's interesting.
This is another Avadrop submission. For anyone who's done multiple submissions, I'm only going to let you vote on one of their submissions, basically. But Avadrop's Curse of Fish. What the shit, Beckett?
Yeah, I don't know what the curse is for. The fuck?
Me turning you into a fish.
That seems about right. This is literally your fault. Like, you've allowed this to continue.
I know. Princess Cuttlefish, the fuck Beckett.
Dude, you turning to me into a fish is worse than CPS being called on Ethan Klein's house. Like, honest to Christ.
I had very few goals when I started streaming. One of them was a major one was fan art, but having a community full of artists who'll make shit like this is just fucking incredible.
Yeah.
We got finished SpongeBob Chris the Fish. Beckett, what the actual
cool.
fuck? It's quite nice, cartoony style. I thought you'd like that one. And that's Delanena Bug. And then we got My Name Is Len.
What the fuck is that?
It's like, this is like, kind of like a newspaper style, which I think is really cool.
It's like a political cartoon.
Yeah. I don't think I'll be able to color it by the time, but I'm trying in case. I'll drop the sketch. I think it actually works really well as a sketch.
I think it works well as a sketch too. It's just I don't know how to feel about it. It's very well put together, but like it's me, so like what do I even have to say about that?
It's got Birdie as a
Am
rat.
I supposed to be a fucking mermaid? Do I have tits? Like what the fuck is this?
No, that's your shoulder. That's your shoulder, I think.
It's my shoulder. Okay.
Maybe.
I like it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty solid. I fucking knew I was going to be late. I present Chris the Hawk.
I hate you. I unironically hate you. Somehow you have merged two things that I was not happy to see into one. Somehow you've done this.
And the last one, which wasn't a serious submission, but I saw the Animorphs post in the thread a couple of days ago, and I was wondering, so I thought I'd put it in. This is you as an Animorph turning into a hammerhead shark. Do you remember Animorphs?
I remember that, bro. I'm so fucking old. Remember when we actually had cool shit like that? Like, fuck.
Oh, I did get sent a colored version, actually. Hold on. Give me a sec. I'll get a colored version up on stream. So the colored version is...
They do that with Sword and Shield in less than 7 minutes. That was fucking awesome.
Based. So on my stream now is the colored version as well, which is really good, really good. I really like the sketch version though. I think the sketch version is great. Maybe you do have tits. I don't know. No, I think that's your shoulder. I think you're just turning in a weird way. Maybe you have tits.
No, I have tits.
You have tits.
No, I have tits. Okay. Yeah.
Teddy, I made the best animation. Thank you for the 2, Teddy. Teddy, you just added screaming sounds over a picture of Chris being eaten by a shark. Okay?
Show me that one. That one sounds funny.
It's
what the fuck?
I haven't got the fuck. I'll just show it in the I'll just stream the fucking Discord. Give me a sec. Let me get it. Let me get to where the fuck it is.
I just saw someone in chat go, "You're Bo Black's mermaid," and now I want to leave this fucking community and ban every person in chat. Like I want to just I'm gonna go on a banning spree. What the fuck?
Where the fuck is this Teddy one? What the fuck? I need to find it. Okay,
See, this is what happens when you have an active Discord of chatters. This is why I'm happy my Discord's boring. Low maintenance as fuck.
True. Okay, so this is the Teddy one. I'll put it on stream, but I can't stream it to the call.
Why do so many people want to fucking draw people pregnant? I don't understand this fucking... It's a fetish for you people.
I like the scream.
Jesus Christ.
So, those are our submissions. Did any particularly jump out to you?
I I like the mermaid one, even though I have tits, I think is very artistically interesting. I love the animation one, the simplistic blue one. I did like that a lot.
Yeah.
I did like that guy. I love I like animation, so when I see somebody do an animation, it's pretty sweet.
Yeah,
Like, if I had to
animations are
choose
pretty good.
between like for creativity points, the one the newspaper looking one gets number 1, animation number 2.
Newspaper one. Okay. Okay.
Even though I have tits, I'm not a big fan of that. But like
Okay, so what I'm gonna say is I would like to. What's the best way to do this? Do we just do a poll in chat?
there's no real way to do like multiple of them. Just have them like so you went through 1 through what 16?
19. So what I'd say
19?
is why don't we select a few, like some of the best ones? I think I'd say.
I like that one, yeah.
So what I'll do is let me set up a poll. So, start a poll, and best Chris the Fish. So first one is Axe Knife Chris. Knife Fish? We'll say Knife Fish.
Yeah, let's go Nightfish.
So Ava Drops.
Yeah, I like that one too.
Heavy Drops.
It's interesting. I like the fucking anglerfish sort of vibe.
Anglerfish. That's not how you spell anglerfish. That's... what about Lavender's Chris the Catfish?
Yeah, I like that one too.
Lavender Catfish Chris. Pregnant seahorse, or are you uncomfortable with a pregnancy? Okay. Ash.
No.
Ash.
That one is interesting. I do like that.
Ash. Eldritch. Chris. Can I only do 4? I can only do 4. Fuck.
Yeah, we can't do that many. There's so many good ones.
There are so many good ones.
There
Crazy.
are good ones in here.
Okay, so I'm gonna listen. We'll whittle them down. Okay, we'll do heats. So I'm gonna start that poll. I'm gonna let it run. Vote for your favorite out of those 4, and then we'll do the next one. Okay.
I'm kind of annoyed. I don't have a level 8 rarity fucking fire sword yet. That's annoying me. I'm sorry. I'm distracted doing this too today. I did so much shit today. I woke up late and I was like, fuck it. So I just cleaned my entire place, did all the laundry, cleaned out the car. I did so much shit today and I was like, I can finally sit down for Beckett's fucking his communities, whatever the fuck this could even be categorized as.
I'm gonna do more of these. These are fucking hilarious. Check DM's late submission. Chris sent Slug sent me a picture of your face on a fish.
God, Slug.
I will send it to you personally, and I'll let you react to it because I'm not fucking opening another window. Thank you for the tip.
Right now, I'm fighting the big, gigantic ice dragon, so it's gonna be a minute. Slug, you're gonna have to wait.
Okay, right.
Wait. Oh dear God.
Potato.
It's horrifying.
With the 5, you can hide from me, Beckett, but you can't hide from the truth. Draven wins. Jesus. Okay. Okay. Why are you censoring drummer? Because I have the power to. Oh fuck. Okay. Listen, I'm gonna run for a little bit longer, but I think Knife Fish wins. I think Knife Fish has won. Okay. Yeah. I think it was very close. It was very close. But I think we'll take Knife Fish. Knife Fish with 39%. So let's do the next poll. The next one is
What the? Okay, I'm having. Oh, okay. The game just crashed.
It's demanding your attention. Fork Rups, Streamer Fish. Tilly, Sharkfish, what do you think?
Mm.
No,
No offense, but
not a strong
skip it.
reaction, that's fine. Rotting,
I like that one.
Animated Fish. Gilla.
Nah,
Okay.
sorry.
Avi Drops with Cursor
Yeah,
Fish.
throw that one in.
Drops. I'm going back on my only getting to submit one. I really like Avi Drops' art. Princess Cuttlefish. The fuck Beckett.
Yeah, that one's all right. I like it.
Okay. Princess.
God.
Fuck. Okay, that's...
So the people in chat asking what I'm fighting, it's the Jinnodon. It's kicking my ass right now. It's tempered. Oh, no. Oh! Sorry.
Okay, guys. The next poll is up. Please, place your votes. Place your votes.
Oh, and I also fucked up. I didn't bring any, like, drink to keep myself warm. All right, I'm gonna have to figure this out.
Drummer's like, show the pregnant Chris. No, I literally can't. I will get so many DMs. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, and I will also never come on this stream again.
Chris the fish sounds an awful lot like Chris the Narc. Kind of weird. Hello, Liana.
Kind of crazy, right?
Insane. Okay. We're gonna go for a little bit longer. We're at 81 votes. It's very close. It's nice to see chat struggling with this as much as I am, because like I am fucking I am having issues making a choice.
By the way, did you figure out how to like change your colors on your armor? I just figured that out.
Yes, I did. Have you figured out how to save investigations yet?
No, I haven't figured out how to do that yet.
Okay, I'll show you later. It's
that system, not gonna lie, is not that intuitive for investigations.
It's not too bad. Basically, you just click on the monster on the map, and then you can put it as an investigation. It's pretty easy.
Oh. How am I this stupid?
It's like send a better version. But okay. Let me run these. If I add any more fucking things. Okay. Right. I think just animated fish has won it. Okay? Yeah, it was 38%. Yeah.
All right. By the way, I'm back on Charge Blade again after I got the Artisan 8. Fuck it.
I fucking hate that weapon. I hate it.
It's too good not to use it.
Okay, we're gonna go SpongeBob fish. This is the last poll, I believe. Newspaper political fish. You hate the hawk picture, don't you?
Yeah. I can't do Brody and fish. I can do fish or Brody. I can't do
what about the Animorphs one?
That one's just funny. Would that be even considered art, or is it just like Photoshop?
Oh, fuck it. Right. And start the last poll.
Did I really just grab its aggro? Are you kidding? You're fucking joking right now.
Okay. Ugh. Animorphs' childhood? True. The SpongeBob one is also childhood, though. Pretty good.
Yeah, true. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh.
Olivia's saying I'm being censored. Chris has censored you, yes. I would have put you in the polls, but I've got to respect my guest.
Yeah, okay. Sure, buddy. Okay.
Okay, I think Newspaper Fish has won it. Okay, so we're gonna go for our last poll. Our last poll for chat's choice, which is knife fish, animated fish, and finally, newspaper fish. I'll give you some reminders of these wonderful submissions. But please do vote. Animated fish. Right back at the beginning. Knife fish. Another submission from Axe. And finally, newspaper fish.
No. Damn it. Mid-fight, the game crashed. I'm so sad right now.
And the important thing to remember while Chris plays Monster Hunter is, in competitions, while there are winners and losers, the real winner is me, because I now have a ton of art to use of Chris whenever he comes on. So
there's always losers. It's such horseshit. No participation trophies.
These are fucking great. I think you've all done incredibly well. So, well, chat puts their votes in. I really like this one. I really like it, Abby Drops one.
Yeah, it's good.
The loser is Chris. That's true. That is accurate.
Okay. It's just God damn it. It's the first crash I've ever had. I'm so sad.
What were you fighting?
I was fighting the big fucking ice dragon with like a party of 4. We were just raping it, and then the game was like, "Nah, I'm not gonna let you finish."
I got fucking carted by that thing the other day, the tempered version.
You got your ass kicked?
I wanted to test whether I could block it with the shield gems, and the answer is no.
Are you talking about like its big gigantic AoE attack? Oh, you know that the game won't let you do that.
I tried like 3 times. Eventually, it'll work.
Eventually, it'll work. That's how that works.
Oh fuck. Okay. Has chat had enough time? Wow, this is fucking super close. I'm gonna give you guys like 2 more minutes. It's 126 votes. How is there 126 votes on this, but only 36 likes on my stream? God, guys, no, I'm kidding. I don't give a fuck.
Content sucks.
Content's terrible. It's so true. It's so true. Don't forget to tell me how much you hate my content in the comment section below. Okay.
Just call them slurs. Get the channel
demonetized. True. Get me fucking out the algorithm, please. Fucking hate this shit. Right, okay. So. Seahorse Chris.
Okay.
So. A newspaper fish.
All right, who won the poll?
Okay. I think by a margin, with 133 votes cast, Animated Fish won the poll with 37%, Knife Fish at 32, and Newspaper at 30, which is wonderfully split. I will probably give rotting like a special role thing that just says competition winner, as because I can't think of another fucking prize. So yeah, I'm okay with losing on this since all it is Chris with a knife, nowhere near as thought out some as these other opinions. Yeah, the other options. I think these have been great. Chris, who's your favorite?
Yeah, it's definitely between the newspaper fish and the animated fish. If I'm being honest, it's stuck. I'm stuck between those two.
That's fair. I feel very stuck. I really animated fish is great. I don't know, and it's no secret that I love Axe's work generally speaking. I think they're very talented. Listen. I think Olivia surprised me with Pregnant Chris the horsefish. I will admit.
God damn it.
I'm stuck. I really like Avi Drops one. My Discord PFP is for the server is an Avi Drops drawing. I really like this style. And I really like the anglerfish. I think it's really cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know.
Honorable mention for the anglerfish.
True. The catfish is really good as well. I think Gamma really likes the catfish. I think Ash is a good submission. I don't think the SpongeBob fish got enough love either. I think that was it was nice and creative.
It was good.
Yeah. But yeah, I think I'm going to be torn again between animated and the Avi Drops one. I do really like this. So yes, thank you for all the submissions to the Chris Fish competition. It's been really fun to run, actually. I thought it would be I didn't think I'd get any submissions, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I was like, oh, fucking, we'll put it on chat. We'll put it as a chat goal, and then maybe we'll get like one or two. I did not expect. This thread has been really active. I will probably archive it now. You guys know that I don't like having too many open channels in the Discord. I think that if people have enjoyed this, we'll do it again. We'll do something with it. What do you mean no submissions? I thought it'd be like, look, Becky, you thought wrong. I did think wrong. Okay, I should have known better. One thing I really like is there's somebody else who I won't name, or I'll be vague. Most people know what I'm talking about anyway. Who has an artist community, and I've had artists from their community move over to mine, and they're like, it's better over here because everyone's like really supportive of each other and like each other's works. It doesn't just have to be channel stuff. Everything gets like cool attention. I love highlighting the work you guys do. I think it makes the community better. I think it makes the stream better. I absolutely fucking really value it. So yeah, from me, thank you. I appreciate it. It's talk a lot about like other streamers' communities and like the spaces people make. And my ever loved phrase, you get the audience you deserve. I'm pretty pleased with the audience I've ended up with. Thank you guys. So yeah.
You're so gay.
I know.
You're so fucking
It's so gay.
Dude.
I know, but I do. I really appreciate all the artwork. It's really cool.
Pretty cool. Yes, it is good artwork. Wait, what? Oh, I can make this now? Sorry.
It's nice to have something. It's nice to have something to show off. You know what I mean? God, now I really do sound like a proud parent. I'm like, I'm going to put this on the fridge.
You do.
I'm going to put this on the stream fridge.
It's very, very heavy on the whole dad vibe thing.
I know, it's terrible. Fuck. Kill me. But also, thank you for all the fish submissions. I'm going to have so many to use every time Chris annoys me.
That's wonderful. I'm really glad I could provide that. What the fuck?
Mally, I put my fan art in the fridge. It's very nice. Based. Give everyone participation stickers. Everyone gets partition. Well, that's what the fucking art peeps roll, isn't it? Beckett turning into liar. Don't say that. Listen, let's not get fucking ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
What I like?
Okay, buddy.
I like art. I'm allowed to like art. It's so miserable. That's why you get drawn as a fish.
But you're doing the whole like, oh, you guys are so good people. You know, I'm a proud dad. It's already starting. Next thing you know, you're gonna adopt BPD fucking AFABs.
Fucking kill me. No, listen.
Adult AFABs.
Listen. None of these people are good people, okay? I've just managed to bring out the monstrous side of all of them.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I directly encourage the bully art. Fucking welcome to Earth 2. Remember a couple of days ago I looked up to you, Lamau. Thanks for the 2. Yeah, and with the 5. I think I had a fishing side quest for Chris the Fish in Monster Hunter Wilds. Yeah. Yeah. Beckett's Polycule. True. Right. Beetles gets adopted first. Jesus. Okay. Oh my god, Mally actually sent me their fridge with fan art. She was not kidding.
It sounds like something she would do.
Okay. Well, look. Do you have any final thoughts, Chris the Fish?
Thank you all for the amazing artwork. Stop drawing me as animals. Please make humanoid fucking art of me. That's all I'm asking, man. It's like one tiny little thing in my life. There you go. But you all did great. But there were better people. All right. I'm out.
Peace. Okay. Right. That's the fish. Chris the Fish competition. Dead. It's also so much easier when the insane fan art isn't about me. I'll add draw Chris as a lamp onto the docket. Based. Okay. It's drama time? It is drama time. Okay. Listen. I will own being soy about the artists in my community. It's fine. What about Chris the Klingon? Oh, that'd be actually fucking banging art. Thank you for the 2. Right. So Chris wants us to draw him as an anthro then. Furry Chris? I couldn't possibly comment on what Chris wants, though I can comment that every now and again he sends me a DM asking like how long he thinks our friendship's going to survive if my community keeps doing this. My answer is always the same. As long as you can tolerate it. Comes in strong waves sometimes, but sometimes you're just going to go with the flow. True. Don't include me in your gay art stuff anymore. He actually really likes it. I sent him one of them and he was like, that's actually based. So you don't want more fan art? I guess I'll throw away the sketch of you as a hermit crab. I never said that. As always, I love all fan art, okay? I have the cat sketches ready. Don't test me. Jesus. Just be the first to turn on you back at. That's actually true. Listen, there have been like fucking awesome things. I really like the sticker ones. It's quite cool as well to have like I like Mally might have a fridge. I have a folder full of like fucking OC art people have done. This is too wholesome. It is too wholesome, okay? We'll get back to... Right. That's the end of the wholesomeness section. I'm having one of those things where I'm starting to feel emotions again. I hate this. Why have any of you made me feel things? Let's talk about North. Or Nerf. Or whatever the fuck his name is. Let's talk about this drama. So, Gilded Poo put a video together. And this video is really... I think this is one of the longer videos Vlad's done. I like when Vlad says that he's not part of the art community because Beckett, resell your soul. True. True. Oh, fucking hell. Wait, let me back in.
All right, let me just a few seconds about the Nerf stuff. I hated this guy since like day fucking one, and I absolutely love that Gilded put this fucking clip in here of me. Fuck Nerf. Fuck this loser. Thank Christ Gilded is based. There you go.
True. Based.
I had to say it. I had to say it. Dude, I was so pissed when he like lost his credit, bro. I didn't know anything else about Nerf. No, holy shit. It got worse.
What do you mean when he lost his credit?
Remember when the Cinebaro 3 DMs dropped?
Yeah.
Okay, so apparently Nerf was getting credit by Chud and others for leaking the group chat first. And I heard about that when I was live, and I went on a rant about Nerf taking credit. You'll see in the video. Like, he tried stealing Gilded's thunder.
That's, yeah, I mean, Nerf was always really weird for this. He was an archive channel. He never really got it. Nerf always reminded me a bit of Crystal Flame. As somebody who desperately just wanted to kind of be the like center point of something. And it was like, dude, you're putting up calls. And like it was very helpful to begin with. So I was like pretty tolerant of it. Like the same with Goblin. It's like people who are generally really helpful to content and things, I think those people are based. There are lots of like archivers and loggers, and I think those people like make content like the stuff I do, like Chris does, like everyone does. Much smoother, much easier, and ultimately adds a lot of context. It's okay to jump off of that, but one of the things that I said about Goblin, do you remember that stream you went on, like Goblin stream, and you argued about it? And then...
the one where that guy was like talking about like cub art and shit.
Yeah,
basically the bathtub Ross too. Yeah, I remember that.
I got DMs about that Goblin was upset because it was like, well, you're saying that this is the Chris the Narc call, but it's Goblin's stream, and it's like, but if Chris hadn't been there, if Gilded hadn't called in, no one would care about that stream. And that's just the reality. If certain people join my stream, people aren't really like, if somebody reacted to that, they'd be like, this is the call where such and such was happening with this person. They wouldn't be like, oh, that Beckett stream. Like,
right. It's kind of like I think Matt said it best in regard to like when your stream is no longer your own, and that's when like an example is when you guys had Brianna Wu call in with Mudahar and the rest of them in regard to the Keffel stuff. Like, that's not your stream anymore. That's everyone else's, because everyone else is there to see them, not you guys. And you recognize that. You just shut the fuck up and let it happen.
Yeah, I barely say anything in our stream once we're in mid-run. Because that's what...
You can't get upset.
Yeah, that's well, why would I? Because that's like a banging piece of content that, you know, it's fine to help create something. It's going to be like the facilitator of that. And people like North, people like Crystal, Goblin, facilitated a lot of content, but ultimately what they were was facilitators. And you can build off that, but you need to be like aware of what you are. And especially if you're like taking credit for certain things. Like some, like Ace is a really good example of this with the Himpleton stuff. I make sure that while I've presented an awful lot of the Himpleton calls before Ace has, credit goes to Ace for like filtering through and like facilitating that content, because that's what he's done. But he made the choice of, well, let's give it to Beckett, and Beckett can do a stream on it. And like, I was happy to have him come on and hang out because he's fucking great. And then over time, Ace gets more known and grows. North and Crystal and others didn't want to do that. They wanted to just be like, oh, well, I'm here now. I've got a bit of name recognition.
What they wanted to do is they wanted to skip the process. That's essentially like what they were doing. The process in of itself is like you're saying, yeah, like the archiving and everything like that. They're important, but when you try being a personality outside of the archiving, you're basically starting from like ground zero again.
Yeah.
On making your name known, like ground fucking zero. You can't pretend like people know who the fuck you are because they don't. They know you archive shit. They don't know you.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Right. Do you want to stick around and watch this, or you out?
I'll stick around and watch this because I have been meaning to cover this and kind of like talk about my thoughts on it a little bit, but
yeah,
I guess I'll just do it here.
Sure, that sounds good. Let's do that. Okay, I've shared it to the stream. Right. Also, I think I had a super chat that I didn't read. Welcome to Earthwood 2. Beckett, Chris, you should do a fantasy sci-fi tier list.
I'd actually.
We can do it.
I'd probably do that.
Yeah, we could do a tier list or something. We need to do a Monster Hunter stream this week. That's on the list. On the list. Okay, cool. Let's go.
Fucking Pizza got credit for like the Coyote shit when I initially called out Coyote like publicly for like the Sarcado shit during November, by the way.
I like the Nobody Lolcows series. I think it's really clever.
But don't you see how
it
you
is? But because there's a bunch of these tards, like they're just they're permeating everywhere. Gilded's cornering the market on like small retards that no one knows about. It's fucking good.
Yeah, I mean, like, we always talk about like people who'll hunt down content and like that no one else is even aware of, and we say this in reference to actually smaller spaces. But Gilded really manages to do this. If it wasn't for Gilded, I don't think anybody would know who Brian Mullins is. I don't think anyone would care. And he does not get enough fucking credit for that shit. You know, for wasting his life talking about absolute fucking nobody.
I'm not gonna lie, the Cool Man stuff I found incredibly interesting. Have you watched his Cool Man videos? That dude is fucking interesting. Well, it's like if Andy Ditch and like Daniel Larson like had a kid.
Well, I've got a cameo in one of Gilded's videos, the Rancher one, right?
No, I didn't see that one.
So the Rancher one, Gilded was like talking to me about these people and got me really invested in how fucking ridiculous they were. So I did a cameo for it. It was really enjoyable. And it was just like, one of the things that I've always liked about Gilded is he doesn't just keep it to himself. He'll just randomly DM me with stuff. It's like, dude, I'm looking at this person. They're an absolute fucking freak. You should be aware of them. It's great.
Her. A child.
No, I see that. I see that.
Gilded Pooh is the only person that should get any sort of credit for this. Any other retard
that
tries to take credit away from Gilded Pooh needs to be strung up by their Achilles tendons. Got me?
I had no like ill intent with trying.
And one of the Brian Mullen ones. Oh yeah, I did voiceovers for some of Brian Mullen's messages as well. Yeah, that's based.
To communicate with a minor in a sexual manner.
Welcome to yet another episode of a series I like to call Nobody Lolk Ever Heard Of, thus the name. And in today's installment, we will be talking about a Charles Jones, aka Nerf, whom we will be calling throughout the remainder of this video, Chuck. And speaking of Chuck, let me put a face to the name. This is Chuck's face.
Get that ugly, disabled freak away from me.
Before I get accused of doxing, I want to say two things real quick first. Number one, I don't particularly give a shit about protecting the anonymity of some dude who groomed kids on the internet. Number two, that photo was not gotten through some weird nefarious hacker means. He posted that himself on Twitter. Now, as far as how his name was acquired...
Like, I'm gonna be real, Beckett. He looks just like he sounds. Can we scroll back to the photo of Nerf? What kind of abomination of God has been produced on this planet? Jesus Christ,
well,
that is an ugly fucking person.
I think I've got it in a folder. So I downloaded the fucking thing. Where is it? What are some of those?
I can't get over like how ugly he is. Like it's actually the funniest shit imaginable. How wasn't he bullied out of like servers for just being this ugly fuck? His hairline is so fucked. Look at that.
Listen, I thought my hairline was bad. This is just like, you know, what is that haircut?
It's not a haircut. That's him balding. That's balding. You can see where the line is like pushed back, and then one section of his hair is like covered, so he's like combing over that section. That is horrifying. What kind of genetics did you get, bro? Did you like get born in Chernobyl? Like the fuck is
Have you
that?
noticed how like his face is actually lopsided?
Yeah.
So like this eye is closer to his nose than this eye is.
It's so rough to look at. It's so rough to look at. I can't take it anymore.
You know, like the incels do that like looks maxing shit or whatever, like where they rate themselves and like if you don't look like a particular way, you're fucked and you'll die alone. Like a lot of that, I'm like, listen, you can look pretty much any way, but there honestly are exceptions.
He was 18 when he took this photo. Bruh, he will never understand the touch of a woman.
This is the sort of listen. This is the sort of face that you just buy a like a furry costume. Okay.
What? Jesus. Someone in chat just goes Quasimodo. Jesus. Jesus.
It's a face made for a fursuit.
That didn't require any sort of malicious hackery tricks either. The fact of the matter is, Chuck has made the same mistake that many other people, including myself, have made.
Fucking Hornet, bro, in case of fetal alcohol syndrome.
North has kissing cousin eyes. Jesus.
Shut the fuck up.
And that is attaching your name, your real life name, to an online handle you have used. And so to fully understand this, you need to understand that Nerf has had multiple aliases online. And so to give you a really brief overview of exactly how bad he was at protecting his real life name, here is his Steam account. And note the fact that the name of the account is North is fam. Here is an Instagram account with the exact same name. And if you look at that image, you will notice that that image matches an old Discord account that he had made just a year prior called Nerf that uses the exact same profile picture. And on top of all of that, Chuck created a profile through the website Ift. I don't know what that website is or what it does or anything, but the point is he uses the handle North is fam, and at the end of the bio writes Nerf. And if that isn't deeply autistic enough for you, here is actually a screenshot of his Discord profile, wherein he links his North is fam Spotify account and his Steam account of the same name that I had actually just showed you a screen cap of mere moments ago. And at this point, you might be saying to yourself, well, Gilded Poo, that doesn't really prove how anybody acquired his real name. All that proves is that North is fam and Nerf are not two different people. And to that I'd say yes. And the reason I'm establishing that first is because Nerf, aka Chuck, in his infinite wisdom, decided it would be a bright idea to make a Pinterest account where he puts his real name attached with the handle North is fam. But of course, that wasn't the only time he did it. He also did it with Snapchat, and even managed to do this relatively recently on chess.com. And while we're on the subject of names and faces, as of September 8th, 2020, our buddy, our pal Chuck, lived in Bend, Oregon. And I know that because he said it himself on Twitter. And now that we got that out of the way, I'm sure that there's a plethora of people out there expecting me to go straight
like the fucking worst.
It's yeah, it's a complete.
It's like
mess.
actual trash.
Like
it's so fucking bad. Like I'll admit, my OPSEC's not like the fucking best. Like I fucked up a handful of times, but like, goddamn.
Yeah, it's it's easily done. But the main thing is if you've got like an online handle that you use generally, and then it's linked to other things with your name on it. There's like, I think there's an element of like a timeline to it, maybe, but I don't know, you're linking all this stuff on your Discord. Like, you'll find my general online presence as Beckett or Copenseeth is all linked into itself. Like, none of my real life friends really have this information, and none of my online friends have my real life information. I've kind of separated those out intentionally, pretty dramatically. But yeah, like, I did talk to Gilded about this. I will be clear, I did talk to Gilded about this. I'm always iffy about using people's names. Though Gilded made one very persuasive argument, which is, this dude tried to groom a 12-year-old, I don't care. And I'm like, yeah, fair enough, fuck it. Yeah, sure, fuck it, whatever. So, yeah. I think this isn't a case like the West Side Tyler shit with Demon Mama, which even in that case, Demon Mama linked to her book and like writing stuff and linked that with her online presence to her real world presence, and I defended that. You know, I think if you make that information available, if you're selling a product, that's just the reality, unfortunately.
Into the fucking grooming allegation and the pedogate allegation that quickly follows it. But I'm not going to do that today. I hate this motherfucker. I have hated this motherfucker for years. And so, because of that, what we're going to do is go through every single possible fucking thing that is wrong with Chuck. And then you will have a complete and total understanding of how this guy is a complete piece of shit in every conceivable way possible. But regardless, today's drink, Wild Turkey Rare Breed. Good shit. And that is provided to me by my gracious Patreon supporters. And for as little as $1 a month, you can generously destroy my liver so I don't have to make these videos ever again. Become an anti-fan today. So who is Chuck? Well, it didn't take a sleuth to figure out that Chuck would be inspired by a group known as Zoophile Police, because he says it himself actually in an interview.
What initially...
Do you remember these interviews that were going on during the Lyo drama?
You're talking about in the context of like where people were recording with the fucking poker tournament shit?
Yeah.
No, I don't remember these. That's gonna be my brutally honest thing. I did not watch any of these fucking interviews. Mostly it's because everyone sounds like they have autism, and I get frustrated very easily.
Yeah, I mean, this was my fucking view of it. I was like, I don't know how much I care about the opinions of random fucking Senate members, but I do wonder actually how much is in these fucking interviews. Is there like hidden bits of information that is going to be pertinent in like 6 months to a year?
It might. Also, to answer Hornet, dude, I openly hated Nerf. Fucking Pooh openly hated Nerf. I'm pretty sure Lyo's openly hated Nerf. Like, nobody's been
obviously
quiet.
Fucking Lyo hated Nerf.
Nobody's been quiet about Nerf. Everyone thinks everyone hated him. Like, he was a tard.
I mean, again, I had no massive issues with him, if I'm honest, from my side. Because, I mean, my interactions with Nerf were essentially him giving me calls. That was it. That was my only interaction with Nerf, really. And, like, I think the way I came into contact with Nerf may have actually been through Evan Do Things, weirdly enough. I think he got me in contact with Nerf, yeah. So I got in contact with Nerf over Twitter at, like, the beginning of the whole ACC drama, because I was looking for calls. So, yeah, I mean, again, I never watched his streams or anything. I think he just, you know, again, I viewed him as somebody else who was trying to get stuff off the ground. But I didn't know any of this weird taking credit shit. I don't think I'd ever discussed Nerf with Gilded before this whole thing kicked off. And I should be clear, with the Nerf stuff, because, like, a couple of people have asked me about it. It's come up in chat a few times. I pretty much did, like, Enla disappeared, pretty much. She didn't really come into chat much. She isolated. She had a big fallout with Kumo. And, like, there was a point where, like, quite a few of that little group were saying how, oh, if I was talking to Lyo, I'd be used, he'd manipulate me, and You know, I'm like, I look at that conversation now really ironically, because many people who in that call who had that conversation with me have since ended up getting themselves fucking cancelled for the dumbest shit imaginable. So, and again, like, I didn't fall out with Enor or something. We just kind of stopped talking. So when this stuff all cropped up, I can't remember what the fuck I was dealing with, but it was something else. And I was like, well, show me what people have. A few people DM me, and I was just like, I just didn't get into the story. I sort of waited, and Gilded came in and fucking reaped Nerf, basically. And a couple of others.
Drew you to Lyo's community, and what were your expectations going in?
Well, what drew me to the community was I obviously previously stated when CPD was around.
So the question is, who is the Zoophile Police, and why does that matter? Here's a clip from the Zoophile Police's YouTube account where they're kind of introducing themselves and their new venture into going after pedophiles.
I'm Barrington, the current lead admin and account owner of Zoophile Police. If you're watching this video, you're probably considering becoming a pedo buster. Awesome.
Hello, I'm Lyo Convoy, and I'm a commentator slash the bad cop. Much like
I love this video.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up. Like, you people had little gay, little fucking furry avatars. It's great you're gonna join our pedo hunting brigade.
I'm the bad cop.
I'm the
I'm a lot more chill with Lyo than I used to be, but I will never stop saying that this shit was gay as fuck.
This shit's so funny looking back on. Now that we like are cool with them, like, it's so funny watching this shit. I'm so glad he took my advice and stopped caring about retards.
like informants and whistleblowers, I collect and disseminate information about predators online.
Well, hello. I'm Shiloh, and I'm a victim advocate. When victims of serial predators come forward about being abused,
like the fuck? Like,
well, they really wanted to be. Did anyone from this little group actually fucking survive?
Oh, other than Lyo?
Yeah, I think they're all fucked, aren't they?
I don't know. I don't know much about this group. I just
because this is Patchwork.
Hilarious.
This is Patchwork Heart, isn't it?
I'm the one in charge of helping them get the...
Yeah, this is Patchwork Heart. Who, basically, Patchwork hasn't shown their face since the whole Poppy and Xena shit happened.
resources to seek justice.
Hello, I'm Gilded Pooh, and this is fucking gay. Now, something that I completely neglected to mention that I should mention here is that Zoophile Police Department account, although still an account that's public on YouTube, has not been active in over 4 years. In fact, the video that I just clipped to you is actually a video that was released in June of 2020 and is the oldest video on the account. In other words, what Nerf was saying in that interview was he was inspired by the Zoophile Police when they were new 4 years ago. And the reason, by the way, that I'm stopping everything to point this out here is because not only do I want to give you a consistent timeline, but more than that, the date of that video from Zoophile Police will matter a little bit later in the video. Now, I do find it a little weird from an almost autistic standpoint that a group named Zoophile Police would go after pedophiles without renaming themselves like, I don't know, Pedo Zoo Police or something, but doesn't matter. The point is that this is very ironic because Chuck, just prior to becoming inspired by the Zoophile Police, self-identified as a zoophile.
The number of mentally retarded is increasing.
Yeah, that's what his symbol is. That's really fucking cringe, bro.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I hate this world that we live in.
Yeah, I mean, you could do the whole kind of, well, maybe it wasn't that. It's like, dude, he knows. He knows.
He knows. He wouldn't have made that icon his if he didn't know.
Listen, to be fair to Nerf, it probably runs in the family because his genes look like his mother fucked some sort of animal to birth him. There's no way two humans, no way two humans like created fucking whatever the fuck Nerf is. Like, look at it. I know we've just had a Chris the Fish competition, but if anyone's bred with fish genes, it's this motherfucker. Dude looks like he's growing gills.
But, you know, he's a furry, so it kind of makes sense. Regardless, it was around this time that our buddy Chuck decided to join the Fox Mafia, which is very likely not a coincidence given the fact that the Fox Mafia was ran by a furry named Kaz Warfox, who is also listed as an admin on the Zoophile Police Department YouTube account. The Fox Mafia was basically the same as the Zoophile Police. They did the same shit. I've done videos on Kaz Warfox and Fox Mafia. I'll link them below, whatever. But the point I'm getting at here is that it's very interesting that this person that self-identified as a zoophile decided to be inspired by the Zoophile Police, so much so that he joins a furry server whose claimed goals is to go after pedos and zoophiles. Meaning that apparently what was actually happening is that Chuck was using the Fox Mafia as a troll shield. That is to say, they go after degenerates, so he, a degenerate, went into their server as to maybe minimize the amount of people that would look his direction. And while we're on the subject, I should add...
Huh?
You're gonna hide in plain sight, dude.
Well, like, there's so much of this shit, right? Like, a lot of people do the whole troll shielding stuff. I think that a lot of people who surrounded Lio were troll shielding. Particularly people like Peaches, Nezzie. I think Nezzie troll shields an awful lot. So, I don't think that's crazy, but I do find it, yeah, I don't know. It's, the amount of people who seem to get outed with these weird fucking fetishes while condemning them, it happens with a surprising regularity. People tell on themselves an awful lot, right?
Mm-hmm. Here that that's a little bit of an optimistic take. And the reason I say that's optimistic is because, as it turned out, Kaz Warfox and many of the people that were in his inner circle were all degenerates. So the question is, was he really trying to use them as a troll shield, or did he just find camaraderie? I guess that's the real question. And so ultimately, this is where I met Chuck, in Fox Mafia. And from day one, instantaneously, I hated this guy's guts. And the thing is I wish I had had access to his Twitter accounts in the past, because holy shit, it's not just the fucking zoophile symbol. This motherfucker was doing reviews on pornography that was of a very, shall we say, fetishized nature.
Tumbling doll of flesh review. Twitter warning / content warning. NSFW. Porn. Wide media.
The poor bastard had to read that out loud. I feel so bad for him. It's so funny, but I feel so bad for Akumu reading that.
Akumu really does have a voice made for, like, radio, right? Like, you can picture Akumu as a radio host.
I can see that.
SM, gore, torture, necrophilia, and rape. Oh boy. The movie is directed by Tamakichi Inaru, which is known to be an extreme movie director to focus on women being mutilated / killed. Other movies you may know that were made by Tamakichi are Women's Flesh, My Red Guts, Hahako, and Suicide Dolls. Who does he think knows this kind of shit?
Now granted, that in of itself isn't necessarily a problem, but given all the other stuff that's already mentioned up to this point, I think you can see where I'm coming from. I think you can see that this is a bit of an issue, right? And while we're on the topic of Chuck's Twitter account, I guess I should also tell you about the time that he made a series of tweets proclaiming that he called CPS.
That's like a massive understatement. That is the most disturbing fetish shit I've ever heard in my life. What the fuck? Did someone produce that? Jesus.
Dude, fucking Japanese media, man.
On his own mother.
This is my abusive mom. Say hi to her. And
what? It's doing work for you. Shut the fuck up. You barely do your chores as it is, and when you do, it's done half-assed.
He exposed his mom.
What the fuck? Okay.
He's got a screenshot here that says from his mother, payment for what? Us doing work for you. Shut the fuck up. You barely do your chores as it is, and when you do, it's done half-assed. Why would he post this? I even called CPS, and now they literally have a Ring doorbell because of it.
Now, before I move on to the next topic, I want to point out that
You phoned CPS on your own parents? Fuck me, if it was me, I would have let them take you. Yeah, he's being horribly abused here. Like, just fucking take him. It wouldn't have... Oh, my God. What a fucking loser.
At the Twitter thread regarding his mom and how she's so abusive for daring to ask him to do
his trauma. I can't believe you're doing that. That's crazy.
I know. Listen.
I'm kind of hoping his mom did actually like physically abuse him. That would be kind of funny.
Well, it would explain how he looks.
Yeah, it could. Like she uses like a frying pan and like smashed his face in when he was a baby.
Well, you know how like the bowl cut is when you put a bowl on someone's head and then cut their hair around it.
Yeah.
To be fair to his haircut, it does kind of look like she did that with a frying pan.
True.
Do you think that's his punishment?
Pan,
she he wakes up and she's just over him with a pair of like clippers, like slicing his fringe off.
Jesus.
Fucking Chores was authored in 2019, which would make him about 16 years of age at the time of authoring those tweets. The reason I point this out is twofold. One, because I think it's funny, and two, I want to establish a pattern of behavior, because trust me, him going on Twitter and crying about how he's the victim of slavery because his mother won't pay him for getting up off his ass to do literally anything is not the first time that Chuck has ever played the victim on the internet. In fact, he'll continue to do this into his 20s, as we will establish later on as this video progresses. And on top of all of that, of course, this motherfucker has a YouTube channel. And what was he talking about on that YouTube channel? Pedophiles and zoophiles. I mean, of course he was.
Ironic.
And whatever, moving on, this guy would also use his Twitter account, not unlike many other YouTube creators, to advertise for his YouTube account. However, unlike...
I've just noticed that Gilded has a fucking handgun on the table. Why?
Yeah, it's kind of awesome. Why are you asking questions? That's American as fuck.
I hate all of you.
Like most YouTube creators,
how do you hate that?
He would post...
I just...
How could you possibly hate a handgun? It's a good handgun, too.
I'm sure it's a good handgun. Okay, I'm sure.
Gilded, you should be friends with Review Tech USA and teach him how to buy a real gun.
Okay.
What do you mean, okay? I used to be friendly with him. I can make those jokes.
Femboy bait.
He's been pissing me off for like the past year. So.
Do you want to talk about it? Do you want to talk about it? You DM'd me about it. Do you want to talk about it? Do you want to talk about it live?
Not really. You've
opened
right
the door
now.
to it. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
Not right now.
I mean, trying to help you, and he's like, "Oh, I can make the fucking jokes." Okay, that's sorry about it, motherfucker.
He did furry femboy bait.
What is this, dude?
That's femboy bait.
That's fucking horrifying.
Disgusting, bro. Imagine you get baited, right? Imagine this, you actually talk to this person, like you're gay and you're into this fucking weird shit, and you're like, hey, I want to meet up with you, get drinks, and he's wearing the mask and you don't know what he looks like, and then you meet him in person, you see that mongoloid looking fucking face just at the bar, and you're like, oh, you have to run out of there. You gotta run. You can't, you're gonna get raped.
Jesus, imagine experiencing twink death while in the womb. Yen with the two.
God.
I hear romantic goblin is good for gun advice. I hear that too.
Yeah, I heard that through the grapevine. I don't know. God only knows where that came from.
The mask doesn't help with his lopsided eye. His eyes don't match. This is like, look, dude was grown in a test tube and they shook it a bit too much.
Someone goes in chat, the mask stays on. Ugh.
Oh, God. What? This is... Oh.
And then if that wasn't
this
bad
is
enough...
Fed posting.
This is bad posting, I actually agree. It's one of those as well, like...
super bad posting.
You know, I know quite a lot of streamers who've ended up in maid dresses, and like a few times chat has asked, okay, what would it take for this thing? How much money would we need to give you to bark? How much money would we need for you to like stream in a maid's dress? There is no amount you can pay me. There's no price tag on this shit. Because like, it sounds funny at the time to do something that like you would feel like embarrassed about. But let's be honest, if you do stuff like that, it will come back to bite you. And like, do you really want to be in a point where like in a few years you have to look at a picture of yourself in a maid's outfit and go, wow, for like $200 I sold my fucking dignity? Fuck that shit.
You end up like Ethan is Online, where everyone used that really shitty fucking photo of him in the maid's outfit.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Eden. I have to remember to not be transphobic.
No, you already marked red on Shinigami Eyes. Why worry?
Bro, okay. I'm gonna say something super transphobic then. Bro, I genuinely believe Ethan transitioned to get away from all the criticism and their channel. I'm not kidding. I think they're fake trans. I'm transvestigating them. I think they're fake trans, and they did this to get away from the big Bungie video. I really believe that.
Oh, fuck.
Like, would you put it past Ethan to do that?
No, actually, I wouldn't.
Like, Lex was like, this is a great way to get away from the super mega drama. Just say you're a woman.
Who's on stream with Becca? Oh, I realized I'd taken the fish picture off. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Yeah, keep it off. What the fuck?
I'll make it smaller. Okay. There we go.
He made really unhinged and weird fucking clips to advertise for his channel.
Trans-shielding? Trans-shielding?
That's a thing. That's real. Ethan did it. I'm just gonna spread that rumor around, and I hope it gets back
That's
to him.
fucking wild. That's fucking wild. Oh my god, you're gonna get me in trouble. Fuck. Okay.
You're not gonna get in trouble when I'm speaking the truth.
You're gonna get me arrested in the UK. Okay.
Excuse me. I'm
What is this?
Get arrested for that. Get off the screen. What are you doing?
Well, may be porn-brained incel virgins that don't really see the big deal.
That's fucking horrifying. Dude, what the fuck? What?
I hate the internet. You know, like, I used to like it.
Hey Beckett, why are you so positive and wholesome towards your community? Because I want to help them. I want to save them from becoming whatever the fuck this is. Okay?
If any of you ever get found out to be fed posting like that in my community, I will put it on screen and make sure you're aware that I'm making fun of you. I will go out of my way.
Artemis with the 5. Number 1, activate the trans shielding. Oh god.
You're gonna get arrested.
I'm gonna get arrested. I'm gonna get arrested. No, look, I have a ton of talented artists who have come from like quite a woke community who I'm slowly turning into shit posters over time. It's all part of the plan, okay? It's becoming Pavlovian.
They just never wanted to admit it. That's the lie that they all tell themselves.
I know, and that's why it's working. I've given them a better place to exist than anywhere else. This is perfect. I'm so fucking proud of myself. Okay, let's go.
Corrupting a whole new generation.
I know, listen. I don't have many goals in life, but one of them is the next layer of shitposting, okay? That's why I support Queenman. He's keeping the flame alive.
An adult LARPing as a femboy. And you know what? I guess I could see where you're coming from. But the problem with that, of course, is because at one point, he actually named his Twitter Cumcat Demon. Not sure why. It's kind of weird. But regardless, he did it with the same femboy bait. But you see, it's not just femboy bait. It's also jail bait, given the fact he was actually 17 at the time of posting all of that.
God.
And so if you didn't catch the scent of desperation in the air from that, understand that this guy wanted attention by any means possible, to the extreme of stealing credit from other content creators for shit he had nothing to do with at all. And the thing is, he didn't just do this once or twice. He did this numerous times with numerous people. But let's start with me. He said this in another clip from the same interview I showed you earlier.
I was basically involved with the suspicion of Coyote Lovely talking to Sokalo 3 days before Gilded Pooh's video was released on Coyote Lovely. Over the fact that I was talking to him about it in Discord DMs after Gilded's video on him. And this was also the same day that I discovered what Kiwi Farms was, but besides the point.
So what's interesting to note right up front is he claims that he found out about Coyote Lovely a few days prior to my video dropping, which is, by the way, complete and utter bullshit. I was quite literally the only person, aside from some Kiwi farmers, that was at all discussing this in any capacity publicly. And it's important to note, by the way, that I said except for some Kiwi farmers, because he tried to make the claim as well that he discovered Kiwi Farms, you know, a few days prior to me releasing the video, where I primarily sourced Kiwi Farms.
Fast forward to November of 2023. I joined the Fox Mafia to spread awareness that there might be a possibility that Coyote Lovely was helping Sir Carlo and having children to go into Telegram chats to basically fix their paraphilias. But in reality, they were having Sue files and Sue sadists to turn these children into props and then becoming Sue files themselves. And once I showcased that to Cass, he will skip over the thread that I give to him, and it got swept under the rug.
He never said anything a few days prior to my video. He didn't say anything about any of it until November. He's just straight up fucking lying here, trying to take credit for shit that I did. And then he brings up those backwards dealings with Zerk.
This is so bizarre to watch somebody do. I mean, like, Gilded's sort of reputation has weirdly improved over time. And I wonder if, like, Nerf was hedging his bets that he could just be like, yeah, Gilded actually didn't do anything. Yeah, fuck that guy. Because he expected Gilded to sort of get, like, fucking burnt from the community the minute the Lio drama was over.
No, I don't think so. I think this is, like, one of those people that if they're, like, you know how, like, Jar said I had a huge hand in, like, taking people down in the ACC, X, Y, and Z, all that shit, right?
Yeah.
But he really just made a video early, but it wasn't as impactful as he thought it is. It's literally that, but on a smaller scale. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
like,
that does make sense.
He thinks he's involved, but he's not involved. So he'll pretend that, like, nothing else was going on around him and reference stuff that he's obviously aware of and then take credit for it anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
Kahlo and Coyote Lovely, which is interesting because those are what I mention in my video, lightly, that I link to in the description that were links to Kiwi Farms that he says he found out about that day, 3 days prior to my video, but in November, despite the fact my video was made in August. However, if it wasn't obvious enough that he was trying to take credit for literally the entirety of the Coyote...
Nerf never wanted to hedge anything on Vlad. He knew Vlad... Oh, fuck, I can't read sentences. He knew Vlad hated him. Lol. Good evening, Lio. How you doing?
Lovely shit. That's okay, because he did a completely random live stream where he makes that even more obviously apparent that that is what he's trying to claim.
Fucking Pizza got credit for, like, the Coyote shit when I initially called out Coyote, like, publicly for, like, the Sarcado shit during November, by the way.
I don't know why he keeps bringing up November. My video came out in August. And I keep pointing out that my video came out in August because he cites the same Kiwi Farms thread that I used as a source, but claims he found it independently days before my video dropped. So it's very evident to me that there's only two possibilities here, and neither of those possibilities are that he didn't see my video, because he absolutely did. So option A is that he forgot completely when the video was uploaded onto the internet and just said November, because that's when all the Coyote Lovely stuff really actually broke down. The other option, of course, that is actually just as possible, is that he hadn't even seen my video until November, and just assumed it was released in November, as opposed to just scrolling down and looking at the date. Either probability would explain why it is he's saying all the shit that he's saying here. However, neither explanation will make sense of his claim that he was the very first one to go after Coyote Lovely publicly. That, of course, is absurd nonsense, a complete lie, and he knows that. And that's why in his first interview with that one guy, he cited me. That's why he mentioned me. That's why he made it a point to say he read all of that on Kiwi Farms mere days before my video dropped. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's being a malicious retard. It doesn't end there. Another good example is him claiming that Lio should have personally thanked him for getting rid of Hopeless Peaches.
Lio
What?
should have thanked me for getting rid of that fat fucking beach whale.
Thank you for what exactly?
Yes,
What the fuck did you
bro, listen. What are you talking? Bro, we're all coping. Nerf totally took down Hopeless Peaches.
True. Do you know who unironically...
It's so real.
Do you know who unironically took down Hopeless Peaches?
Hopeless Peaches.
Well, actually, Hopeless Peaches. But I would actually say Vladakumu and me were the final nail. Because, like, we broke their, her gambit. Like, I've said this a few times, but there was a swell of support for Peach's Lio is abusive statement. And it was Vlad on my stream with me and on the Akumu stream afterwards, turning around and going, this is bollocks, that absolutely fucked that group. Because it was people who were covering Lio, and especially in the case of Akumu and Vlad, who hated him for ages and have been going after him, being like, nah, this is bullshit.
Like, I didn't cover it, and when I heard about it going around, I even said, I remember going, yeah, this doesn't sound right. Like, I even remember like, when it was going around, anyone that bought that fucking narrative that Lio was abusive to her was retarded. And we know certain people that bought that narrative.
Yeah, this isn't like me as ACC Slayer, by the way. This isn't like, oh, I did really well. It's just actually what took her down. It's the fact that, like, the detraction side of during the Lio drama was pretty, like, focused on me, Vlad, and Akumu. And when we came out and basically defended Lio because we were like, the accusations are bullshit, there's just nothing here, they expected the detractors to start going after Lio. They sort of needed us to do that. When we didn't, it broke their entire plan. Peaches had already deleted their platform. She couldn't even fight back. And the people who were surrounding her were people like Lumi and Hidden, who also didn't have a platform to fight back. So the largest attraction platforms were all like, nah, this is bollocks. That's more than it. And that's not Nerf who did that. If anything, nope. I would strongly credit Akumu with a lot of this, because Akumu's stream with Hidden was the real fucking nail, because Hidden looked completely insane during that stream. It was so obvious that what they were planning to do was a coup Lio that she fucked the entire op. Like, it's, you know, it's like talking about the FCK stuff. Like, people are waiting for Thuman's video, and that's fine, but the real person who's sort of like done the damage to Nezi, to like ZZ, to everything else has been Akumu. It's actually worse than that, Becca. I finally listened to the call she published. It's severely maliciously edited. I'll be talking about it soon enough. Yeah, I mean, we knew what it was. We could see, and like, dude, like Gildan and I, you can go back and watch the stream. Gildan and I are just like, yeah, this is bollocks. On the day, we were so ready to go live and just shit on Lio, and it was, I think the take was, if this was true with how much people record things, Peaches would have a call of Lio being abusive to her. There's no call. It didn't happen. There's just no evidence for it. Another person, actually, Kumo, like, Kumu got a load of screenshots of conversations between Peaches and Jordan. It was really obvious how Peaches acted. Like, yeah, Nerf didn't do any of that. In fact, Nerf actually, I really don't think Nerf has much to do with Peach's takedown. Nerf's done more damage to Lio.
Nerf has,
you know,
Nerf did nothing. Why are we trying to like even have a conversation about did he potentially? He did nothing. No one knew who the fuck he was.
Well, I mean, just being able to archive the calls and things. Like, I mean, it's not much, is it? But it's something. Like, I want to be fair, but like, it's just
I'm not.
Okay,
that's crazy.
Well,
that's a crazy thing, bro.
Well, where's
archiving shit? Great, whatever. It doesn't mean you did anything of significant importance.
I don't know. I think archivers matter. I don't want to discredit all archivers just because Nerf is like, you know, a fucking groomer.
No, but I'm talking about it like in his case. It's like he didn't really do anything. Yeah, sure, he archived calls, but he's making it out like he actually did something, which he didn't. It was archiving calls.
Yeah,
that's it.
That is true. That is true. Nerf hasn't done any damage to me. Well, yeah, I suppose it's... I feel bad because it's one of these things where I don't want it to ever sound like I don't appreciate the work people put in to help, like, make the... help putting input into the content I put out, because I do appreciate it. But yeah, it's just... I don't know, be aware of your place. In the same way that, you know, when you're, like, covering or signal boosting something, it's like, right now, let's say more people see this fucking, like, Nerf stuff through my stream. Like, hypothetically, because I know, for instance, the, like, jar call on my channel has, like, nearly 30,000 views. Like, all that video is essentially the calls put in a way that's easily digestible. That's not credit to me. I haven't taken down jar. It's not something I've done. That's shit that Mally was involved in, and I just happened to put out because she asked me to, and she offered it to me. Like, just be honest about your involvement in a drama. It's really not that difficult. Not everything has to be, like, pinned on you. Dude, what fucking losers. I mean, obviously that's not the case for Chris the Narc, who is, you know, the Rat King. Kingfish.
I literally do nothing, bro. I'm a tard that laughs at shit for money. Oh my god, I'm really breaking stories out here. I know my place. That's the difference between all these fucking weirdos. Is like they don't know their fucking place, and then they overreach and then fucking get caught doing stupid shit.
Oh yeah. Pretty much. I think the biggest credit I can take for doing damage to anybody is Crystal. But I think that's probably about it, really. Realistically speaking.
I'll try and say me and you, like, immediately on that one stream talking about Crystal, we kind of, like, killed her credibility just shitting on her together at that point. Like,
That was good. That was good.
Solid
I enjoyed
times,
that.
solid times.
Fun.
Still can't believe we were in a call with her. We totally forgot to fucking mog her, but we were focused on other things.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, fuck that. Oh, God, it was so annoying every fucking time. Anyway, continuing.
As far as I know, you didn't really do much of anything. I mean, except perhaps that one time that you wrote up this really shitty hit piece on Pizza, accusing him of being both a Nazi fur and like a feral lover or some shit, which really only resulted in you getting belly flopped on by the beached whale in question.
I do want to continue this line of questioning, though.
I would say you mogged Goblin, though.
Yeah.
That is true.
that one I'll fucking keep under my fucking belt to the day I die. That's a fun one. I'll remember that one.
If you want to go after predators, right?
Well, I'm already taking a break from that, but
Okay, but the point is that you did it to like get after actual predators, right?
right.
That was a long time for right, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and just think that your one brain cell died for a moment rather than reading into that.
Oh my
but like,
god! Imagine
if
getting
you
mogged
want
by
that,
Peaches.
you do realize.
Imagine getting mogged by Peaches and then trying to say, "I helped take down Hopeless Peaches." Imagine, bro, the ego. It's fucking crazy.
I mean, this is one of those rare Peaches sounds sober moments.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Bungie said the best fucking line of all time in regards to Jar, but it like fits to all these people. An autist with an ego is a dangerous thing.
True.
Like it is literally the most true sentence on planet Earth. And Nerf fits that.
Well, yeah, I mean, fuck, dude. I think people need like what's it called when you do skull measurements? Phrenology? Is that it?
I think that's it.
You need a phrenology test before you become a YouTuber.
It'd be smart.
Is the fact that you need credibility. So when you go here and you make a whole fucking schizo post about how Peter's again, just to quote properly, because apparently you're really pissy about it. By Peter's standards, he's a Nazi fur and baby fur, and he goes to like meet people who are into feral and stuff.
Damber situation, Mog. Thank you for the 2.
Yeah,
I think that's down to KF. I won't take credit for that. I think that's. I think if anyone did like, if anyone gets credit for the Damber stuff, who's a YouTuber, it's actually Falgy.
Yeah, I was about to say, Op during that interview, like that made the farms thread go fucking insane.
Yeah.
I think that got it front page after that.
Yeah. It was already front page. It had already hit front page.
Right.
But,
it was front page, and then it became more popular once the Fauci interview happened.
Yeah.
I remember seeing like way more people in the thread after that.
Yeah.
Like, why do you think that that would help anything? Do you have actual proof of that?
Oh.
That you go? Yeah, do you have proof? Please, if you may, gallery context is right there. Put in the fact that he follows all of these people, and put in proof that he goes to find them
I said
to hang out with
no.
them.
Holy shit.
Well, what the fuck did he just?
He said no. He said no. He doesn't have it.
No. Okay. So then why are you posting it? Why are you posting this big old thread, which apparently yesterday you had a conversation about to take part of it down, but the part right underneath, by the way, just so everyone else who isn't looking, right underneath the one that you deleted.
I
is
hope she comes
by
back.
Pizza's Logic.
I can't wait for Peaches to come back. It's going to be fucking amazing.
I know, but like, bro, like, I forgot how insufferable this bitch sounds. Jesus.
I am literally tuning it out. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not taking much of this call in. I'm just like, yeah, fucking sure.
All I hear is yapping. It's just like, like in that pitch, you know, like fucking Charlie Brown's dad, but with the most hyper pitched version imaginable. Oh my god, it's like actually grating my fucking ears.
He's a Nazi for a baby fur, goes to hang out with all these creeps and feral lovers.
It was about one of Pizza's IRL friends. When I basically go from calling them from what they matched with the fursuit, knowing that I thought they did to be a Nazi fur or a baby fur.
Okay. Did you not think, while going back to the thread, that maybe you should take the whole thing down, especially since you had to take a part down that apparent, against one of the people who you were calling a Nazi fur and all of this stuff. If you had to take that part down, why do you not think maybe the whole thread has to go?
Because some of the things in that thread with Cass is correct, actually.
Okay, but I'm asking because literally the next tweet is you saying, by all this logic, Pizza's a Nazi fur and he goes to hang out with people who are into feral.
Honestly, yeah, you're actually correct. I actually...
In all honesty, some of the things in this thread are correct. In all honesty, I agree with you, Peaches. I fucking kill yourself, bro. Jesus Christ.
It's so funny. I love it. I love how he just concedes immediately.
Fucking useless.
I think doing a little bit of backtracking with that thread is actually kind of fucking an issue that I have.
You've got a lot of issues. To push this out in the first place, you have a lot of fucking issues. Because one, again, the fact that you couldn't even go, yes, I post about pedophiles and predators because I want to do right in the world. Apparently that was too hard for you to say yes about. But the second thing is, like, how is anyone supposed to trust you? But because it's not just about you being trusted. It's about the fact that people who come to you or people you want to help won't be trusted because you speak for them.
Leah Bug with a 5. I'm watching in bewilderment, disgust, silence, and eating popcorn, metaphorically. Also, free us. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Fuck me, this call.
I hate this woman.
Hey, I'm really sorry to say this, but I actually really need to clean the fucking house.
If there was no other reason to hate you, Chuck.
I'm really sorry I need to end this, but I need to just clean the disgusting pit I live in. Yeah. Listen, my you just hear partway through the call. Yes, master.
Oh my god.
He's an abused slave, Chris. He's an abused slave.
He is. We need to call it CPS. We got the H3 Snark Reddit on this. They can save Nerf.
Assuming you're watching, this would be it. The fact that you somehow managed to make me unironically put Hopeless Peaches in a video is annoying. And what's even more annoying, Chuck, is that you put me in a position where I even have to agree with her. I might as well mention the fact that he tried to claim that he was a one-man army that brings his own bullets, and an example of him being a one-man army that brings his own bullets. He points out that he, I guess, allegedly convinced Lio Convoy into building Gundams for his videos to get an own? Look, this claim is so ridiculous on its face. Listen to it. It's fucking hilarious.
I'm the type of guy that is more so one-man army and basically bringing your own bullets type of guy. And I was just guy like
one-man army.
I was just usually guide the Lio Convoy communication with him.
So
and a good example to that would be the comparison to his content. If you watch any other video before Lio's like Coyote call, you won't necessarily see any Gundam builds over commentary, and that's basically because I was basically suggest that he will use Gundam buildings to go on top of his calls to have people take interest to his Gundam reviews, right?
Yeah.
Gundam reviews.
I can't believe
that was a mouthful.
Nerf changed Lio's content.
I can't believe it. Do you know actually? You know
that's
when
crazy.
I did. You know my
Lio-
Gundam stream. My Gundam stream inspired by Nerf.
Totally, dude. I'm gonna be honest. Like Lio really just picks the best for advice.
True. True. I only build models because I don't know how to film house repairs since all those people are freaking fatherless. Jesus Christ. Lio, I don't think you should comment about people being fatherless when you spent a significant amount of the last several years becoming people's father. I don't know if you can do that.
Oh my god.
I'm not even sorry. Right, listen, you had your wholesomeness out of me earlier tonight. Fuck this shit. But as on bread with a 5, I've been gooning in chat about Lio, and gilded enemies to lovers headcanons. I don't think you want chat freed.
No.
Somebody started referring to. I've seen this a comment a couple of times that Lio and Gilded have like got a Goku Vegeta relationship. But now they're friends. Yeah. That's actually pretty accurate.
Pretty accurate.
But he was complaining about his reviews not getting as much views compared to him just ripping and tearing people. And I won't lie, I did actually set him up with failure because now people are going to make fun of him for that, which it's whatever at the end of the day. I just think it's funny.
But hell, he takes it even further and makes the claim that it was his idea for Lio's zero tolerance policy.
Why do you think that's needed, Beckett? You only proved my point, Dork. Gilded, stop the DBZ comparison. It's gay. If anybody wants to do like a fucking meme edit where Lio is Goku saying that and Vlad is Vegeta saying that, because actually, both of you sound like those characters. Fucking losers. I'm not sorry. I refuse. I'm just right, okay? Bimbo with the 2. We'll never be free from cringe. Yes, it binds us.
After, the Coyote Lovely drama.
Another example will be the zero tolerance policy that he keeps bringing up. I suggested that considering that I was having a debate with Lio about how he could have done the Coyote situation better. There shouldn't be any tolerance from something that's undeniable of a person doing horrendous acts.
What zero tolerance policy are we talking about? Well, this one.
This is accountability. You are dismissed.
Hold on.
And I better not see any of the rest of you fraternizing with him. Or you're gone immediately. Immediately. I'm not tolerating this anymore.
I'm sorry.
If I find out any of the rest of you into anything sus, I'm removing you as well. I'm so doggone tired of this nonsense.
I fucking love that.
Yeah, so he's claiming
Oh god, I'm sorry. Even to this day, I still find when Lio talks like that to be the funniest fucking thing imaginable to me. I fucking oh god.
Could you imagine if Lio was your manager?
Oh god, we would not work together well. Would not go over well.
That he gave Lio that idea.
See, now that's some bullshit.
Now, normally that might be enough to make my point, but I'm not interested in simply making a point today. I'm interested in beating a dead horse until it turns to dust. And a good way to prove this is yet another example of Nerf being an unhinged
Metal Man with 2, so we're going for almost 8 hours again. I think it is possibly highly likely that after we have done Nerf, we will be looking at another call that is dropping. We'll probably double up the content, and then I can spend the week doing the Leadhead video.
fucking Cloud Goblin. So whenever I made the decision to release publicly the group chat logs involving Cinebear and Kumo, Romantic Goblin, and others, I decided that I wasn't going to cover it because actually I was uninterested in the subject entirely anyway. And so I sent that group chat to Beckett, to Inla, to Chris the Narc, to Lio Convoy, and I think that was it. But either way, what ended up happening...
I'll be honest, I think I was the first one with this group chat. I think I was the first one Blood sent it to, wasn't I? Hold on, let's see.
I think you told me that he sent you the group chat, or that the group chat was out there is what you told me.
Yeah, hold on. What were the dates on this? I actually want to know whether I was one of the first people to have it.
And so I sent that group chat to
Beckett. So that was like the 18th, the 11th,
to Inla.
18th to the 11th. Did you send it to Enla before me?
Entirely anyway. And so I sent that group chat to
8/22
to Inla.
You sent it to Enla before me? Are you kidding me?
To Chris the Narc, to Lio
This is just brutal.
Convoy, and I think that was it. But either way,
I can't listen. I can't believe it. Friendship over. To be fair, I will admit to this. When I found out Vlad had it, I actually went and did ask him for it. So I was very keen to get that group chat because I absolutely wanted to know what the fuck had happened in it. And then I instantly started making a video on it. I was very fucking pissed.
what ended up happening was Inla took screen caps that were completely out of context because she found them interesting and posted them in her drama chat in her server. So who do you think gathered all those screen caps and then decided to make a live stream to post them publicly for everybody to see in order to somehow attain all of the attention for being the guy to quote unquote leak the logs, even though they were just mere screen caps? Well, it was Chuck. Obviously.
Gilded Pooh is the only person that should get any sort of credit for this. Any other retard that tries to take credit away from Gilded Pooh needs to be strung up by their Achilles tendons. Got me?
Now, at the time that Chuck did this, I, of course, had absolutely no idea.
So, also, okay.
It's my audio balancing.
I want to talk about something that happens behind the scenes, by the way. Because if I recall correctly, Chris waited to go live on this until my video was basically ready. Because generally speaking, when you're working with people and people have like a scoop or something, or where they're like, I want to release something, there's like, you don't have to do this, it's not a big deal, but generally with your friends, I've done this with people where they're like, I've got a bit of content, I can tell you about it, but I don't want you to run it until I have, because I do want to break it. You kind of just respect that, which is fine. But I believe, like, in this case, I think I'd have to go back through our DMs, but we discussed this, right? And I was like, I'll bring it out within a week, and then you can cover it. Yeah.
You basically told me it's like we're holding off on doing anything. I want to make this video first to like give context to it, and I was like, all right, no problem. And we coordinated that aspect because we both wanted to just completely rape Romantic Goblin and the group of people associated with that group chat. Like we wanted to rape them.
Yeah.
And we did.
I didn't even know Nerf had leaked these. I mean, I suppose it's a complete waste of fucking time for Nerf because, like,
you want to know how I found out about it?
Oh.
Queeman. was
Really?
talking about it and reacting to the Nerf DMs.
The fuck? Okay, now
I found that out by hearing about it through Queeman, and I was like, what the fuck? How did Queeman get a hold of these?
That's so fucking retarded. Also, Draven with the 5. Chris, accept my Monster Hunter friend request. Dr. Hammer. Beckett can voice for my skills. Yeah, he's great, by the way. Metal Man 87 with the 5. Chris confirmed to be bigger content creator than Beckett. Chris is a bigger content creator than me.
Not even close.
What?
Bro, I'm just some shitter, bro. I ain't nobody. I'm just a shitter.
Yeah, but I'm also just a shitter. What are you talking about?
There's no bigger or smaller. This is retarded.
Yes, but you've worked with Keemstar.
Can we stop bringing that up at this point?
Nope.
You know what's the worst part about that is now the Synthetic Man fans that don't like me are like finding out about that show and they're coming back to comment under my video. And they're like, I knew I recognized you. You ruined that show. I was like, yeah, I definitely did. I totally ruined that show. Totally, dude.
Star Sprinter with the 5 gifted Cope and Seethe memberships. Thank you so fucking much. 07 in the chat, much appreciated as always. Oh, you got I Bully Willies. Based. Gilded with the 5. In my defense, I sent it to Enla first to get her to shut the fuck up because she pestered me the longest about the GC logs. It's ironic. But yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Listen, I get it. But Nerf just taking it out of the Discord and like again, you can leak it. It's fine. It's just like, dude, it's just very, very gay. And it just seems like that's what Nerf did constantly. I think, again, it's like the Crystal thing. Who were you talking about recently who put their, like, Ko-Fi and stuff on a call that they'd archived?
Ko-Fi. Was it a Ko-Fi?
Or what, that, like, trying to get them to sub to it or some shit?
Yeah, it was Given Ant. He was, like, sub to Given Ant on some kind of call he had in regard to the slime stuff. That to me is just like, I still stand by it's just clout sharky. Like, it's not like the worst thing I've ever seen, but it's definitely just like, why even do that? Like, why even add subscribe to my channel here? Like,
yeah,
what's the point
I
of
thought
that?
this about Crystal. I was like, this is just fucking weird. Draftel with the 5 just to complete the goal. I serve the people. You do indeed. Congratulations, guys. Have a sticker. I'm proud of you, and I will get chat on screen. Pop out. Well done as always. Exceeding my expectations. There we go. Okay. There we go. Based, and I will set a new goal.
I didn't watch Chuck's fucking live stream. No, what happened was I went on Chris the Narc's stream, started watching, and then he mentions it.
Nerf, you're like fucking annoying. You know that? Like, you're
Oh yeah,
annoying.
no, dude.
Also,
okay,
you getting credit?
Here's why I was getting annoyed. I remember this vividly. So I'm doing the stream, and I already like talked about like people getting credit that don't deserve it, but I wasn't like directly saying Nerf's name. And then Nerf was in my chat, just like trying to get my attention the entire time, and that's where I just snapped at him. I was like, "You're fucking annoying. Like, just shut the fuck up." Like, that was the whole reason, because he kept like trying to talk to me.
Yeah.
Fuck him. like I solely hate him just because of that.
You annoyed me in my chat. So fuck you.
You pissed me off, so now I just have a vehement hatred for you.
On Shudlogic's stream is bullshit. Total bullshit. Gilded Poo deserves all the credit. Anyways, all right, Vlad, all you have to do... there you are. What's up, buddy?
Oh, fuck, I need to reset that, actually.
I just want to say up front, you are doing way more than me. I have read literally none of this.
That's... I'm gonna read it all, baby.
Yeah, I didn't even like. I barely read any of it while I was in it.
Yeah, well, there's a lot in here that is really interesting. If I'm gonna be brutally honest, and then also your thunder was stolen on Shudlogic.
Yeah, Vlad. Just curious, like, who else did you send this to?
My thunder was stolen. What?
It was, bro. Apparently, I don't know what the guy's fucking name is. He got credit for leaking the group chat.
Glad Nerf was given credit.
I mean, fuck it. If he wants to take credit, I mean, go for it. I guess.
Corrected it for the record. You deserve your flowers, Pooh.
Like, imagine for a minute being so desperate for the attention and the clout that you take these screen caps that are entirely out of context and then use them to try and get attention for a leak that you had nothing to do with. But there is one more example of him being a retard in this regard. I did a video on a person named Cool Man. Cool Man is a guy, long story short, that likes to beat up his 60-year-old MS-riddled mother. And somehow, and I don't even know how, Nerf ends up getting involved. And the thing is, that wouldn't be that big of a deal if Mr. Charles Jones hadn't decided to take it upon himself to make a live stream about it 2 weeks before my video premiered. Knowing, by the way, that my video was going to come out because I had publicly announced that I was going to make this video. And the thing is, it doesn't bother me that he decided to do a live stream with Cool Man a couple weeks before my video, except for the fact in the title he put Nobody Lolcow. This motherfucker tried to be the first person to cover Cool Man and also tried to steal the name of a series I created in the process. That's a little fucking gay. But while we're on the topic of his stream about Cool Man and the gimmick infringement therein, I should also point out the fact that he didn't just try to steal my gimmick, he also took it a step further and tried to LARP as Kaz Warfox after the fact. Well, what I mean by that is if you just go back in time just a little bit, there was once a Kaz Warfox stream that had Hypnotist Sappho in it. Hypnotist Sappho being a well-known degenerate in her own right. Anyway, this is what happened in that stream.
I almost blew my fucking...
As Jar would say, one of the most famous zoophiles on the internet that Jar is associated
it's like
with.
being near history and fame. I can't believe he described that the way he did. It's so funny. it's like imagine if Donald Trump's grooming DM got out. Like that's how he fucking put it up.
Maybe you should have.
Kaz Warfox did not clip this, of course. It was some random Fox Mafia person. However, after a certain event happened in the Cool Man stream hosted by Nerf, Nerf decides to make the following clip.
Before I leave the call, I want to tell you all something.
Yeah, go ahead, Cool Man.
Before I leave the call, I just want to say to all of you, fuck all of you, okay? What I did...
I think you should kill yourself.
This motherfucker made a years-old reference that no...
This guy is just, he doesn't have a personality of his own. He's just aping everyone else. It's kind of, it's the most pathetic thing I've seen in a long time.
It's just so fucking retarded. You know when people make, like Leafy clones?
Yep.
Imagine being a fucking Kaz Warfox clone.
No. No.
Nobody would have caught a reference that references a person nobody cares about anymore. As it means to say what exactly? That you're the next Kaz Warfox? I guess. I guess if that's what you really want. But speaking of wanting things, he's also a wannabe victim. The very first claim is the claim that he got doxxed by pizza.
Norris, I don't see, I haven't seen you on the MC server for a minute. You guys not get on there anymore?
I should play. I was about to play Minecraft. Like, you read my
I need
mind.
to fucking reset my router. I'm not falling for that shit again.
Uh-oh. Oh, did you hack him?
No, he didn't. It's not that he fell for anything. If I remember correctly, North, you said you used a VPN for Discord, but for whatever reason chose to not use it.
Yeah, but not for Minecraft.
Yeah.
Yes, I trust Minecraft more.
We had that conversation when I brought that to your attention, North. It's not like I have fucking nefarious intentions.
So it's fucking weird that you really traced my IP.
I didn't trace your IP, North. It's on the fucking console. Anybody who owns a Minecraft server, that shit is displayed by default.
Yeah.
I didn't trace anything.
You got mods?
Even if I didn't know, you could have at least just told me about that.
I did tell you about it.
I know where you live. I know where your family
he
lives.
told me about it too. I was fucking tweaking. I literally joined his server like yesterday. I was tweaking about
I
it.
don't get this fucking thing.
Get Gilded
People
in
are
here.
trying to paint me out to be.
Get Gilded in? Okay.
Yeah, he wants to join.
Let's get Gilded in. I'm gonna
You
restart
gotta
the
get
call.
the man of the hour here.
True. I'm always happy to have Gilded on, as he well knows. Okay, I'm gonna restart call. Hey, buddy.
Of course you do that while I'm fucking on top of the giant ice dragon, dick.
Hi, Joe with the 5. Don't know if you heard of or care about the Kaz Warfox tragic, totally dark, true dark backstory. Call is hilarious. Would recommend. Haven't heard it? Happy to be sent it, and I'll go over it. Gilded with the 2. Thank you for the 5, by the way. Can I join? Yes, you can. Thanks for the 2, buddy.
Thanks. So I wanted to say something a little earlier. I wanted to join a little earlier because I wanted to point out something. Okay, this is very important to understand. I don't say this in the video, but I imply it. I basically A-logged Nerf for 2 years. Me and a couple other people. I hated this guy for a very long time. And either way, I was collecting. I had a whole file on him on my computer, collecting all the data I could possibly get on this guy. And I wasn't going to make the video immediately until he infringed on my gimmick. And then in that moment, I was like, no, actually, fuck this guy. It was full steam ahead. I contacted a bunch of people to help me go through all that information and all this shit. And then to my joy, I found out he groomed a kid. I was so happy when I found that out. I was like, dude, I can now say anything I want about this guy. I could say anything. Fuck that. Like, I was so happy. It made my year.
Okay. I mean, listen. I'm not here to. Yeah, I'm not here to judge you.
I respect the hate.
Star Sprinter with the 5. Excuse me, Gilded on top of a giant ice dragon's what? No, he's fucking Chris is mounting the fucking ice dragon. Yeah, like again, it does make it easier, doesn't it? When you know, what is it? Pray that your enemies are as retarded as this person, kind of shit.
Yeah. Well, dude, if every single person that I hated groomed a kid, my life would be easier.
Yeah, no. Do you know what? Based. Okay, let's keep going.
My pettiness has no limits, so.
Listen, I know the feeling.
Be this fucking nefarious person.
No,
I just want to know what.
Wait, did you say something, Chris? Oh, is that the cool? Fucking hell, okay.
When he did that.
Why
an Iranian super hacker.
Everybody shut up for a second.
Sorry.
Why I did what, North?
When did you mention that you were able to access IPs from certain logs?
For what logs? What are you talking about?
The CMD prompt.
The CMD prompt?
For Minecraft.
Literally, when you got on, or actually, you were one of the first people to get on, I had the console up, and IPs popped up. Even mine popped up in the fucking console. It's not a command prompt or anything like that. It's literally one of the default things. I thought you fucking had a Minecraft server at one point. Do you not fucking use Shock?
No, it's a Bedrock.
And this is why I don't join Minecraft servers.
With Bedrock too, North. I didn't trace
it. Does not.
I didn't go out of my way to try to find anybody's information. It literally was shat out on the screen by default. It was Shockbyte's website.
Okay, but did you? Okay,
and no. I told you without being prompted for that information. I brought it to your attention, and you thanked me for doing that.
The funny thing about that is I've never played Minecraft. And I know exactly what Pizza's talking about, because what he's talking about is not unique to Minecraft. However, it is not enough to claim that he got doxxed. He also claims that he got hacked.
They broke into my firewall. They were actually trying to get my info, but failed pretty horribly. The only thing that's stolen is my account.
And again, it doesn't take a sleuth to figure out that that claim on its face is complete bullshit. The reason it's bullshit is because I don't have to break through your firewall to hack your fucking Discord account. Just like I don't have to break through your firewall to hack your Facebook account. I don't have to go through your firewall to break any account you have online, because your firewall doesn't protect your online accounts, it protects your computer. I don't know why the fuck he said that. That was just dumb. In fact, this only came about because he was, asked to give proof about something and made a bunch of excuses like, I was hacked. In the next claim, he claims he was sexually assaulted in VR chat.
What?
It was a...
What?
Bro, what do you mean? What are you devaluing his trauma in VR chat? How could you?
Yes, I am, actually.
How could you, Beckett, laugh at somebody being sexually assaulted in VR chat? How is this even like a thing that you can put on the internet and say with such confidence?
I'm amazed.
He really thought he was cooking.
Right, okay, listen. Scarlet Reaper lives again. Let's hear how he was sexually assaulted in fucking VR chat. Jesus.
A VR chat night with Pizza. I was actually trying to move my headset, and I'm trying to find a way to not explicitly say this, but essentially what happened during that duration of the VR world is he drew a penis where the waist of my avatar was, and was shaking his arm.
I'm sorry.
And implying that he is wordily handling stuff that shouldn't be handled. And
what? Dude.
Oh my god, that's too funny.
I got very uncomfortable with that, and I confronted Pizza about that. Sadly, I do not have any evidence for that. That is from my wording, so take that with a huge grain of salt. However, with how Pizza would coordinate to that, his response to that was, well, why did you tell me that night? Well, I don't know, Pizza. Is it because I have been communicating through body language that I'm comfortable? Can you not tell
Body
I was
language in
uncomfortable?
VR chat.
What the fuck? Oh, dude, this guy. Oh, dude.
Body language in
Has
VR
anyone
chat.
heard from him since this all went down? Is he dead?
Yeah, he DFE'd.
He DFA'd. Yeah, well.
Yeah, as soon as he admitted to the certain thing, spoilers, he completely DFE'd.
Okay. I
It's just incredible.
couldn't care less. Fuck this guy, man. Jesus. It's amazing the amount of people who put out content that I'm just like, couldn't waterboard it out of me. Just couldn't waterboard it out of me. Unfucking real.
With that, I mean, I did fucking stuttered a lot. You didn't catch on to that?
Notice how the claims just get worse as they progress. That pattern persists because in this claim, because it somehow gets more ridiculous than just than sexual assault in VR chat. In the next claim, he says that Kaz Warfox groomed him. Also, before I play that clip, I want to point out real quick that I'm sorry for the very poor audio quality of this recording. I do believe it was recorded by Chuck, and in a lot of recordings that Chuck had recorded back then, they were all shit. And so as a result, you're going to hear some really obnoxiously loud background noise. I presume it was like a box fan or something. I'm not entirely sure. And on top of that, Vash Lancet, the person that's asking him the the questions. Sounds like he's dying of cancer at the start of the clip. I guess he was yawning or something. I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, you've been warned.
What exactly is your definition of grooming?
It is basically trying to get people to gaslight to basically do illegal shit.
So that's
Wait, what? What?
What do you mean, Beckett? Why are you saying what?
Like, I fucking... No wonder he thinks this is grooming. He thought it was fine to sexually groom a 12-year-old.
It is basically trying to get people to gaslight to basically do illegal shit.
So that's your definition.
Correct.
I've seen that you were saying something about like Cass groomed you.
To be honest, that was like a motive of emotion that I probably should have like controlled. Not gonna lie, but it's more of him trying to use me.
A motive of.
Have you ever noticed that people with like the most fucking edgy avatars are always like complete fucking spastics? Like, it's so edgy. Yep. It's like, look, I'm a fucking Wendigo looking wolf boy, and I've got like foam in my mouth. I'm rabid. I'm like a one-man army. When everybody who's actually like, I don't know, kind of actually based is just like gilded, just literal piece of shit. I don't give a fuck. I've got a little ghost boy shit thing. Who else? Like Jim's simple silhouette. Like it's like when you see people like it's the internet equivalent of having a sports car, or like it's just the overcompensation as fuck.
Motive of emotion.
Yes.
You do realize how those types of allegations can go.
Yes.
What a beautiful definition of grooming. Like, let's just totally redefine an entire word to mean absolutely nothing even remotely akin to the definition at all whatsoever. Fuck it. But you know, this would all be bad enough if he didn't claim that he was sex trafficked.
I was a human trafficking survivor. I got raped.
I'm sorry, what?
That he was sex trafficked.
I was a human trafficking survivor. I got raped, and technically, those type of people don't ever change because they don't see the consequences of their attraction. They had to take it upon other children, and I was one of them. Coleman.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Not to make.
Wait, why would he tell Cool Man about that?
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh my god.
If anything, the edgy Beckett icon is funny. North takes it seriously. Do I have an edgy icon? I don't know. I do. To be fair, Teddy did this
Well,
one.
hold on. The avatar that I'm using in this video, by the way, I paid to have drawn. That's not actually his. I wanted to make him look a bit more predatory than his actual avatar.
To be fair, his natural avatar is pretty naturally edgy. It's got like the weird tentacle thing going on.
Yeah, it's edgy, but it's not predatory.
No, that's
what
fine.
I should have done, somebody made a great point, and this is 100% on me. I should have thought about this. Somebody suggested that the red eyes should have been going completely different directions.
Yes, that you should have done that. That's fine.
And I didn't even think about it.
No, I mean, like, look, I think, well, dude, you've seen my fucking VTuber. Looks fucking ridiculous. It's getting an update soon. I spoke to my VTuber artist recently. So,
yeah, you should, your VTuber
yourself?
artist
Yeah.
should just press the delete button.
Yeah, okay,
You
thanks,
know?
buddy.
That'll fix it.
Yeah, listen, I like the VTuber. Fuck you. Where's your sense of whimsy, you grumpy bastard?
Non-existent.
Yeah, that's fair.
Make this perfectly clear, I have absolutely no means of disproving his claim that he was sex trafficked, and ignoring the annoyance of using my victim status as a weapon against Cool Man, unnecessarily, I might add.
You haven't proved anything to me, Coleman.
I don't care.
I'm a victim of this shit. Oh, you don't?
I don't care.
Then why are you here then?
Because I'm not gonna fucking repeat myself to please your needs.
I'm not gonna repeat myself, but I'm gonna stay in this group chat for like
Jesus, it's retard on retard violence. Holy fuck.
30. How
Rare
much
Cool
this
Man
recording has-
W.
been going on for? Hold on. Like, almost a fucking hour from now. This whole entire atmosphere of this group chat wouldn't have changed if you had to went out of your way to not say that to me. You know, a human trafficking survivor.
You have to understand that given all the lies he's told up to this point, you can't really blame me if I don't believe him.
And now, our feature presentation.
What do you like me for?
You are very smart for a 12-year-old, and you are very sweet and loving and forgiving. Okay.
What are your plans when we meet?
Spend time with you and give you the most affection you could ever get. I dare you to tell me what you would lose your virginity to. Go to jail. Go straight to jail. Do not collect 200.
At this time, he was 17, the girl was 12. There are people out there that'll say, well, they're both minors. There is a clear distinction between a junior in high school and a fucking 5th grader. Moving on from having to explain what should be obvious to literally everybody, you might be wondering at this point how it is that I even know those screenshots.
Let's be clear about something. We've had the doc conversation recently. I don't have the full context of the doc conversation, but my tone would be markedly different if I found out that Doc's conversations with this 13-year-old were like this.
Exactly like this. Yeah.
Because,
very different.
Because, like, let's be fair. This is just pedophilia. This is actually just pedophilia. I don't know what else fuck I meant to call this. Does anyone in this call disagree with me?
No.
Yes, I would say it's not pedophilia. It's child predation.
Okay.
I'm taking it a step above pedophilia.
Okay. Fair enough. Listen, fine. I think we agree in spirit. Like, yeah, I think that this is clearly highly predatory. He's talking about meeting up. He's talking about what you would lose your virginity to. This is just child predation. I know. It's fucking insane. When did this happen? How long ago? Not that it matters. I'm trying to it's like that's not a mitigating factor in this case, but I'm just trying to get
actually stated. It's actually stated in the video later, but it's 4 years ago.
Okay. Yeah, no. It's fucking horrifying, basically. Wait, hold on. 4 years ago? So not Nerf is now like what, 21?
I believe so. Yeah. I think, yeah.
What fucking loser? Fucking hell.
Shots are even real at all in the first place. Well, he admitted it.
But before I go and break this down, I want to say that this isn't a way to discredit the thread, because the DM conversations are from me and they are real. I knew that pedophilia was wrong, but it didn't hit to me why it would be wrong to let people have paraphilias like that. What? Okay.
Yeah, nah, he's cooked.
Okay.
It's cooked.
However, he didn't just admit it there. He also admitted it later in DMs with Leia something.
The thread is true. I have made a community post about it that is now deleted mostly because this is something I needed to get the weight off of my shoulders. I'm already planning on getting help for myself to prevent this from happening for the second time. Oh, sweet Jesus. And to understand myself better.
And on top of that, he didn't just admit...
Go to prison. Go to prison. Go to prison. Fucking wood chipper memes, yeah, like, go to prison. Jesus.
It there, he did a Q&A in his Discord where he also admitted to the exact same shit.
But don't you see how you were grooming her? A child.
Metal Man with the 5 wants to hunt predators, is a predator. I guess stick with what you know. Jesus. Yeah, this is like the ultimate... Yeah.
Wait, imagine doing a Q&A about your grooming allegation in your own Discord. I'm fucking sorry. I can't take. When I heard that, I still can't believe that.
I see that.
Yeah.
I'm not justifying what I did.
Well,
but I'm not justifying.
Well, what did you say?
Oh, I said the moment he announced this, my server was on it like flies on shit, like immediately. That got stream sniped like instantly. Actually, it wasn't even, like it was just like the moment he said it, they were already there. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I'm not fucking surprised. Like, seems pretty obvious.
Define it whatsoever.
Oh, and do you remember earlier when I said that you should remember that date that the Zoophile Police Department uploaded their first video announcing their new venture into pedo hunting? The date of that video from Zoophile Police will matter a little bit later in the video. The reason why I said that is because I do in fact find it very interesting that the Zoophile Police Department uploaded that video on June 15th of 2020. And if you look at this account named Lunatics Against Zoos and Pedos that was created by Nerf, you will notice that that account was also made in June of 2020. And the reason why I find both of those factors interesting is not just because of the fact that it does actually prove that he was in fact inspired by the Zoophile Police Department, but also the fact that whenever you look at the screenshots provided by the victim in question, the oldest date in those screenshots is June 8th of 2020. The most recent date in those screenshots is July 20th. In other words, he was already grooming a kid before he started pedo hunting. Oh, and as a bonus point, if you were at all curious as to what drove him to do that, like what was on his mind in the moment, well, he explains that.
It was 4 years ago, but from what I can remember, I was very touch-starved during that time period.
Touch-starved, you say? What a fantastic explanation. In fact, that is an absolutely hilarious explanation. But regardless, given the fact that I just kind of threw the grooming shit at you just then, you might be sitting there wondering, hey, how did we get here? And if you're not one of those people, don't worry, the context I'm about to get into here is important as it ties directly into the pedogate allegations.
Thus begins pedogate. Fucking hell. Hey pizza, how you doing?
In the thumbnail of this video. In order to understand all of this, we need to go back in time to June 10th of 2024, where a 16-year-old alleges that Nerf had groomed her 4 years previously when she was 12 years of age. This is a pretty serious allegation, and a lot of people looked at this thread and didn't really entirely buy it, primarily for two major factors. Number one, this person completely censored out their fucking internet handle that they used in the conversations with Nerf when they were 12 years old, and so that, in my opinion, kind of undermines the legitimacy of the claims, and on top of that, it makes it really difficult to confirm that the same person making the Twitter thread is the same one in the screen-capped conversation. And the second reason is because this entire account appears to have been made just exclusively to go after Nerf. And although we do know now that those screen caps are legitimate, that doesn't change the fact that the prior mentioned issues with the thread are going to be the cause for why it is that people looked at the thread and didn't necessarily take it seriously, or at the very least called into question its legitimacy. And thus, as a result of this, most people didn't really hear about it in June of 2024. However, we got to fast forward all the way to August 2024 for this to actually start to spread at all. And how it began was a former member of Inla's server named Bruce Boinkers, who honestly is kind of bonkers, acquired that link to the Twitter thread and sent it to another member of Inla's server, known as Jenny. How did you get, like, any of that information on Nerf? Because I was told that you sent it to Inla.
Basically, it happened on, like, 10th of August, and I got it through Bruce.
Regardless, that same day, August 11th, Inla also received the link.
I looked at it, and I didn't really know what to, think of it, so I just decided fuck it and sent it to Inla.
And you sent it to Inla, like, that day?
Yeah, when I fuck
Hold
it
on.
and sent it.
Bruce sent this to me, so already a red flag, lol. I mean, like, I do actually understand that. If fucking Bruce Boinkers sent me something, I'd be highly, seriously skeptical of it instantly.
Same.
But I don't know, do you know this person? Like, the way she writes it, it's all pretty sus too. What I'm trying to say is, I found this thing, I don't really know what to do with it. Should I just ignore it or tell Nerf about it? I may send it to Nerf. And ask him about it and see what he says, if this really is his account and how old he was at the time, because I think Nerf is still a minor then. Do you guys know Socialism, BLM, and Paw Patrol video? No? What the fuck? Welcome to our thank you for the 2. Sounds fucking ridiculous.
It to Inla.
And you sent it to Inla, like, that day?
Yeah, when I woke up.
And she asked Nerf about it on the 16th.
Okay, so a few days ago, Jenny sent me this. She says Bruce sent it to her, so I'm not sure what to make of it. You may have already seen this, but I wanted to ask you about it.
Took 5 days. Whew. Man, this is fuck. And so in that conversation she had with Nerf, aka Chuck, on August 16th, 2024, he confessed everything. He just spilled his guts out, and she said, oh, gross, fuck you, banned him out of her fucking server, and publicly eviscerated him, right?
There are a multitude of reasons why I don't want to address it publicly due to my history with this individual and their overall behavior in their post, plus personal ones as well. I just turned 17.
I see. It's understandable that you wouldn't want to talk about this publicly. You are a minor and also autistic, so I honestly cannot really judge you. It's probably a lot more complex than it looks on the surface.
Exactly, just scratch the autism part because it has no play into it.
It can have a role to play considering that autism can stunt mental development by a lot.
No, Inla, it's a lot more complex than just my autism. It's very minimal.
Okay.
Okay.
That's so bad.
It's really... It's really bad. Gilded, can we talk about this?
Uh-oh, here we go.
What's your view? You spoke to her, so what's your view?
Okay, so my view changed a couple times. At the time I was making the video, I viewed the entire thing as either Inla being completely negligent and retarded, and or just throwing Nerf to the wolves because he wasn't useful anymore, right? I wasn't really too sure which one. And then it wasn't until I talked to her in VC that I came to the conclusion that it was most definitely the first one, solely because, to Inla's credit, she conceded to basically every point that I gave. So all the points that I mentioned in this, what you're seeing here, she conceded.
Okay. Yeah.
Ahead of the video's release.
My general view on this is because I've heard stuff. I think I, broadly speaking, have stayed the fuck out of this. Because I don't want to. I didn't want to be biased in any way. But I'm gonna be honest. Part of my issue with this is it becomes increasingly difficult when you look at stuff like this and you're like, well, if this was Lio, or if this was somebody you hated, then you'd burn them to the ground instantly. And so much of the criticism of Lio is rightly and fairly, why didn't you have these conversations with the people who you should have done? Why did you give grace to people and not to others, while also claiming that you were a neutral party? And that's what kicked all of this off. Enla has also done this with other people, and I'm really struggling to have charity towards her for this.
Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you a couple things. So number one, with Lio specifically, if Lio had done all the same shit, I would have absolutely eviscerated him for it, especially if he didn't concede to the points, right? Which the only thing that the only reason she gets any charity from me is because she took the L, right? However, at the same time, I do call her a hypocrite in the video. Okay, so I make this like very clear. So my criticisms are like not how should I put it? I'm not being nice to Inla in this video.
Yeah. I think that this is a fuck up of monumental proportions. And actually,
yes.
Here's the irony of this. This shouldn't be a video you made. This should have been a video Enla made.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
And I said this with the doc stuff. I'll say it with like general things. It becomes very difficult for somebody like Enla to give that criticism going forward. When it's like, well, if we can see what you're like in this position. And it's one thing to be like, you know, if somebody you're friends with or somebody you've got a relationship with is in drama, I actually disagree with certain people where I'm like, I think, do you know what? You get to choose what you cover. If you don't want to talk about a friend's drama, that's fine. but then you don't go and have that conversation with them, and you certainly don't sweep it. I think here's a good example. I'll just straight give you an example from the Kumo stuff. I obviously was like on good terms with Kumo. I liked Kumo. I wanted things to like work out for him. I said this multiple times. I was fairly supportive, as I am of a lot of like smaller or newer creators or whatever. I've got a long track record of that. But to be clear, I never swept for Kumo, and I didn't sweep with other creators. And when those DMs came out, I sent them to Queeman. I did not like, it was not, oh, I'm not going to spread that around. I did not just like try and bury anything, because like, even when I like, you know, was on good terms with him, dude, you just don't sweep for this shit. And this is endless sweeping. I don't know what else to tell you. And it's very, very difficult.
I do want to add a couple things to this that I actually don't think I say this in the video. But one of the things, actually, I think I did. I think I imply that she touched the poo, so to speak. She got way too close to Nerf, which is like one fundamental issue. Or a better way to put it is she felt too much pity for Nerf. This is actually a consistent issue with Nerf. This is why it took me this long to make this video, is because of the sheer amount of little communities that took pity on Nerf that would have come after me. I would have turned into a whole other bag of drama if I didn't have a smoking gun, right? And so, like, for example, Moment of Sanity is another YouTuber that's a good example of somebody that would have gone after me in defense of Nerf. But the thing is, Inla chronically defended Nerf against my and other people's criticisms in her server. The other fundamental issue with Inla that I have told her she needs to remove from her from her brain is she has harnessed this community of people that excuse almost everything with autism. This is a big issue in her server, where like take the most malicious actions and they will say, yeah, but they're autistic. And this has become, and I'm dead serious, a consistent problem. Yet Kumo is schizophrenic, and they don't take that into consideration whenever he was schizo posting in the server, right?
Yeah.
So this is like one of the fundamental things here is that her server has become a kind of autism hug box, which is why I'm not in it anymore. I left that server a little while ago. So it's just because like I couldn't criticize anybody for anything. I would even have people say to me, "Remember where you are." Like I'm dead serious. So like it was just one of these things where nothing could get addressed because somehow there was always somebody sweeping for somebody because my autism.
Yeah, it's so here's what I'm coming up against. I and Chris we're shit posters. I don't do the moral flagging shit. I've said this even with people like right back, like why would you give any grace to Lio? Because my criticisms of Lio start and end with this moralizing fucking I'm gonna save people bullshit. If Lio wants to bully people in calls, I do not fucking care. I just don't. People can say that Lio's an asshole. I agree with you, but so is Vlad, so am I, so is Chris. Like, we're not good people and shouldn't pretend otherwise. My issue very much comes when you've got people who are on a moral crusade. And believe me, some people have annoyed me from that grouping over time with like this moral crusade shit because they're very invested in it. I get it. Lio has fucked people over. I do understand. Like doxing shit, for example, is fucking egregious. But it's like, if you want to go after Lio on these moral grounds, but then you can't hold yourself to those standards, I'm gonna fucking laugh at you. I'm sorry. You don't get special treatment from me. And you're not gonna get it from other people. I just want to be really clear. And it's a shame, because Enla's another one who I like. You know? I've always been like pretty supportive of Enla. I like wanted her on stream. I've wanted to talk to her. So yeah, seeing this unfold is real fucking disappointing, to say the least.
Very much so.
Cantaway with the 10. Does anyone know what Enla and Kumu fell out over? I know it was before the Cine incident, and Kumu accused Enla of having a future sex scandal.
Which was very pathetic.
Yeah, it really was.
Because this is kind of the sex scandal in question. But prophetic. Not, I say whatever. Anyway, I can't word today. I can give a very short and sweet through the lens of gilded view of exactly what happened. Inla would and her server falls under kind of that toxic positivity umbrella, right? It's one of the big issues with not Inla specifically,
Yeah, but the server.
but the community she's harnessed. And so because of that, and this is the sad truth of it, right? If you go into somebody's server, the people in that server are going to color you poorly if those people are garbage, right? So like for example, it looked bad on Inla in Kumo's point of view that this entire server was toxic positivity shit, which would include they're not bad, they're autistic shit that Inla does say. However, Kumo on the opposite side of the coin is what you would call classical toxic or classically toxic, yelling, screaming, and all that shit. Those two things do not blend together at all. Okay. So like, and here's the thing. All the people that were quote unquote classically toxic in Endless server are no longer there. So the only pushback Inla gets, actually she doesn't get really any, but the only people in the server that are left are either people that are that are saying nothing, are spying, or are people that are, as I said, that toxic positivity crowd. And so this is kind of why Kumo and her fell off. They just weren't compatible as friends, basically.
Yeah. And that is a shame. That is a shame. But anyway, I do have her announcements, but thank you, Galaxy. Yeah, listen, I'll be honest, I don't take any pleasure in this. I just think it's a really shitty situation. It's just disappointing. I know Chris feels the same way. So
it's about to get worse.
All right, let's go.
To make this very clear, I am not a sleuth. Those screen caps were posted by her in her own server. Now, obviously, there's a lot to break down there, such as him admitting to everything and then Inla just being like, oh, well, it must have been your autism. Just straight up excusing his actions entirely. But on top of that, I think it's also funny that he was like, nah, that had nothing to do with it, which is hilarious. However, another big issue that I take with this screen cap is Inla's sympathy towards Chuck's refusal to want to discuss this publicly. And the reason I take issue with that, of course, aside from the obvious, is because Inla also said this shit publicly well after all of this was already public.
I ain't gonna sit and defend him. I'm just giving my personal view on it. He chose not to confront it when the information came out, so he will have to confront it now. It would be a big mistake for him to hide from it.
Yes, Inla, technically speaking, from the time you talked to him on August 16th, all the way up until December 3rd, he did technically make the decision to not discuss this publicly. That is true. However, on the other side of the coin, I would like to make the argument that saying things like, I understand why you don't want to discuss it, and I cannot judge you, are not statements that are necessarily going to embolden him to want to discuss it publicly. And on top of that, Inla even defended Nerf in my server after these allegations had come to the forefront.
So Inla, I gotta ask, why was that your first response? Not everything is explained away with autism.
Is this fucking Gallagher?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was about to say that voice is
Fuck's sake, man. I miss Gallagher. What
This is how much I take myself seriously.
Matter since he threw that out immediately.
I didn't know that he
Should
was.
have had me read it. You could have been British for a little bit, lad.
No, Gallagher begged for
really
2 videos. Yeah, he kept bitching.
That's pretty funny.
Already in pedo hunting groups at that time. I assumed he was just completely underdeveloped and clueless. Also, I didn't care enough to go deep diving into it. I figured that ultimately, if it came out in a big way, it would be his mess to deal with.
If I had known what I know now, I think this entire conversation I had with Inla and my server would have been completely different. For one, what she says in response to my question in no way, shape, or form A, answers my question, or B, addresses it at all. Why does it matter whether or not he was in pedo hunting groups at the time that he groomed a kid? Like, that's the most irrelevant part. I mean, is that ironic and funny? Sure, but that doesn't actually address my question in any way whatsoever. More importantly, however, stating that if this came out publicly, that it would be his best to deal with is a bit misleading. The only reason that this didn't come out publicly sooner is because Inla didn't tell anybody that he confessed to her in private. To sit there and just be like, oh, well, you know, if this got public, well, it's only not public because you made sure it wasn't public. You didn't tell anybody that he confessed to you. You didn't even tell your own mod staff.
I guess the reason I'm more lenient with minors with autism is because, speaking from personal experience, the me just 4 years ago was way more retarded and clueless than the me now, and considering North is still very, very retarded, I just assumed that he was 4x that 4 years ago. Autism is not an excuse, it just explains it, and developmental levels, depending on how severe your autism is, can be delayed for years.
That's right. 4 months after Nerf confesses to her and entirely dismisses the autism defense, Inla continues to push that as a defense for Nerf in her conversation with me. This is actually incredibly fucking stupid. And make no mistake, that is sweeping. And how I now know that's sweeping is simply because whenever she said to me that's not an excuse, it just explains it, she actually said the exact opposite in her server entire hours earlier, by the way, where she states that her making the autism defense is in fact making excuses for Chuck.
Yeah, in fairness, I shouldn't have been trying to reassure him and make excuses for it in his DMs. Even if I want to give him some leniency, I mean, yes, ideally someone at 17 should know this, I agree with you, and no, I'm not saying it's okay, but I can't bring myself to condemn him since there's other factors. Autism isn't a blanket excuse for everything, but it can be a factor.
She conflated mentioning autism with excuses at 10:30, but at almost 3:30, no, it's not an excuse, it's an explanation. However, almost an hour later after what she said to me, I responded, and she completely conceded to my point.
Saying it's not an excuse, it explains it, is still an excuse, regardless of whether or not it may or may not explain it. Being 17 may technically be a minor, but the issue is that he knew what he was doing. You can tell in the screen cap. Saying for a 12-year-old is a pretty damning line. I don't know if you understand how underdeveloped a 12-year-old is. My kid, for example, is 10. Adding 2 more years to her age ain't gonna change a whole lot. We're talking about a 5th or 6th grader here, depending on their month of birth. Both be minors, but I feel like most people that might say that don't have much experience being around 12 years old. Not trying to call you out, but I want to be clear on how most people will view their interactions. Not a single person is gonna care about his autism.
Yeah, I know, and that's fair. I'm not saying it's not wrong. I think I just have a different opinion on it because of my own autism. Dunno.
Hey, this empathy is what got you in this drama with Nerf in the first place. People give
God.
I have different empathy because of my own autism. Okay. What the fuck am I meant to say to that?
There's not much you can say to that.
It's just so retarded as an argument. Like, you have to be Again, Lyo's autistic. I could tell you that Lyo's autistic without him getting fucking tested.
Allegedly.
Oh, come on. Fucking, if
are we really gonna pretend that Lyo isn't autistic?
If Lyo's not, he is an adult man who lives in a house full of fucking Gundams and random toys.
No, I'm
okay?
I'm gonna be ableist here. No, Lyo's fine.
It's fine.
He's totally fine. That's the ableism.
Yes. He is not. He is able.
Oh fuck! Look, I don't really. Again, like, Kumo's schizophrenia is not an excuse. It's not an excuse. It's a reason, but it's not an excuse.
Made it funny.
But like, if you're gonna do this shit, you're like, and I don't think Kumo would accept it as an excuse. Actually, If somebody tried to defend Kumu, ironically in the same way Enla tries to defend Nerf with autism allegation, like the autism defense, Kumu would tell you to fuck off.
So right, like, here's the problem, okay? The moment that somebody does X bad thing, and then your immediate response is insert random mental disorder here, you are, by nature of doing that, immediately making an excuse for an action. There is absolutely no reason to ever bring up somebody's mental disorder when discussing something they did that was bad, such as grooming, right? Like that kind of thing. Like, so that's the thing that bothers me, saying it's not an excuse, it's an explanation, is actually just an excuse. That's all it is. Like, why? Like, because, like, even think about it further. Why would that be the first thing you'd bring up? Like, it's just like, by the way, this guy groomed a 12-year-old. Yeah, but autism. Like, why would you do that if it isn't an excuse?
You know, it's like, it's one of these like telling on yourself things. It's like, if they, you get people where it's like, you know where their mind's going instantly. And let's be fair, I don't think that if the Peaches stuff happened and people said, oh yeah, but Peaches is an alcoholic, well, so's Gilded, you know?
Fuck you. I'm not even.
At least Gilded's like a fun. He's a fun alcoholic.
Yeah, he's like the drunk uncle at Christmas.
Yeah, I'm drunk uncle. Keep your nieces away. But no, like what I'm getting at here, fundamentally speaking.
Okay, buddy.
But no, fundamentally speaking, I'm not an alcoholic, and most of the time when I'm drunk, you would never know unless I told you.
Yeah. True. Rotting Brain with the 5 just got off work. Sorry, I missed the fish competition. I'll rewatch the stream. You won, by the way, Rotting, and you'll get a Discord role for it. But well done, congratulations. Your fish, Chris the Fish animation won the competition. I'm very pleased for you.
Also, in further defense of my character here, okay, I have not drank a single sip of alcohol, okay, in 24 hours.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're scamming your Patreons.
Yeah, what the fuck, man?
24 hours.
I'm gonna
I am
fucking
not
expose
scamming
the
them.
shit out of that.
Dude, I tell them exactly what I'm buying with that money, okay? I tell them exactly what it is. I said I buy scotch. Like, it's literally in the thing. That's the whole gimmick. Buy me booze.
True.
You gotta drink booze.
Yeah, just quickly, Rotted Brain, there were chat votes and you won the chat vote. Very good work. Very impressed.
Give him all the slack because they pity him. He's gotten away with a lot more than this as a result.
Not trying to have an argument about it. I agree with you, I gave him too much pity. But at the same time, he's not my responsibility.
In hindsight, I should probably be more fair here and not say that she completely conceded to the point, but rather said whatever it was she needed to say to try to get out of the discussion. However, typically speaking, when somebody comes up to you and says, saying it's not an excuse, it's an explanation is still an excuse, and you reply with, oh, that's fair, that would be typically seen as a concession. However, her final line there, that Nerf is not her responsibility, though true, he isn't, I would say that what is your responsibility is your server. Now, granted, I am not the kind of guy to sit here and preach about responsibility on the internet. That's not something I'm trying to do here. However, I want to make very clear here, if there was ever something that you were responsible for in the entirety of this situation, it would be your server. A server that...
I want to be really clear about something. Your responsibility for a Discord server comes down to your involvement in it. Like...
Dude, you have no idea. You have no idea.
Well, I mean, this is my point. Enla's very active in her own server. Whereas, like, for instance, if you came to me and said, Beckett, this thing happened in your Discord server, okay, talk to my mods. And if there's an issue, I'll talk to my mods about it. Because I essentially let my mods... I mean, Gilded, you're actually in my mod chat. I think you'll probably agree with this. I just let my mods run it. And I don't often step in.
Fuck.
Yeah, I don't often step in, and if I do, then it's something I've made a decision for. If I saw something really bad, and again, I'd probably step in and say something, but generally speaking, I don't give a fuck.
I'm gonna support your argument. Okay, I'm gonna give you context, because you saying she is very active in her server is not a fair characterization of exactly how active we're talking. She Reddit mods her server. Okay. So she has a drama chat. Do you know what is banned from the drama chat?
No.
Arguing.
What?
How's
You
that
cannot
work?
you cannot have arguments in the drama chat. In fact, or not even debate for that matter. In fact, I had to get her to create an argument room just because of this.
How does that work?
Because
It's a
for-
drama server.
I know it's a drama like
Chat,
room.
whatever.
Yeah, but no, she makes it. She goes out of her way to micromanage every channel in that room. So she has mods and supersedes all of them by literally Reddit modding. Now, granted, I'm not talking shit here. I have said this to her a billion times over, and she admits that this is a weird habit or control freak thing that she has over her server. I don't really get it. But yeah, like she will go in and like hardcore bitch at people for making arguments in there, time out the entire fucking chat room or people individually, and nag them for having arguments and disagreement in there. And then she'll say shit like this isn't the Senate or this isn't Thunderdome. Like, so no, like
Jesus.
she's not just very active in there. She like or used to anyway, heavily micromanaged. Now, granted, apparently she shut down the server or something, but ultimately, yeah, like at the time, like when all of this was happening, like, dude, it was very like she was very, very micromanaging of this server.
I mean, like, this is why my mods, like my core mods come from Twitch poll, like Hoz and Shadow, and are not really interested or invested in this kind of content, but they're very good at managing a Discord community the way I want it, and they're invested in me as a person, so that's why they're good. But like, I'm very careful about who I mod. Like, I generally, like, I would be uncomfortable modding a lot of people, because at that point, I've seen mod chats before let's descend into chaos. Whereas one of the reasons I have Gilded in my mod chat is because occasionally Gilded would just come in and just be like, this is gay and retarded, I don't care. I like having dissenting voices amongst the mods, and then they can just work it out.
Well, that, and I have deleted a whole bunch of shit in there. But,
You do, yeah. I mean, actually, I mean, you've modded my Discord more than I have. It's actually true. It's really funny.
Even though I disagree with what I'm modding, by the way. But,
Yeah. I to be clear, I was worried about TOS reports, so I had I Gilded very kindly went
No, not that part. Not that part. This is a different thing. So basically somebody was posting things that were of a sexual-esque nature that I was
the not safe for work conversation. Yeah, it's just I just like to err on the side of caution with the goodness shit. Like,
well, right, yeah. Well, after that conversation in mod chat, I did end up deleting like fucking 30 of them, because like at once, because people were trying to make it into a game to get me to delete shit. But yeah,
that's pretty funny.
I deleted a lot of gay black porn. Okay? That's all I'm saying.
Makes sense why Beckett servers like that.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
You would like gay black porn.
I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Right, let's carry on.
By the way, if I haven't mentioned it already, Nerf was a mod for. The reason I bring all of this up, of course, is because Inla told me that she didn't even read all of the fucking screenshots that were provided in the thread going after Nerf.
So, you didn't even read the screen caps at the time.
Not all of them, no.
Gotcha.
I think I read the one where he says you're mature for a 12-year-old and them talking about sex T or D.
Now, ignoring the glaring and obvious issue with Inla not taking these allegations seriously enough to even bother giving them the time of day, I want to point out that the reason I'm even bringing any of that up at all in the first place is simply due to the fact that Inla markets herself as somebody that autistically digs through logs and chats and all that other stuff. That is quite literally her entire brand. Something she even brags about in this clip.
Listen, Vlad, I am autistic. There are no chat logs that are too long for me. I comb through the FCK server chats with Akumu. I can handle it. There are no chat logs that are too long for an autismo like me.
And so for the ADHD among you, I will summarize my main criticisms with Enla here. Number 1, she received a confession from Nerf in August of 2024 and said nothing about it until it became public 4 months later in December of 2024. She didn't even tell her own mod staff. Furthermore, on top of all of that, she was way too sympathetic to Nerf to the point of even pitying him, her own words, frequently made excuses for him, like they're both minors and he's autistic, somehow implying that he had no idea what he was doing, even though he very much did. And all of this seems to be fueled by the underlying fact that Inla didn't even read all of the screenshots that the victim in question posted onto Twitter. And the problem is with all of this is that there was a massive consequence that occurred as a result of Inla's inaction. And that consequence was Chuck, aka Nerf, pursuing communications with Inno, the victim of Cinebear.
Enno was the 14-year-old that Cinebear groomed, and North was streaming about it because of course he was. And somehow, during the stream, he got in contact with Enno and Laurel. And I think another person that had like just turned 18 that was also on the case at the time, who also made a video about it. And he decided to bring them on and talk to the minor about the porn that they saw and like the grooming and everything. And after that, like in my chats and in my Discord, he was always like, well, if you have a question for Enno, I can ask them because I'm in contact with the victim. Like it was like a badge of honor for him. And I didn't even know this had happened at the time, and I was like, wait, she was on your stream and you were talking about the porn with her? And so I looked, I looked at the bits and pieces of the stream, and yeah, it's like not appropriate, and I just feel like it's exploitative.
So was it actually the stream that was the problem, or everything surrounding it?
Not just the stream, but also him just having like DM contact with the minor. Because it's like my stance on it is that any adult who's not directly involved in this kid's life shouldn't be like contacting them on the internet. Like, period. I just don't think that's appropriate. So what I interpreted from this open-ended conclusion is Nerth was saying it's the kid's choice to talk about the porn with me on stream.
Totally, 100%.
And it was inevitable. Which is when I started to be like, okay, this guy's clearly like opportunistic.
Crazy.
What the fuck?
That's fucking crazy. Oh, she's like, oh yeah, that's clearly opportunistic. Yes, incredibly so.
No. So hold on. She was saying how she interpreted what Nerf was saying.
No,
Okay,
I got
make
that.
clear.
It's just crazy that was even a situation that was able to happen in the first place.
Well, I want to point out
caught that.
How did I not hear about this happening? What the fuck?
Me neither.
I didn't. This was on the 4th of December. This call, by the way. So this was shortly. This is around the time that Nerf confesses to all of that. So, but yeah, but here's the thing. This was Inla's wake up call in my conversation with her. Like when this came up, she was like, "Shit, I didn't even think about this."
Gotcha.
So this is probably.
It's like her come to. It's like her come to oh shit moment. It's like oh
yeah.
Wait a minute. Like wait a minute. This is all piecing together now as a problem. Bigger problem than I expected.
Infamous with the two. Beckett, can I get a TLDR of this Enla drama? Enla found out well ahead of time, months ahead of time, and got a confession from Nerf that he groomed was predatory towards a 12-year-old when he was 17. Enla did nothing with this information and excused it as autism.
And this person was also like going around interviewing kids.
Yeah.
And they were an active like creator. This isn't like a guy left for like forever. This is like hey, he's still live streaming right now.
Yeah, this is fucked.
And doesn't really give a shit.
Had Inla had told basically anybody, it is very likely that that entire situation wouldn't have happened. In fact, with the context of knowing that Nerf in fact groomed a minor, him pursuing communications with Inno looks even worse. And one other thing that I want to note here in regards to that conversation I had with Inla in my server that I just played you clips from is that it seems to be the case that that was why she started to see him as a problem at all in the first place. And despite the fact she did try to explain this to me in a private call we had going over all this shit that should be public at some point soon, I don't think I will ever understand how she could make excuses for Nerf grooming a child just 4 years ago, but couldn't make excuses for Nerf's coverage of the Cinny Bear drama. I mean, if autism can apply for one, why can't it apply for the other, right? I'm not sure that that will ever be anything other than a mystery to me. However, one thing that I do find personally hilarious about all of this is actually the irony in the fact that despite all the commentary that Inla has made bitching about Jar, even Inla at this point will have to admit that Jar is a better person than Chuck in the following clip.
I'm not gonna lie, middle schoolers are worse
I'm so glad I gave you this image.
than Nazis. Middle schoolers are the most evil, diabolical creatures ever, especially 12-year-olds. Like, I actually banned a guy from my old Discord for being 12. You're gone. I don't trust 12-year-olds. I think you're a bad person.
And so with all of that said, there are only two possible interpretations anybody is going to draw. Interpretation 1 is that Inla is an absolute fucking retard and was just being a complete idiot all the way through because she got too close to Chuck. Interpretation 2, she intentionally withheld information from the public that other people should have been told and didn't give a fuck. And in either case, it is entirely Inla's fault for anybody drawing either conclusion. And with all of that finally out of the way, as hinted at earlier, Inla and I had a private VC discussing the entirety of this drama, wherein Inla actually takes the L on the entire thing and even apologizes for her inaction. Regardless of where you stand on all of this, that is an important thing to note, and thus is why I agreed to put this statement in my video.
I understand that I did not handle that entire situation appropriately. I shouldn't have just kept it to myself. And I definitely shouldn't have allowed him to stay in the server, at least not be a mod or promote his stuff. My explanations for why I felt the way I did at the time were purely, it's like my explanation is based on the limited knowledge that I had at the time, and also the fact that I didn't know what his intentions were, and I only made assumptions that his intentions were that he didn't know any better. It was all based on that assumption that he essentially was too retarded to know any better. And I should have looked at the screenshots. I should have done my due diligence to look at them all deeply. I should have taken responsibility considering that he was in my server. And that was wrong on my end. And for that, I apologize.
And so with all of that said, as we come towards the end of the video, I would like to show you one last Charles Jones clip.
Just don't make content.
Hopefully he takes his own advice. So I'm going to end this video here by thanking the people that made this video possible. So I'd like to thank first Akumu, who did the voice of Chuck and Chuck's mom at one point. There's also Muffin, who did the voice of Inla, Gallagher, who did the voice of me, and of course Jibs, who did the voice of the 12-year-old. But on top of that, we have McMush Trippy, who did the PFP art of both Chuck and Inla. And naturally, I'd like to thank D-Weasel and Yen for doing a lot of the background behind the scenes research that helped a lot in making this video. And of course, none of this would be possible without all the patrons that give me the booze I need to even bother motivating myself to make this fucking shit in the first place. And of course, you should be seeing their names scrolling across the fucking screen, just like everybody else's names I've mentioned so far. Anyways, thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoyed the video. Remember to like, subscribe, and all that other gay shit, and if you really liked this video, be sure to check out my Patreon linked below. But if you simply just want to watch more of my content, well, there should be one on the screen right now.
You know, this Gilded Pooh guy's alright. He's alright. It's good content.
No, I'm a literal shithead.
Well, yeah, that too. That too. I want to watch Nerf's Q&A. Oh.
You want to watch him do the Q&A?
Yeah, the whole
yeah.
It's in the Google Drive.
Yeah, I downloaded all of it. So I need to find where it's under. So is it the Nerf interview? Nerf's interview? No, it's not that one.
It says Stream Snipe in it.
Okay, cool. Give me 2 seconds. Clout gobbling, grooming allegations, evidence. Nerf's confessions. Nerf's Q&A confessions. This it? It's 25 minutes.
Yep.
How do I pull?
Okay, cool. Give me a sec. Let me get this up.
Just so you know, the clips I used in my video for that make him look better than the entire Q&A.
That's so rough.
It's fucking rough. Okay, let me share it to you guys. Let me share it to the stream. This has no visuals on it, right? Oh no, it does. It does. It does. I tell a lie.
Yeah.
I tell a lie.
But I want to say real quick about that video. So it took me 2 months or 3, something like that, to actually put that Nerf video together. It was a huge pain in the ass. And on top, and after all that was done, I needed a small internet break because I discussed like I think 4 or 5 pedos of some varying degree in a row on my channel, and I'm like, I need a break. I can't do this, right? And then I take a break, real life, touch grass, and then like a day or 2 later, find out somebody I knew my whole life just went to prison for child molestation. So even in real life, I just can't get away from this shit.
Well, I'm glad that you come and hang out with us, you fucking widow.
Yeah, so the moral to this story is one of you are obviously destined to touch a kid. That's
what the fuck, man. Dude. Dude, what the fuck, man?
No, it's a bad joke. We go on.
What?
I deeply apologize.
No, you don't. Don't fucking make it worse by lying to me about it. Jesus.
I didn't lie. I just stretched the truth beyond any and all reasonable belief.
I'm gonna kill myself. Right, let's watch this fucking stream. Oh, fuck. Let's go ahead. Come on.
So,
yeah. Fuck, the first 2.5 minutes is just silence. Fuck.
Oh, I forgot to mention
Alright,
this is all recorded by
I
an alcoholic.
Okay, well that explains a lot.
Guess it just hits the time mark of 12 p.m., which it did eventually hit. So, I'm assuming some of you guys actually happened to read my community post, right?
His community post was funny. All of it. It was funny. Total silence.
Oh, by the way, the reason like he's asking these questions to these people, okay? They're not actually in the call.
Alright,
This is like one of those drag them in things.
It's a stage, yeah.
I guess I'll
Stage,
start off with I guess whoever wants to start first. Atlas and who else said they were? Feel free to request. Feel free to send a request to speak. You know, the little hand emoji that you kind of have to press down. To send a request to join in.
God, this is
click that
painfully
and
retarded.
I'll pull you in on stage. All right, sweet. There we go. All right. How do I pull you on stage? What the
There we
fuck?
go.
Oh my god!
Jesus.
Gotta be.
All right.
Why did he
well,
set this up if he didn't know?
Oh, fuck. But, I mean, why would you have a stage talking about your fucking grooming allegations? Like,
With your own
dude.
community.
Holy fuck. I talk about streamers not knowing when not to hit the go live button, but this is like another level. Fucking hell.
interesting thread. I'm going through it right now. I do have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
Hold on one sec. I need to find the spot in here. Oh, here it is. I have in the past linked this particular thread to a group of people to see what their thoughts are, and they had encouraged me to not make a response. I won't name drop these people since they don't have a platform, but the group wasn't the only people happening to know about this. I won't name drop anybody else either, but just out of curiosity, was that group call that we had with a couple other people? Is that weird? Something else?
Not in particular, but you guys were particularly the one reference that I was like referring to.
So we're the group that you ran this by that you're talking about specifically?
It was actually like a group of people from like endless like circles, essentially.
Get to bury with the two. Making lead smoothies to get through this. Want one? Yes, please. Or mercury. Mercury's also good.
Okay, but it wasn't.
You probably know some of those people.
Yeah, I'm just asking. Was it the one that we had in? Was it that call that we had in Game Mobile before that server got shut down?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay, dude, I'm pretty sure everybody there told you that you needed to address it. I'm just going to go on the record and say that. I know I told you that you needed to say something about it.
I don't think that's the case.
Okay, well, I didn't record that conversation or
Okay,
anything,
hold
so
on,
I can't
real
double
quick.
check, but I'm just going to
I
go.
got context.
Okay.
Got context for this. Okay. So this call that's being referenced was roughly about, I believe was in November, if I remember correctly. So this was like shortly before all this came out, like about a month before all this came out. Now, granted, at first I thought Atlas was pulling an Inla, like not telling anybody. Granted, he has no platform for the record, so the accusations are going to be a bit different since he is literally just a Discord peanut, right? But to his credit, he did immediately contact or not contact the minor, but tweet at the minor to try and get more information. I don't think he got a response or something to that effect, but he did try to get more information upon finding out.
Okay. Okay.
Which is far more than we can say about Inla.
Yeah. Yeah. God, it's just painfully fucking disappointing.
Look, to be fair, hold on, with Inla, I want to make clear, the only reason it bothered me with the Inla thing is because, as you pointed out, the sheer amount of time she's mocked like Lio and pals for the same shit.
Well, this is the thing. If it's like the Cinebear group chat. It's like somebody else. Well, why didn't Beckett look into this? Because like I actively, and you could see this on stream, was me going, I'm not interested. I'm not interested. Like Evan tried to get me to look at it. I'm not interested. I didn't want to talk about it. But also, I don't really give a fuck about the shit. And when I did find out about it, I tried to like kind of talk to Kumo about it. I tried to do that publicly. And then when it was obviously a fucking mess, I just was like, yeah, disavowed, tweeted at him, tried to get him to like remove the strike, called him retarded for it. Like, once it hit a point where it was something that you could reasonably say, it was something I'd care about, like on a like actual level, because I care about flagging videos and I care about striking people. I took action and did something. But Enla is somebody who cares about this stuff, has been shown to care about this stuff, has mocked people and gone after people for like on these moral grounds, and then when push comes to shove, didn't do it. Really, it's really is that simple.
So I have a question.
Mhm.
This is a really great question. I guess I could have put this in the video and I didn't, but it's a great question. If Inla like just was in general an apathetic and didn't care about any of this, received the information just like I don't give a fuck, not my problem, right? Would you guys have the same criticisms toward Inla?
I think with what the information is, it's really fucking serious. It's unironically really fucking serious, especially when like Enla knows
that person's doing like live streams.
Yeah, and is and is around in a
making content.
Yeah, and it's around in a community with young people.
Dramatic.
Yeah, it's a really. I mean, this is the sort of thing where like, people send me things every now and again, like involving like predators or whatever. And my general take is go to the police or go to another fucking content creator. Very occasionally, I will pass it on to other content creators who may want to do something with it. But like, dude, like when it's like kids involvement stuff, like no. I mean, at the very least, I'd remove that person from your fucking community. Seems like pretty easy win.
Well, so for me, if I was told if Inla had received all this, if all the facts were the same, but Inla was the kind of person that just didn't give a shit and just didn't care and just said like, you know, whatever, right? Just like I don't give a shit and whatever and all that, and had a history of saying that I don't care and it's not my problem. I probably wouldn't associate with her because like why would you want to be around a person that's around those people? To make this clear, by the way, I forgot to mention this. Her not telling anybody about this made me mad because I was stuck around Nerf for months not knowing this. Okay.
Yeah.
So like I was a mod too in the same server. So that kind of is frustrating that I was a co-mod with a guy who groomed a 12-year-old, but whatever. Anyway, but it's I think for me, the hypocrisy of it is the primary thing that bothers me.
I do know what you mean.
Driver for me.
It's very, very, very fucking. And look, I people will do this thing where they're like, well, is hypocrisy that bad? It's like, it's not the worst sin in the world. It is very fucking annoying though. It's like, it's one of those things that like.
Okay, we differ. I put hypocrisy almost in the same camp as pedophilia. So like if I call you a hypocrite, like unironically, right? I view that as serious as if I called you a pedophile. I take hypocrisy very seriously. I take consistency very seriously. I think that somebody being a hypocrite, much like being a pedophile, is a wholesale in of itself descriptor for why your entire personality is not compatible with mine. Right? Like so, like yeah, I do consider it like damn near the worst thing in the world.
I mean, I wouldn't go as far as that, but I would say that generally.
I'll actually hold on. I'm gonna make it even simpler because I rambled too hard there. My issue with Catholic priests boinking altar boys isn't that they're boinking altar boys; it's that they're hypocrites about it.
Oh my god!
So yeah, I'm dead serious. I could not give a fuck less what Catholic priests do to altar boys. Okay, so I as a general principle, I just don't care. It's not my kid, not my problem, right? But the hypocrisy of it does bother me deeply.
I'd say. Like, again, I wouldn't go as far as that. Like, again, I don't know if I'd... Fuck, do you know, it's a really weird one. Because I would say that from, like, an interacting with person side, I like consistency. I think consistency is really important. And the people I generally surround myself with, or the people who are, like, trust, even if I disagree with them, are people who are consistent. Because at least I know where I stand with you. And one of the things that, like, you'll see me get most pissed off about is that lack of consistency. Because I'm just like, if you can't act in a consistent way in your morals and integrity, you don't really have them. It's just a fucking grift. And I'm like, okay, cool. You know, it's, so yeah, you know what? I don't entirely disagree with you. But I think it's a bit stronger. You know, like, I don't think we should put hypocrites into wood chippers.
Oh no, absolutely, 1000%. You should get the death penalty for being a hypocrite. If you like, I'm not even joking. If you fundamentally contradict the entire thing you paint yourself as, I think you should just be dead. The world is better without you.
I mean, that I agree with that last part. Fuck it, yeah.
I'm making you uncomfortable.
No, I'm just like, it's not uncomfortable. I'm not uncomfortable with the concept. I'm just like, do you know what? Do you know what it is? And why I'm sort of like stunted in how I'm thinking about this? Part of me really agrees with you.
But the optics is painful.
It's not the optics. It's that I recognize it as something that, like, I know a lot of people won't agree with me on. But I, you know, Actually, do you know what? Let's just make it really fucking simple. Because I was covering Erudite last night. And the sheer inconsistency and hypocrisy of the way a lot of the politics crowd act is what made me burn so many of those fucking bridges, and what made me so fucking visceral towards Erudite. So, I mean, part of the problem is, there is part of me that, like, doesn't want to agree with you, because I'm like, there are more serious problems in the world, but obviously, just from the way I act, I obviously do think this, to quite an extent. I fucking do hate hypocrites, and I think it's like...
I disagree that, like, if you think about it, like, really deeply think about it, okay? The worst problems in the world, okay, are often performed by people that are outwardly hypocritical.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you there. I will forgive a lot of a person who is consistent. Actually, I will forgive a lot of something of a person like that. In fact, unironically, because you'll take the piss as always that I glaze him. It's actually one of the reasons I like Queeman.
Oh, here we go.
I know, but it just is.
You know, there's the real art. Beckett and his boy lover, guys. Do it.
Buddy. Okay, buddy.
You opened the door, okay?
Yeah. Well, he's a good example, okay? Because can kill yourself. That's why. Right. Okay. Anyway.
On the record and say that yes, I did tell you needed to cover this, but
well, I know you did, but
yeah,
not like the other people inside the PC, because people have been DMing me about like your disagreements with that too, and I kind of like filters through. Like I said again, it's like a mixed bag of opinions.
Right. Okay, well, I just wanted to put my 2 cents out there on the record. Beyond that, I mean, yeah, you've gone ahead and addressed it. It's still a little bit sus, especially that conversation about potentially meeting up, and you know, like,
yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that at all. I know that particular thing was bad.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's still weird as far as I'm concerned, but I don't think that you're a fucked up person. Just as long as this was a one-time thing, which it seems to be, it is what it is.
Right.
So, yeah,
I don't
that's
put it
about my
past anyone that making. Yeah, that's fine. Like, I don't put it past anybody for essentially trying to navigate through all that.
Yeah,
especially
definitely.
with what I have to deal with other stuff too. But that's besides the point. But nonetheless, oh, by the way, I want to make this clear. I am not like trying to
You want to make it queer.
like debunkle anything from that thread alone. I know what I did was bad.
Yeah.
I'm not debating on that whatsoever. This is just simply a Q&A type of deal. And I do admit that some of the stuff I did in that particular stance of what the timeline was pretty fucking terrible, in my opinion.
Yeah. All right, well, that's about my 2 cents, so...
Alright, go. Any more questions?
Nope.
Alright, sweet. I'll let you go then.
Cool.
Alright. Snake Hogan. Alright. Alright, hello?
I really don't know what to say about this, man.
Right.
That's kind of been interesting to find this out, that's all.
I mean, it kind of all started off from Bruce trying to spread the thread in the first place.
Yeah, that's why I heard as well.
Well, it didn't start off from the fact that you tried to predate on a 12-year-old North. Interesting fucking take.
Oh.
Right.
But, like, I have a trending question, I do. What gave you the idea to do that, though?
What gave
Why
me the idea?
Why does everyone have a lisp?
What? Yeah, what the fuck is going on?
Hold on. I'm going to defend Snake Hogan here, okay?
Okay.
Snake, I'm sweeping, okay?
Okay.
You have to give him a break.
No.
Because he is Irish.
That's no.
And
No.
has
Makes it
speech
worse.
impediment.
It makes it worse somehow.
And has a speech impediment at the same time. Okay, so in his defense, no, I'm simping because I'm mostly Irish, so it's fine. Go on.
What? Okay. What? What is?
What?
You really break me sometimes, lad.
What did I do? Like what I stated a fact. I'm partially Irish.
Oh, isn't every fucking American? You're all Irish or Italian, and none of you have ever been to the fucking Isles.
Well, okay.
When was the last time? Where in Ireland are you from?
Hold on. Number one, I don't know. I'm American. Okay? I'm saying Irish by blood. I don't consider myself Irish. Okay. I mean, I'm like, if you wanted to be really hypothetical, I think I'm like 4th or 5th generation Irish immigrant. But I don't identify as Irish. I don't go around telling people, guys, I'm Irish when I'm like not. Right, I don't do the 4% Native American, and so therefore one drop rule applies. Like, I don't do any of that. Okay, I'm just saying that my beard is red, and I wish it wasn't.
You're an honorary ginger. Well, you're allowed here.
I am as ginger as Hitler was Jewish.
I think that's the worst thing you've ever said on my channel. Thank you.
That is.
I don't know.
So
I don't know how
not
that's
the
that
worst
bad. It's definitely not the worst thing he's ever
That is.
said.
I
It's actually
have
not
said
the worst.
way worse.
Yeah, it's
I can say certain slurs.
you
In fact, I said the slur. on the
did.
stream
You
on
did say
accident once.
these. It's fine. Oh, it's fuck. Just as an update for where the content's going tonight, I'm aware that Lio is currently premiering something. When he is done, I believe people are coming here, and we're gonna go over it. So, and I will keep Vlad and Chris in the call if they want to stay, to go over the Nezi stuff. Okay, because I'm excited to see it.
I'll probably dip out before then. I did not sleep last night. I need to go to bed on time tonight.
Oh,
Work.
Oh,
I got work, buddy. I can't do
Oh.
9-hour streams like you do in the middle of the fucking night.
Well, you need to get insomnia.
No, I actually really love to sleep.
Got meth?
Got meth. Fuck. Okay, let's go.
I don't got any meth. I can't pull a Destiny and just start doing Adderall.
Yeah, like, what was your top?
I thought you were. What you should have said was, "I'm not going to pull a Destiny and just blow a Nick Fuentes."
Thought process of the time when you were doing it, as all.
Well, I didn't really have a time process, if that makes sense. I was like very touch starved, if that makes sense. And I didn't know any sort of boundaries that I kind of leveraged towards my morality of things when I was 17.
Oh,
And
that
it's
right
kind
there.
of hard to
That right
explain
there.
it
Hold on.
as of right now. And
The boundaries thing was actually something Inla had said previous to this about Nerf. Like, he took that talking point from Inla.
That's interesting. Do you think Enla tried to help Nerf?
Like, to cover this up?
Yeah.
No. I would be very surprised if that were the case.
It doesn't seem to be that case from what we've witnessed so far, at least.
And and the only reason I don't think it was the case is because if you went back in the video and you looked at what Ginny initially wrote her 5 days before she got the confession, Inla said the same thing to Ginny that she said later. So she's been very consistent on that stance to other people other than Nerf.
What do you mean by
Before.
Wait, what do you mean? What was the consistent stance?
Like they're both minors and autism. Like it's her first response upon hearing about it from Jenny. And that was before she talked to Nerf, and she was saying this again, as I said before, even talking to Nerf. So since she had said it before, and I can believe that she just had that talking point in her brain, wouldn't let it the fuck go, although she didn't help Nerf directly, she did indirectly, like through sheer negligence and pity.
I'm really struggling with this. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I mean, that's her fault. That's what I said in the video, and I said it to her directly.
Because it doesn't feel like that to me. It feels like and this is okay. I look at this and I look at everything else we look at, and there is a big part of me that looks at this and goes, Nerf's my mod, he's my friend, and you get an instant accusation, and rather than like suspending any disbelief or going, okay, well, let's look at this because this looks really serious, like the instant thing is, well, they were minors and autism as your first response, and then you go to Nerf 5 days later where you're like trying to bring him round to the take you're already giving. To me, that looks like preemptively covering up a fuck up.
It does, but as I said, if that's your interpretation of it, that's on her. That's her fault.
Yeah,
I told her that. So
I mean, ironically, I'm actually just trying to be consistent here because I know that I have a bias because I like Enla. But I am struggling with charitability on this.
Well, I mean, I think it's fair to say that irrelevant of what the facts of irrelevant of what your conclusion is, at minimum, it's sus.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, chat. Many of you know Enla. I'd be actually interested. Like, what do you guys think? Because you're watching the same thing. Like, I haven't seen this yet. Like, I'm doing this, but I wanted to do this blind as possible. Though I'd heard stuff behind the scenes. And Vlad will vouch for this. I've been really trying just to like, once everything's out there, then I'll sort of give a take on it.
Yeah, he ignored all my DMs.
Yeah, I just didn't want to start like it wasn't my monkey, it wasn't my circus. And I really with this one I really wanted kind of everything laid out before I kind of gave a take, but it is difficult to watch through this and not just think. Not only did Enla in the way I'm seeing this kind of keep this quiet, she provided the defense.
Bro. Sorry.
And I'm struggling to see it any other way.
Yeah, somebody just came into my server and started dropping the docs of Mythanthropony.
Jesus. What the fuck is wrong with people?
Oh. Jesus.
Yeah. Ban.
I think it was gross negligence at best. Yeah, I think gross negligence at best. I do think Enla needs to take a break at the very least. And needs to be less involved in their Discord community. Because, yeah, this is just fucking ridiculous. Honestly. I'm, again, I feel a little bit soy. I really just want to laugh at it, but also, like, at the same time, it's always difficult with people you've had some sort of, like, content dealing with, especially when it's something that this kind of fucked. I don't know. Going forward, I'm not sure I'd fucking really engage with Enla after this. I don't, like, the fucking just liability risk is so fucking high.
Yeah, I was gonna point out that, like, even if you do say it's gross negligence, you run the risk of being caught in the crossfire of future negligence.
Right.
Now, granted, to be fair, I'm not necessarily going to be that quick to completely drop Inla. I'm willing to give her the a second chance because again, she did ultimately concede to all my points and apologize, and did so knowing it was going to be in my video. So which was going to get more attention than if it were hers. So like I'm willing to give that benefit of the doubt, especially since, like as I said, like she also didn't double down or triple down or anything. So the thing is that in my mind, I'm willing to look at it, give her that benefit of the doubt. But if it happens again and she doesn't learn anything, well,
I think if the okay, so here's what I'd say. If it's not just if this happens again, if she continues running a community which would sweep for this kind of stuff, and I don't just and will excuse this kind of stuff, we'll just go, well, that's how autism works or whatever. I don't know. I think this is this has for a moving forward thing. I'd need to see something structurally change.
well, she claims what she's going to do because I gave her this idea. Well, partially. But she does claim that she's going to get rid of her community server. So she has admitted that she obviously is incapable of running one, per her own words, not me. So and I told her that if she really wants a Discord server, maybe make a really private one with a select few amount of friends, right? And that's it. But having community servers, that is something she does claim that she's going to get rid of, the community server, because apparently her cat is sick or something, and she's trying to get money to fundraise for her cat's vet bill. And so she's keeping her server up for now until after that's completed, and then she says she's going to get rid of it.
Okay. Yeah, and again, I'm really not trying to moral flag about anything here. This isn't I'm not taking a strong moral stance. It's just from my perspective, if I sit here and sweep for this shit, how can you trust my takes on anything, right?
Yeah, I am not sweeping.
Yeah.
Just to make this clear.
Yeah, no, I don't think you are. And it's I feel myself in the same tone as when the Kumo shit happened. That's a reality. That's how I feel about it. It's okay, awesome. Someone contacted me today asking whether they could interview me for something. Because they're doing a video. And I was like, listen, I'm just not doing that anymore. Because it just keeps biting me, and it's really difficult. Because I'm not the sort of person who's oh, I really care, I'm inaccessible, get fucking behind me kind of shit. But it's if I keep associating with people and they keep fucking up in ways that then it ends up being well, Beckett, what do you think? It's fucking exhausting, guys. And I'm gonna be honest, I say this multiple times. Vlad, I'm not doing this to fucking, this isn't my job. I do this for fun. And if I have to keep having shit like this, I'm just gonna stop doing it. Not necessarily stop streaming, but certainly limit those associations. And that's why a lot of people making content end up doing it, because it's just needless fucking pain. It's a needless pain in the ass. You just don't want to deal with it. I mean, I literally don't get paid enough to deal with it.
You're reaching the level I reached, where it's I really just don't want to bother with 99% of people anymore in regard to content creators, right? So there's a handful of people I'll talk to that I find to be interesting or not even trustworthy in a fact, but at least they're honest with their intentions. But that's it. I don't really engage with anyone new anymore. I'm not in the DMs of anyone new. It's just not worth it, because people try to drag you in on their shit for no reason.
Yeah,
I started doing it a year ago, and it's better now.
So here's one of the things that I think people misunderstood about me, is that I criticized Lio for guilt by association, is what people accuse me of. Now here's the thing. I did, but it wasn't that guilt by association in of itself is bad. It was the way he was enforcing guilt by association that I thought was cringe, right? And so like like in general, whether you want to admit it or not, guilt by association is a very real thing that everybody agrees with, okay? Everyone, even the people that say they don't agree with it, right? If they didn't, they'd be hanging out with Nerf right now. And so like the thing is like, yeah, so like associating with the wrong people is a very real risk. And that's true in real life. Like fuck the internet. Like even in real life this is true. So like you should in general as a kind of in my opinion is like a general way of going about life, make sure that the people that you choose to associate with aren't the worst possible people for you.
Yeah. I just don't disagree with you. But yeah, so I don't know. That's how I feel about all this. I think I'm probably being a bit harsher on it. I'm actually a little pissed off. I'm actually unironically a little pissed off.
Now you know how I felt for months
Yeah.
making that video.
Yeah. It's optics are indeed a very real thing. It's not just about the optics. It's because I don't really give that much of a fuck. Like okay, it should be clear. I obviously care about optics. It would be ridiculous to claim I don't. But like, if something matters to me enough, I will obviously, as anybody who's been watching what's unfolded over the last couple of months, kind of say fuck the optics and do it anyway. But generally speaking, I just don't want the hassle. I just do not want the hassle. And if you make yourself an issue for me, I'm probably just going to be like, that's not worth it. And it is. I just like, yeah, that's just the reality.
Well, and to be
it's shit.
fair, that's not even optics. I don't even know why optics is brought up. Like, none of this is optics, actually. This is the opposite of optics. Like, I don't like. Okay. Sorry. Go on.
A little pissed off. I'm surprised you were not yelled horse pissed by now. This isn't me, and I'm actually annoyed. There's not like a fucking. Like, I'm not shouting or screaming about it. I'm just actually fucked off. Like, watching the Lyo drama unfold for a year with the ACC, I think that I can count on my hand now the amount of content creators involved in that drama who have survived it without getting completely fucking discredited. It is
I survived.
Absolutely fucking... Yeah, it is literally you and Akumu, right? Who else?
Oh, shit.
Is it? Everyone else who went after Lyo is fucked.
Hold on, I'm thinking. Jar.
Yeah, no, he's doing
great.
He's doing great.
Yeah.
Everyone else has fucked themselves into the ground, often needlessly, often through things that they have criticized fucking Lyo for. And it's just, it's insane. You can go back and check my old streams, by the way. It's right there. You can see my conversations. Like, I have this conversation with Vlad. My take of, I do not care. I will not give a fuck about Lyo if Lyo stops doing this gay, emotional, moral flagging stuff. Because it's like, I don't care if people are just bullying each other. I said this. There's a stream where I'm talking about the Senate Old Guard. And I'm like, once I met them and understood what the, like, fucking barrel was, I was like, yeah, these people just wanted to bully people on the internet. I don't fucking care. You can go back and check. I've been completely consistent on this. And it's really not that fucking hard.
Well, what's really crazy is the amount of people that thought I was somehow against cyberbullying because of me going after Lyo.
Yeah. Dickers, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in.
Imagine thinking I'm against cyberbullying. It's crazy.
It's true. True. Listen, bullying people's based. Sometimes you just want to tell somebody to kill themselves. Okay? Sometimes it's even the morally correct thing to do.
Yeah, like in the case of Chris because he's gay.
True. True and accurate.
Goddamn, bro. I have nothing to say because I'm getting my ass fucking kicked in this fucking game right now. I didn't even register it. I was just like, oh, my name? Yeah. I just have sheer disappointment for Enla. That's me. It's just a matter of disappointment with me.
Yeah.
I can't even be angry about it. It's just like sheer disappointment. And usually I'm the angry one. Like,
yeah.
Sad. It's fucking stupid. It's such a stupid fucking thing to do.
She touched the poo.
Yep, she touched the poo.
She did.
Everyone touches the poo once, but the varying degrees of how much poo you're touching is a problem.
Speaking of Lio Convoy with the raid. Thank you, buddy. Welcome in. So, listen. As Lio has raided in, we are going to watch the Nezziemonster conversation.
Oh man, I've still not heard any of this yet.
Okay, so I will do some setup, okay? Now, firstly, Lio, is this just the call, or is this more? Is this an actual video on Nezziemonster? Because that matters. And if not,
I think he said it. I think he said in the GC it's just the call with like some added context to certain things. At least that's how the DM looked.
okay. So, recently, Nezziemonster has had controversy because they are a massive piece of shit. And during that controversy, a call occurred between Lio and Nezziemonster. And this call has finally been released. I believe this happened fairly recently. Nezziemonster herself, like, because I know we've just had Dickerslot raid in as well. Welcome to Lio Raiders, ready to do it again. So true. Hey, Theman, how you doing? So, let's explain what's happening. There was a server called the Fruit Cake Club server, in which there were multiple minors present and a lot of people posting porn. This server was run by somebody called Toasty, and essentially Nezziemonster was aware of this and did nothing about it. The person who wanted to highlight this shit had happened was a guy named Akumu, and Akumu was pretty much harassed for multiple years. This group of people who were also involved in this tried to silence the victims, the minors who were, frankly, in my opinion, especially in the case of Miss Zizi, being predated upon, because Miss Zizi was a woman in her, like, early 20s trying to get a 16-year-old to date them. Fuck Miss Zizi. But we finally have a call. We get to finally hear Nezziemonster's side. Now, there is somebody, a member of my community, who has sent me endless copies of Nezziemonster's Blue Skies tweets and messages. Nezzie, at this point, I'll just bury the lead, has basically apologized and is apparently taking a long break. They've been having basically random spirals. And yeah, I'm interested. Now, there's one other piece of context about this call, which is it follows on from a conversation with Nezziemonster's possibly now ex-boyfriend, where they also tried to cover up for a fucking psychopath who claimed that they'd, like, predated on someone or murdered somebody or some shit. It was real fucking weird. Anyway, there we go. That is a very brief TLDR. Let's get into this. Are you guys staying or are you going?
I'll stay for a little bit.
I'm gonna head out. Have a good night, boys.
No worries.
Thank you for having me
Good night.
on.
I just want to say one thing before you play it, real quick, okay? We'll make my bias very clear here, all right?
Sure, let's go.
I absolutely hate Nezziemonster and I want her to die. In fact, I have more respect for Nerf than I have for Nezziemonster. The only person I hate as much as Nezziemonster is Hopeless Peaches. In fact, I have more respect for Doodle Tones. Vastly more respect for Doodle Tones than I do Nezziemonster. And the reason why is because Nezziemonster, like Hopeless Peaches, both do this thing where they get put in a corner and then threaten to kill themselves for attention. And
yeah,
I'm not gonna
here's
go
my
into-
here's my endless take with this as well. because I've heard people's opinions on the whole kind of, well, Nezziemonster is constantly saying they're suicidal. Nezziemonster has been saying they're suicidal for years. It is a fucking... I hate this suicide baiting shit. I don't care. I don't care. I actually don't believe you. I just do not fucking believe you, okay? I have been told one thing as well. Apparently, and I know this from their, like, Blue Sky as well, Nezziemonster is another person who shows all of this shit to their therapist. They literally show this shit to their therapist. Can you imagine going to a therapist, a medical professional, and being like, this online drama is happening?
Yeah. Look, the thing is, though, is that, like, for some reason, like, the suicide baiting stuff is a very personal, like, I guess you'd say, for lack of a better word, trigger for me that just makes me, in particular, very irrationally angry very quickly. More so than if Desi just came out and said I had sex with the harem of toddlers, I would be less mad than the threatening of suicide.
Yeah, suicide baiting as well for me. I describe it as a particular trigger. I think it's because I've lost friends to suicide. I think there's something very particular about it. So yeah.
I've lost friends, family to it. Yeah.
Yeah, not a fan. Okay, let's get into it, shall we?
Within the Bible, there's a book called Galatians. It was written to the church.
Jesus fucking Christ, Lio. Okay.
God damn it, fuck you, Lio.
Fucking every time, man.
The Apostle Paul, the man who wrote the most books in the entirety of the Bible. Out of the 66 books, 14 are attributed to him. In this letter to the Galatians, he denotes how he was at first accepted by them as they all turned to Christ. But later, they started turning away, seeking other spirits and traditions, now treating Paul poorly. However, in chapter 4, verse 16...
Kevin, Beckett, who drew your PNG little guy? Teddy, actually. Not commentary Teddy. ACC Teddy. I really like this one. This is one of my favorite little versions of him.
Paul wrote a line that many people have quoted, whether knowing the origin or not. Have I now become your enemy by telling you the truth? In this quote is the pain that many people may have when those they think are friends, family, or comrades spurn others when accountability is asked, when pride and personal desire should be put aside to do good. But instead, the person calling for that is treated as though they are an enemy. I have no doubt that many in the audience have likely felt like this before, and unfortunately today, I need to talk about an individual who has chosen this regrettable action. Before I continue, you should all know the drill by now. Pencils down, eyes on the screen for just a moment. Keep it there. Now that you've done it, let's keep going. This is in relation to the FCK, a Discord chat that had minors in it, wherein porn and other things were posted around them and to them without anyone properly speaking up, leading to some of the children in there being harmed and groomed. While there's certainly bigger contributors to those children's harm that will be addressed by Thuman soon enough, there's another person that seems to have been more involved than first assumed. While many of us assumed that Nezzy wasn't as involved, both by their posting patterns in there and even going a bit by Teddy's recollection at the time, information has come out that paints a much different picture.
Oh,
to be clear, that's not Teddy's fault.
I got so much shit for hating Nezziemonster before it was cool. Okay? Dude,
you fucking hipster.
Dude, no, really. Everybody fucking, we're going on the FCK train, right? Fucking Nezziemonster makes a tweet saying, I'm gonna kill myself, which, by the way, should be a red flag, given everybody at the time was saying she was barely involved, but I digress. That was taken, that tweet was screen capped by Ren and posted on Twitter, right? I replied to the screen cap because my account was blocked by Nezziemonster, by the way. So I replied to the screen cap with Darth Sidious from Star Wars saying, do it. And I had so many people up my ass over that because they just bought the suicide baiting immediately because this works on a bunch of fucking retards. If you at any point in your life saw somebody make a tweet saying they're going to kill themselves and you actually believe that they might potentially do it because you read the tweet, you should also kill yourself. Unironically, like the moment it's in a tweet form, you know it's bullshit by the very nature of why it was tweeted out, right? People that kill themselves or are about to do it, don't be like, oh my God, hold the universe. I got to make a tweet announcing it first. People don't do that. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and to give me shit for saying that to Nezziemonster, it just angers the fuck out of me. So yeah, like, and now all of a sudden people are going after Nezziemonster and are all of a sudden mad over the suicide baiting and are all of a sudden mad over the same things that many of them bitched at me for bitching about at the time.
Yeah, I just don't disagree with you. And I mean, I will say this as well. I still need to talk to Ponder about some of this shit. But I just have no sympathy. Part of my big issue with Nezzie and people like her within the ACC is when they're doing it, it's fine. When they wanted to go over to Akumu, because you know I did 3 streams on fucking Akumu's video, it was fine to make sexual comments to Akumu, who was like 16 at the time. People calling Akumu a cum chalice. They were making some really fucking disgusting dates, and I still think that Fuchsia Butters has got off incredibly fucking easy. And if that's a person that ever fucking comes back, I will A-log the living fuck out of them, because that person is a freak.
Okay, somebody just brought up Apollo Legend, saying an Apollo Legend did announce it before he did it. Okay, as the leading expert on Apollo Legends killed himself lore, okay, which is what I am. No, that video was scheduled to release at a specific time that happened well after he had already killed. He was already dead by the time that video dropped. It's a terrible example. And he, sorry, it's killing me.
Truski, Ponder's not going to talk about this, Beckett. Ponder has agreed to have a conversation with me off stream. So like I've like spoken to her in DMs. So like she seems open about it. And it's she was fairly like convivial. I've talked to Ponder before about other stuff. As I say, I'm not doing a fucking gay ass accountability shit, but I would like to hear her side, and I've said that consistently.
When we first spoke, Teddy was under pressure none of us knew about, and memory can be a very faulty thing. Not helped by the fact that Teddy is the most well-known and outspoken person who...
Of course, it's off stream. I want to be... Sorry, if I'm responding to the Ponder stuff, it's because I want to be fair to her. I offered for it to be off stream. Not, she didn't ask for that. I said that.
Was groomed in this server, or at least by a prominent member of it by the name of Toasty Vanilla. I told Nezzie several times over the past year that when the info comes out, we'll be having a discussion. He claimed to understand, but the column about the place says otherwise. And I know some of you are worried, so let me say this really quick. No, Nezzie isn't a predator. He is, however, at fault for not only his lack of response all those years ago, not owning up to it between then and now refusing to take any actual responsibility, choosing instead to blame others, victim blame, and take shots at his own associates in this call, as well as in the aftermath. I'll detail that a bit later. I need to give a bit of additional context due to how the call begins. The day before the call with Nezzie, I was in a call confronting his at-the-time partner. They're no longer together as of the end of that call. I only plan on releasing that call if I absolutely have to, but this person went by the moniker of Avi Haltman. This person
I really want that call.
Spent years manipulating, lying, and gaslighting his friends about someone named Chuli, which included him sabotaging the call we had with one of Chuli's abusers, Faghost, by telling the freak about the fact that Chuli and Clownteeth were going to be in the call. Due to the nature of this confrontation, I chose not to inform Nezzie beforehand. While I understand the anger from this decision, I must stand firm in the fact that it was the right decision to make. I knew that if Nezzie knew, he'd tip Avi off somehow and Avi would run. The situation is bigger than their relationship and had nothing to do with it. I told Nezzie the details after the call, and the next day that we'd be talking about his involvement with the FCK server. He wanted to do it that night, but I didn't find that to be fair. So we had this call on Sunday, the 2nd of March. Here it is. It is currently March 3rd, 2025, 3:31 p.m. Central Standard Time. I am currently waiting for Nezzy, and there he is. Hello, Nezzy.
Hi.
Just give me a moment here.
Totally sounds like a he, 100%. Yeah.
Okay, let's get. As always, I don't overly moderate, but let's keep the transphobia to minimum. I tend to
There's
use
nothing transphobic about that.
Okay,
I just don't
okay.
understand.
Yeah, no,
It's just my hate for Nezziemonster.
That's
That's all.
fine. Listen, that's fine. It's fine. Just staying my position. Yeah, I'm terrible with Nezzie's pronouns. I always use she, her, and I don't know why, but
Well,
my
no,
brain
the
being
thing
fucking.
is, Nezzy is just hopeless peaches too. Okay. That's the
Well,
whole point.
yeah, it's kind of hard to argue against that one.
So why the profile picture change?
I'm not going to be online for a while.
Is it because of everything that's been going on?
Yes. I'm mad at you, and I'm mad at Ellie, and I'm mad at everyone.
And why are you mad at me?
Drummer, chill. Okay, here's my rationale for this and why I don't overly moderate, and I'm gonna say the same thing. You can hate Nezzy, that's fine, but there are people in this chat with you who are going to, like, who may be trans, who may have different pronouns, who may be gay, who may be black, who may be Jewish or whatever. And, like, you can hate the people on stream. I don't give a fuck what you say. But, like, I don't want this to be a shit experience for other people. That's it. That's the only reason. And that's why I don't ban, but I do ask. And again, that's all I can do.
When were you going to tell me all the things that Avi did?
After I found out everything about it, like I did last night.
I don't really believe that.
Have I ever lied to you before?
I don't know. You went behind my back and told people about my breakdown, which I thought was in a confidential call.
I told people about the fact that you admitted to manipulating me. Because that was violating, Nezzy.
And then you didn't say... And then you didn't say any of the context.
I did tell them why.
And you didn't even correct it when I brought it back to you.
You didn't make it about me. I'm angry at you. Listen, I dated a terrible fucking human being, and I dated him for ages. He managed her Twitter, by the way. He managed, like, those statements from Nezzy about how they weren't going to respond to anything was from this fucking dude. You didn't tell me. No one informed me. Loads of people informed you about what a piece of shit he was, and you didn't fucking listen. In the same way, loads of people informed people about what a piece of shit Nezzy was, and loads of people didn't listen, by the way, including Lio. And I don't think Lio would even fight with me on this. I think Lio would accept the fact that people have been pretty upfront with seeing what Nezzy is like, and Lio didn't want to see it. I commend Lio for actually trying to be, like, fair and go through the stages, but like, one of the things, like, in the drama last year, one of the accusations that was thrown at Lio was that Lio did, like, a lot of this sort of, like, hunting for people in the community who were assholes. He was used as the attack dog, but when it was people closest to him, he had a blind spot. And I stand by that criticism. And it's like, and again, I think he is trying to improve and get better, but it is something that is worth noting. It's a blind spot. And again, we all have faults. We all have faults. Lio's not, like, uniquely evil for that. Fuck you. But, like... Do you know what your fault is? Your fault is destroying the fucking hard drive in a dramatic video to get people off your back about the 4chan shit.
Well, that wasn't why, but go on.
You sound so offended.
I am. I'm hashtag triggered. I'm like, I think it's funny, by the way, that Chris said all of that shit that was way worse than what I said, that's arguably transphobic, but isn't really. And I'm the only one getting shit in the chat. That's really, your chat sucks.
Yeah, but
Dude,
Chris is red on Shinigami Eyes. We already know about him. Get red on Shinigami Eyes, then you can say transphobic shit on my stream, okay?
I have no idea what that means, number one. But number two, I am actually I'm not transphobic at all. I just don't care. I don't care people's problems. It's not my problem.
No, it's fine. Listen, it's fine. I'm not here to judge you.
Yeah. No, it's weird to me because like people call me transphobic, and I'm just sitting here like, trans people do most of my art, right?
Yeah, and
You
like
know,
I don't
like-
think you're transphobic. I'm always hyper aware of it because I don't want like people
No, I
getting
know.
pissed at other
I
people.
already know.
Yeah.
I already know. And clip chimping is a good example, actually. So.
Well, I mean, like, I'll be honest with you. If I cared that much about the optics of it, I'd police it. But it is literally just for the people in chat. Because people have done this to me before. They've called me like fucking alt-right or transphobic or homophobic. I don't give a fuck. I do not care. Like, call me whatever. I don't give a shit. But yeah, I just want it to be a good, I'll be protective of the people who don't deserve the shit,
Yeah.
When I came back to you about what my therapist said.
You mean the call we literally had last night? That one? Because if you're demanding that I correct, a record after it had already been stated, before you told me anything about your therapist's alleged claim, I can't time travel. If you want, I'll run you through the timeline. Well, I can run you through the timeline of the obvious stuff if you really want me to.
I don't care. I don't trust that anybody would have told me anything about Avi. You all would have abandoned me with him.
Oh my god.
Why do you think that?
What?
Just the endless self-victimization. You would have abandoned me. No one cares about me. No one gives a shit about me. It's all so difficult. You guys, like people know that you enabled this in Nezi, right? Like, this was enabled. Nezi acts like this because people enabled them to act like this.
Because nobody told me anything. I had to beg you to tell me what the fuck was going on. Ellie didn't contact me for literal days. She left me with him.
Mm-hmm.
This is very manipulative.
And I have no doubt in my head that
Just go on, Blood.
Oh, I said this is deeply manipulative shit.
Yeah, it's hugely manipulative. I'm assuming Ellie being mentioned. This is in Ellie Melly's case. I've heard mixed things on Ellie. I don't know what's happened behind the scenes. I'm just gonna state a bias here. I don't particularly like Ellie Manelli. I don't like their general involvement with the SCC stuff. And it's, yeah, I don't know why Ellie's involved in all of this, but I'm just stating a bias if Ellie, has more fucking involvement. Counterweight with the 5, the deviant art industrial complex and its effects on the internet and the next generation has been disastrous to the human race. True.
all of you would have left me with him.
Actually, no. That's factually incorrect. In fact, if you want to,
I don't believe it.
You have literally no reason to think I would ever lie to you because I haven't.
Ellie's okay, so I should be clear.
Yeah.
Ellie's one of these people who doesn't get talked about a lot, but was also, as far as I'm aware, was on the similar sort of line with Doodle Tones of trying to get victims on side against Akumu and manipulate the FCK situation to basically save Doodle's own skin and save the people involved. So I'm not exactly a fan.
I have every reason right now. I don't trust anyone. I don't trust myself. I don't trust anything anyone tells me.
Why do you think I would lie to you?
Because you went behind my back.
Behind your back? In what way?
When I called you, I thought that was going to stay in that call.
The majority of it did.
Okay, hold on. I was
don't
going to point
believe
out,
that.
all right,
Mm-hmm.
if Lio actually attempted to go behind Nezziemonster's back, it would take him weeks of walking around like that circle to get there.
Jesus. No, Ellie had no part in that, and I don't think that's accurate, to be honest. Okay, if I'm wrong, I'm happy to be corrected, but that was my understanding of the Ellie stuff. If Ellie had no part in it, like, I could be wrong. And it's been like that's been building for a while. So I'm literally stating a bias because I want to be clear with that bias. But that's pretty much it. Fucking hell. I know nothing about Nezzy, and their physical attributes. But also, it's not going behind the back of anybody. There's good reasons to keep Nezzy out of this fucking conversation. And let's be clear, Nezzy went after Chuli. Because Chuli, when all this was going off, Nezzy was tweeting out that Chuli was jealous that Avi had chosen Nezzy over her, which is incredibly fucked. So the idea that Nezzy in any way deserves to be told or anything else is just fucking bullshit.
Have the people that have talked to you about it given you hyper detail about everything in that call?
No, I got screamed at for 20 minutes.
Yes, and that was completely out of pocket.
I didn't even get any invitation to get into the call with Avi.
You're right, you didn't.
I didn't even get any sense of catharsis or any sense of preparation. It just came out of fucking nowhere. And I had to go to several
You're not
people.
entitled to it. Fuck you.
Ellie did block people, but Ellie was also regularly getting rape and death threats, so at least it's understandable. Okay. I'll suspend some judgment. That's fine.
To get any semblance of information. All of you were just going to be totally fine with me constantly hanging out with him and going on our dates. When was I going to be told?
I told you when you would be told, when we were done with the call, because that's when literally just about everybody else was told. The amount is a total of 8 people.
And none of them told me. Nobody even came to check on me to see if I was okay.
I'm sorry they didn't come to check on you. I wasn't even aware of that.
Nobody
but as
needs
far
to,
as
fuck
not
you.
telling you beforehand,
True.
we had a reason not to.
I don't believe that. Let's just get this call over with.
If that's the attitude you're going to take in this, I fear this may not be productive, and I'd rather this be productive for you. So I'm going to continue talking about this until it's been talked out. I'm going to tell you exactly what happened the timeline was, and before that, I'm going to tell you why you were not immediately contacted. Because if you were immediately contacted, with the way your mental state has been, it would have eventually, one way or another, tipped him off before I got the chance to speak to him.
So you don't trust me?
No, I don't trust what your brain has been doing with you.
Say that again?
I said that Nezziemonster is perfectly mentally well. She's just a manipulative snake.
True.
I don't understand why we can't just call people out for that kind of shit instead of justifying everything with mental health. Okay? Sometimes people aren't schizophrenic. They just want to kill you, right? Same thing here.
Please add dinosaurs. But Lio's building a Gundam. I actually kind of want to see what Gundam turns out to be. I might add the dinosaurs in a bit. We'll find out.
Who cares about the Gundam?
And more importantly, would you have been comfortable
Do you want the dinosaurs?
in your DMs, knowing all of this
Oh,
beforehand?
I'm not watching the stream.
I wouldn't have talked to him at all.
Yeah, and that would tip him off, Nezzy. That something was wrong, that something was up.
No, it wouldn't.
Actually, it would. Because even in the slight touch and go that Obvious had with Ellie the 2 days leading up to this, he was already suspicious. If you hadn't responded, he would have been absolutely suspicious. You were not told out of some sense of malice. Or rather, you were not told because of some sense of malice. You were not told because we were trying to respect your mental state and fragility currently.
Why? Why?
I mean, I mean, obviously it would tip off. It would tip him off. It's just this constant fucking victim complex.
I have literally no reason to lie to you. I never have and I never will. And considering how many times I've actively gone to bat for you multiple times, I don't appreciate the assumption.
God, Lio
I
hair
don't
cameo.
appreciate the assumption either.
Okay, look, fine. You want the dinos? Let's say fucking $15. $15 and I'll put the dinos on. There you go. I'll give you an incentive.
I didn't make
Even
something
when you
called
were
an assumption.
planning a call, why wasn't I invited to the call?
Because the call wasn't about you, Nezzy.
Everything's about
It
Nezzy. What
was
do you mean?
about my fucking partner.
I'm aware. And your partner's...
Could you imagine anyone else doing this? Listen, you had a call about my boyfriend and you didn't tell me. Why would you? Why would you? The fuck?
Yeah, I wonder why they're not together anymore. Could it be because she's so controlling that she wants everything said about her partner to be said through her?
I mean, if you're going to be doing this as well, like... part of the problem is as well, she's not innocent. She utilized this to attack Chuli. Dinos, please, from rotting. There we go. Okay. Cross out the dinos. Thank you very much for the 1999, and also Infamous with the 2. Beckett, can we have dinos under Gunpla? And Kai Rise with the 10. Dinos are needed because Gamer Dude is more stable than Nezi. Also, actually, just based and true. Fuck. Also, you hit the goal. So, congratulations. Have a sticker. Letters of Sky with a 15. We crave dinos. I know you do. I know you do. Thank you, guys. Based. Have a gold star. Well done.
actions to other people, which is why you were going to be told after we had the confrontation.
So I didn't even get a chance to confront him at all.
What?
Everything was just going to happen around me, and everybody made me panic because no one would tell me anything.
How did that make you panic?
Oh my god. Because Ellie wasn't responding to me.
Skill
Nobody
issue.
was responding to me. I didn't know what was going on. Avi was panicking. I didn't know what the fuck was going on with him.
Avi panicked because Avi got caught. And if you were
Yeah, and I didn't know that.
And if you were in that call, Nezzy, I fear a breakdown for you of a much higher capacity would have happened.
Well, it happened
mean
either
fishing
way.
for
So now we're here.
And you blame.
I mean, fuck. Imagine having a situation like this and still trying to make it about yourself. The victim complex for Nezzy is almost akin to that of LTG. Might as well refer to it as low-tier Nezzy. Shit.
Blame me for this.
I don't blame anyone. I'm angry at everyone.
What the? Okay.
And in no way, shape, or form do you understand why these things happened the way they did.
I do, but that doesn't stop me from being angry.
You have a right to be angry, but I think your anger needs to be directed at Avi instead of the people who were actively trying to help.
You would have helped me by communicating with me at any given time.
And you would have cut him off and made it to where we wouldn't be able to confront him. And you just confirmed that.
You literally don't know that.
You just told me that.
I would have, if you gave me a fucking plan.
I fucking hate Nezziemonster. Just unbelievable retardation. Like, how difficult is it to understand that... Do you know what's kind of weird as well? Like, it's the fucking entitlement of it. Like, I was panicking. I was upset. Why didn't anybody tell me anything? Why didn't you care about me? You're not important. You actually just don't matter.
How long did it take them to tell Nezziemonster?
What, like, after the call?
Yeah.
Like, something like 12 hours, 24 hours at most.
Okay, who cares? Who
Yeah.
cares? Like, this is so... I don't even know what words to use. Wildly irrelevant, right?
Yeah.
Like, I would understand
Well,
being this upset if it was weak.
So, like, firstly, Pinker with the 20 for chat. Thank you very much. 07, much appreciated. Very based. But, like, what this is, it's... Nezzie knows that this is a confrontation call. She's not stupid. And this is just an attempt to control Lio so that Nezzie can, like, go, oh, well, actually... Oh, 5 minutes after the call, Jesus. So, like, Nezzie can come in and go, actually, Lio, you're the one who's fucked up. You're in the wrong. Because it's a play to get the control.
Well, she makes it sound like it was 5 months.
Toxic Girlie turned up
But
to
it was-
11. True Infamous. Thank you for the 2. Jevy Bev with 10. Don't understand why they get upset when people around them act in consideration of their mental struggles, when that is the first thing they always bring up in every conversation. Yes, because fuck, I'm doing it now. Because he is a perpetual fucking victim.
Because the fat, like heat, rises.
Why did you make it sound like a fucking Batman quote?
I did?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just saying she's got a fatty brain.
Okay.
If I gave you a plan, Nezzie, with as fragile as you have been, do you really think it would have worked on that end?
I don't know. We'll never know.
Maybe not. But the plan was never, ever, 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 ever to leave you in the lurch and to never tell you about this. That would be absolutely monstrous, and I take personal offense, frankly, that you would ever assume any of us, myself, Ellie, anybody else, would actually do that to you. Like, genuinely.
I don't trust anybody right now.
Well, that may complicate things. However, you've made that choice, and I can't unmake it for you. So let's go ahead and get into what I have you here for, despite your anger.
Mm-hmm.
So, we talked previously about the FCK account, about your involvement there, and I'm not going to deny that you did some good. Hounding Toasty to get rid of certain chats is a plus. However, there is some incongruity in some of these, and I would like an explanation for them. So, give me a moment.
No, okay. Nezzie hounded Toasty to get rid of a few chats because they were covering for themselves. As were other people, they were worried about how it would reflect on them. If they actually fucking cared, they would have done more about it. Their primary concern was Akumu. The same with Fuchsia Butters. Gonna have Akumu's blood on their hands. They didn't care. I completely reject this fucking narrative. It's complete bullshit. It's always been bullshit. Fuck these people.
You know...
Oh. No, go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say, you know, these people give me shit for saying not my kid, not my problem, and having general apathy to, like, much of the shit that happens online. But, you know, at least I'm more consistent when I don't care, instead of pretending like I do.
Well, I mean, it's always the weaponized victimhood. It's how can I use this to go after people? That's how I viewed it. That's how I've always viewed it, and it's always been the fucking same. How can I use this?
Cry bully.
Yeah. He admits that later, believe it or not, their concern was that hypocrisy would have been cried. Fucking retard.
Oh, man.
Are you familiar with this screen cap?
Thought he was going to quote the Bible for a minute.
Nezi asked for the Slimmers not safe for work chat to be removed after a lolicon threatened to expose them. Lamau.
Yes, Bowman showed me it.
Okay.
And I explained that at the time, I don't remember my mentality at the time. I am trying to be as calm as I can. I understand that you understand that I'm angry. I cannot control the fact that I'm angry right now. I understand your choices, but right now is not great.
All right, I haven't even done anything.
Wait, hold on. Pause. She just made Lyo's point. If you can't control your anger
Yeah, why would you include
right
you?
now, why would you be included? Like that's, if nothing else, justification for Lyo's point.
Yeah. Yeah, unquestionably.
I didn't say that you did.
All right, then I'm not sure where that comes from, as though I wouldn't know that you're angry. It's pretty obvious.
The Kubo's like, ah! I like that, buddy. How you doing?
I've read your response.
The context of that screenshot. Yes.
There's a problem with that.
Peace, Lyo. Sleep well.
The problem
Okay,
with
what's
that
the
is
problem?
I 100% do believe you when you say you don't remember everything about the FCK 4 to 5 years out. I think it would be unreasonable to not believe you for that, frankly. The problem I am having is, while that is something I can accept years out, it's not something I can accept with a 2-month difference. You say in here that to your knowledge he was not sending pornography to children, but in your DMs with Toasty, you confirmed that he was in fact doing that. 2 months prior to the question being asked here in Fiendish Cavern.
Okay.
I would like to know why you gave the answer you did in Fiendish Cavern, compared to the actual DMs you had with Toasty.
It's a solid question.
I don't remember my mentality at the time.
Ah, come the
It could
fuck
be
on.
very well that I did.
Look, I get that it's years ago. I understand this. Here's my issue with Nezi. And you can kind of hear this in some of the other conversations and calls. Full disclosure, I've heard bits of Thuman's conversation with Nezziemonster. And it seems like whenever it's convenient, Nezziemonster's memory is crystal fucking clear. Crystal clear. I think this happened in another call that got released. It's just it's almost like it was yesterday. It's vivid. So I don't expect Nezi to remember everything in detail, but understanding where you were sat. If you ask me about something that happened during the Twitch poll period, I can probably give you my general feeling of where I was sat and what I was thinking, because again, I'm a consistent person, so I can pretty much go, yeah, this is why I did the thing that I did. But with Nezi, it's just well, anything that's a difficult question to answer, I don't know, guys. It's just we've got memory issues. It's the same as the Peaches stuff. I'm age regressing. I'm a 5-year-old again. Ducky. Oh, fuck off.
A ducky.
Didn't remember because a lot of stuff was happening at the same time. This was what? In October?
Yes.
So I was on a really heavy medication at the time.
Mm-hmm. But you never thought to look
between those screenshots, between 2 months and that screenshot, I got on Zoloft.
Mm-hmm.
Should have went on fentanyl.
Why didn't you think to verify by looking at your DMs with Toasty?
Because I had blocked him out at that point, I think.
Well, the problem with blocking him out's one thing, but this is you being directly asked about him, and the FCK server was still functional, And I'm sure it was still fresh in your mind, knowing full well what happened at the point in that server. Maybe not to some extreme degree, but at least with the knowledge that that did happen because you were the one who asked him to stop. So,
I did.
Okay.
And like I said, there was a bunch of different stuff happening at the same time.
Oh, but she remembers
but I think
that.
My brain was probably on the Toby situation at that point.
I'm sure, but you have to keep in mind, to any outside observer, that looks extremely suspicious. It is perceived that you are lying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fully aware.
I am trying to be good faith, because as much as you somehow think I hate you, I don't. And I'm hoping there's a reasonable explanation for this as opposed to the worst case scenario.
Put me in a call with it.
I am trying my absolute best to remember.
Okay.
The whole situation was really confusing because what was it? They made a video on Toasty, and then that all got disproven, and then that got mixed up, and then there was the Ben situation and the Toby versus Omnia situation. There was the thing with the one-man show-off.
Well,
I believe I'd cut Toasty off at that point and left the FCK because of his behavior. Not having to do with that specifically, but with a bunch of other stuff.
I want to correct a record about a couple things. Firstly, I will request that you refer to that individual as Rin. Secondly, that video was not disproven.
Sorry.
What happened with that video, unfortunately, is in some cases it was a victim of tribalism. Because Rin got some of the data from Akumu, Rin got lambasted for it. And instead of people looking at the data as it is, and perhaps, I don't know, talking about it and trying to find out where the actual meat of the substance is, they just got upset that Akumu was the one-sided and just bandwagoned Rin into silence. I'm not
Rin
saying they did an
I
intentional
thought that there
cover-up.
was a tweet where...
Go ahead.
No, that's my bad. I'm sorry.
I'm not saying there was an intentional cover-up. I don't have evidence for that on my end. But the fact that this was not treated as seriously as it should have been is condemnable.
Okay, so I haven't said much, so I kind of wanted to let this, like, beginning part just play out. I just wanted to see where the, like, tone of the early conversation is. There is evidence of an intentional cover-up. I disagree with Lio. The evidence for the intentional cover-up is the fact that this information was being highlighted by Akumu, by others, the fact that they knew what it was, the fact that they were happy to go after people for shit like this. They're well fucking aware. People like Fuchsia Butters were aware. ZZ was aware. Nezi was aware. Doodle Tones, because of, like, the Toby drama, I think Doodle Tones was well fucking aware of what was happening in that server. I don't think it was a secret. From what I understand as well, and again, this is through the grapevine, as opposed to, like, direct, is Fuchsia's Butter's server was worse. There was an active, intentional cover-up to hide this information from the rest of the, like, audiences of these people, to protect themselves, not to protect Toasty, to protect themselves from their associations. And that has been the issue with this, one of the issues with this, for a very long time, because one of the accusations against Lio was that Lio was aware and covered it up. Now, I don't believe that's the truth, for the very simple reason that Lio wasn't the one who went through these logs. Doodle Tones was. And Lio was dealing with other things and had basically been poisoned against Akumu. But when it came to looking at the evidence, he did intend to do that down the road. And Peaches knew that he was going to look at it enough that she started to plan to burn him. There was a cover-up.
Okay, well, to be fair, I will say Lio did participate in helping cover it up just unknowingly. And the reason I say that is because he was publicly, which is kind of expanding on what you already said. He was like publicly calling Akumu a conspiracy theorist and saying that he was just making up shit, right? Like he did like say that kind of stuff in the, I believe it was the Crystal Flame video that later got taken down.
Yeah, I think it's I put it like this, and this is why I'm sort of like charitable towards Ponder in this situation. I think both Lyo and Ponder suffer from the same problem of trusting these people. In particular, actually, Nezziemonster, and they got fucked over for it.
Dude, I don't understand how you can listen to Nezziemonster talk here at all and not assume that these kinds of conversations did not happen like beforehand, right? Where these red flags came up in the past. Did they just just straight up ignore all the red flags associated with Nezziemonster?
Yes. Yeah, actively.
I don't get it.
No, nor do I. But I mean, I'd say the same thing about the other ones. Big conspiracy brained here, but I wouldn't be shocked if I knew everything that was going on. And just like pretend like he didn't know. He seems like the type, especially with how he acts towards people. Okay, so the reason I don't believe that's the case is because I've talked to multiple other people who were involved in this, from like who are around Lyo, who were around Lyo at the time. No, he didn't. He went looking. He wasn't like highly engaged in looking at the evidence. This all happened before he was even fucking around. From what I've understood about like the Fuchsia Butters call, he didn't even know about it during the Fuchsia Butters call. No one told him, and frankly, most of this stuff had been buried pretty much fucking like super deep. He straight up ignored the neon red flags with peaches. Yeah, absolutely. And like, if the accusation here is like Lyo was in some way like negligent or like in the very worst case, I think it's negligence. But I think the reality is that Lyo, like all of us, is human and just like thought he could trust Nezziemonster.
Speak for yourself.
Okay, well, I do speak for myself, but like
I'm not human.
I agree, and that's why what's done to you is ontologically fine.
What? But so I sent a clip in this little group chat that perfectly encapsulates my thoughts on this whole thing in a single sentence.
Now this might strike some
And
viewers
yes,
as harsh.
and yes, it's
I
stream
believe
safe.
everyone involved in this story should die.
I love Norm. Right, okay. Kind of way with the 5. The way you describe the FCK's cover-up tactics feels really Hollywood-esque and cannibalistic, capping it off with calling Akumu a conspiracy theorist. Yeah, I just think this was a cover-up. I think there is incredibly good fucking evidence for it.
I'm trying to be as good faith and gracious to you as I can. Because I don't want to think this. But please continue.
I think
On it, what's to say Lyo hasn't been lying all along? I want to be, because again, also like I like responding to, not Hornet, sorry, Harley. Harley's fun to respond to. It's really simple. We've got the background logs for it. Like I've been through them with Akumu of the stuff of who actually did the like digging. We've got the names of the people who were like names or like user handles, I should say, of the people who accessed that document because it was put together by Doodle Tones, and like who was going through what. And as far as like we can see the dates of access because that was all handed to us during the Lyo and Peaches drama. There's a stream where we go over it. So I know that Lyo hadn't seen that document at the time when the FCK was being pushed. And when they finally got the logs, Lyo handed it over to Doodle Tones and literally did not see it until everything started to come out.
Okay, I have a better response for Harley's hoodie. This is great. Okay. To answer the question of what's to say he wasn't lying the whole time, easy. That would be awesome if he was, and if you can prove it, that'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think I'd have no problem if Lyo was found to have known far more than he did, but I just haven't seen. In fact, all the evidence I have seen is to the counter of that, and it's part of the reason that I've been charitable over this whole thing with him, because I just, again, it was his choice to not know enough about it and talk on it. I think that's something I've criticized him for many fucking times, but I just don't think he paid enough attention to it.
Well, it is
remember a tweet.
factually. I was just saying, it is factually the case that he was being used as like a weapon and a tool by a lot of these people that were like very frequently saying, "Calm down back there before I get Lio to come at you."
Yeah.
So.
Good evening, Lanza. Who I fucking DM'd and then didn't talk to because I've been dying for 2 days. As my life has spiraled. Apologies, buddy.
I'm just saying there is evidence of Lio being a useful idiot for these people, is my point.
Yeah.
Of Rin apologizing for that video because of stuff that came out. Or maybe they talked to Toasty?
To my knowledge, Rin was dogged on behind the scenes, and the apology came because Rin was hounded about it and made to feel guilty over that video.
Sorry, could you say that one more time?
To my knowledge, it was not that Ren gave an apology because of genuine feeling of wrongness that initiated from their own internal troubles. It was they were hounded by the community due to Akumu's involvement in the information. They were hounded into giving an apology.
I didn't keep that much track of it. I think I remember a conversation about it in the Cloud Palace at one point.
Maybe, but there's also the fact that apparently Teddy was involved in some of this and called a liar because of this video. And that's one other reason, which is a problem in and of itself.
Okay, did he have to pick this music? Fuck, it's so tiring. It's like lullaby music.
Yeah, I really don't
I
know.
am not
Like,
going.
we need to listen. People, damn it, liar! Stop adding music over the calls and start. Listen, Nerf apparently got you to put the Gundams in. Look. Can you like do edits just for me where you put the dinosaur video over them? That'd be great.
I'm going to say here that you willfully enabled a groomer, because that's been confirmed multiple times that you did not know about that. This is something that Toasty willfully kept hidden. And the ironic thing about our conversation last week, or the week before, whenever that was, I told you that one of the biggest issues that has happened in the past year with you is how you have responded to all of this.
Here we go.
And I feel a certain way about the fact that you did not tell me you sent a series of tweets that very morning before I got in a call with you. I had to find that out secondhand.
I thought I told you directly.
You did not, actually.
I literally put it in I put it in general chat, and I asked you to look at it, and you said that you wouldn't look at it until Thuman's video came out.
Ah, I see. Well, perhaps that is on me then. But either way, why, knowing full well that this has been a problem, because even without me telling you that, you knew instinctively due to how you responded to, why continue to do that?
Because I thought that at that moment that I was perfectly calm. I sent it to my therapist, and she said it was good.
Oh my god, what?
When it was done, I gave it to her.
While I appreciate...
I hope the therapist is Jar's neighbor.
I sent it to my therapist. What more do you want from me? It's so retarded. It's so amazingly retarded. Who are these people's therapists? Like, I can't believe that this is just fucking real. I just can't believe it.
I need to bribe her therapist to break HIPAA.
Yeah, like I'd pay
I need the records.
extraordinary amounts of money to fucking have like an insight into what those therapy sessions look like. Just
1000%.
ethics be damned. Like I just want to know.
Create that level of thought. Your therapist is not the arbiter of how people are going to view this. And they're certainly not the arbiter.
I don't give a shit how other people view it.
You should, because some of them are the people who
I
are
trust
affected
her.
by this service.
That's not true. Nezzy cares very deeply about how they are viewed, and always has.
And that's part of the problem. You need to care
I
about.
trust her.
So you don't trust the people who are harmed by this server. About how they
I don't
feel.
distrust them, but I care about my therapist.
That's fine, but you're not seeing the forest through the trees here. You should
forest
care
from the trees.
how the
Fuck.
people who were wronged by it feel about how you respond. That you should care about. If you genuinely did not want to hurt people, that you should absolutely care about. So I don't understand why you don't.
Okay.
Can you walk me through why you don't?
Because I didn't think about it at the time. I'm sorry I keep interrupting you.
There's gonna be a lag. You live in Japan. I get it. Not mad. How is that not the first thing on your mind about all of this?
I'm not really sure.
Nezzy, that's a massive
I think
problem.
that there's a bit of a disconnect. I think that there's a major disconnect because of the fact that I don't know who any of them are. I didn't interact with any of them. I interacted with Teddy and Xena and Libby and Toasty.
Well, here's the thing. Do you remember Jamesy by name? Maybe not in death, but by name do you remember?
Rotting Brain with the 5. A therapist that blindly agrees no matter what is a bad therapist. Mine pushes back when she knows I've done wrong. Yeah, I had the same thing with my therapist. Back when I went through therapy. Like, it sounds like what Nezzy seems to be describing the therapist is like counseling kind of therapy, where you just go to a person regularly and talk to them because you're constantly venting, which I'll be honest with you. I as many of you know, I'm a massive advocate for going to therapy. I think it's really important. But like, fuck me. The amount of people who seem to have therapists that just enable them is insane. I don't know whether this is like a fair representation of what their therapist is like, but fucking hell.
Okay, that's actually most therapists, actually. So like one of the biggest issues with therapy especially in the States is that they fall in one of two categories, assuming they're or one of two categories of bad that's most common. Number one is that a lot of them end up just like blindly agreeing and saying gay shit like, see, how does it make you feel or whatever, and they don't really say anything. They're just wasting your time and agreeing to everything you're saying. Or two, they're burnouts, which is the more common issue. Having a burnout therapist that actually doesn't care. This is just a job to them, right? Like this is like McDonald's too. And so these two major issues are why a lot of people go from therapist to therapist to therapist before they find one that actually challenges you on literally anything.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's depressing as fuck. I need a favor from you.
From me?
Yeah.
What's that?
I need to go and get a Coke. Can you talk to my chat for a bit?
Sure.
Thanks. Right, I'll be back in 5.
What's the chat saying here? Venting needs to happen, but if that's the only thing you're doing there, you might as well buy a journal and use that. I mean, to be fair, that is like literally just most therapists is you're literally paying a lot of money for a human journal. I can't please people doing therapy. but you need to be honest and recognize that you've done wrong in certain situations. Yeah, well, unfortunately, most people don't do that, which is another problem with therapy, is that a lot of the people seeking it are dishonest freaks. And therapy doesn't work if you're lying to your therapist. I am doing good, Ash. I'm just really tired, and I don't know how much longer I'm going to make it through this video without crashing out and going to bed. What are my thoughts on the dinos? I think they're gay, but the context is funny. Vlad, can we talk about Apollo Legend for 2 hours? No, but I will say I'm glad he's dead. Anyway, what else here? So basically, Nezziemonster is Tony Soprano, and whatever his therapist is. You know what's funny is I started watching that show, and then I couldn't take anymore and looked up to see if he actually fucks his therapist. Turns out he does not, and so I quit watching. Because that was the only reason I was watching, was for the therapy sessions. I cared very little about anything else happening in that show. I don't have a mullet kill yourself meta poem. My favorite dinosaur is the Spinosaurus, because obviously it can beat the T-Rex. Okay, all right. So there's only a certain number of people that'll get that reference. I think that adults that have coloring books are pedophiles. Hi, Akumu. Scream kill yourself and stay away. But yeah, no, I also just don't like that people are open that they're seeking therapy. I don't think that's a very smart thing to do. At all, actually. I don't think. I think we should go back to being ashamed to talk about our own mental health publicly. We should go back to that. Same thing with video games. I think we should go back to people being ashamed of playing video games. And the reason why is I think both of those examples, I think both of those things would work better. I think video games were better when people were ashamed of talking about them. And I think therapy works better whenever it's between you and the therapist and not the internet. So I'm not just saying it to be like edgy. I'm being dead serious. Like, I actually do think these things are better things. Like, whenever they're not like, whenever they're not devalued by being spammed all over the fucking internet. I had my old server from years ago and currently all my demons. I don't know what you're responding to, but okay. All right then. Does it make those people that are open about people seeking therapy targets for harassment? Yeah, it does. And frankly speaking, there's two issues. Number one, you being open about it and then getting harassment isn't going to help you in your therapy at all. If anything, it's going to push you to regress. Tops, depending on how bad your mental health is. But on top of that, I think you're more likely to actually give a shit about the therapy when, again, it's between you and the therapist and not you, the therapist, and the internet. Because now you've gone from I'm seeking therapy to help myself to I'm seeking therapy to help myself in addition to getting clicks and that big dopamine hit I get from those clicks on the internet. Right? It's like you've just created an entire addiction for yourself. Which obviously wouldn't help much in therapy. Gilded favorite slur. My favorite slur is the slur. I'm sure people will figure that out. Olivia, I don't agree. Oh my god, yawn. Because when things are more in a public light, there's much less taboo discrimination based on it. And more people would end up seeking therapy when they hear, oh, I had issues.
What the fuck are we talking about?
I'm arguing with the chat over therapy. So this person, Olivia, is saying something about discrimination taboo. It should be actually taboo, 100%. It should be taboo for you to talk about your mental health on the internet, 1000%. In fact, you should not only be discriminated against for discussing it, you should be bullied for discussing it.
I'm so glad I went to the Coke.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, you absolutely like you should be encouraged to keep your therapy between you and your therapist, not you, your therapist, and the internet.
I will actually say this. I've, for instance, been like pretty open that I suffered with PTSD. I have never explained what caused that or why. I never will. And anything you put out there is probably going to get used by somebody who hates you against you at some point. So you should be very aware that, like, you should be comfortable with anything you put out there being weaponized against you. And for people who have serious issues, you should probably not talk about that publicly.
Well, this is what I was saying earlier, which I don't get why Olivia was disagreeing with this. If you're talking about it publicly and getting bullied because of it, because that's the internet, how is that going to help you with your therapy?
So Olivia says, I'm talking IRL and not trauma dumping in public. I'm talking about not hiding therapy in its entirety. Yeah, I think it's fine to be, it's fine to be like, you've gone to therapy.
But hold on, that's not what I said. I said you should, what I said was that you shouldn't be discussing your therapy with the internet. I didn't say anything about I'm seeking a therapist. I mean, I think even that is actually, I don't think that's even fine. I don't think you should even say that. I think that you should never, under any circumstances, talk about your mental health in any context ever on the internet, period.
I would say this, that, and this has been my consistent stance, certain things are like having a broken leg, and I count like PTSD like this. It is a fixable thing. With the right treatment. And it's like, I wouldn't be embarrassed to be like, yeah, I broke my arm and it was in a cast. And I think normalizing that is fine. Because I think people who have certain mental health issues should be encouraged to just go and get them fucking fixed and stop making them everyone else's problem. Because one thing that I do see happen is people with some mental health issues refuse to go and do anything about it and then make it everyone else's issue. And then we get things like Nezzy, where it's like, but I'm depressed, but I'm sad. And it's like, okay, but if you actually went and got, like, rather than whatever, the therapy isn't working for Nezzy. It obviously isn't fucking working. But, like, if they actually were encouraged to go and get some proper fucking treatment and, like, seek, like, I don't know, an actual expert in whatever the fuck is wrong with them, then we wouldn't have to put up with this needless bullshit. And that's true of so many fucking people.
Okay, so, but that's the other thing too. I never said.
I'm not saying you did. I'm not saying you did.
No, not you. Sorry, I'm talking about the chat. But no, like somebody said, like you should be able to tell your friends and family. But I never said you shouldn't tell your friends and family. I said you shouldn't tell the internet, the public. That's all I've been saying this whole time, dude. I swear to God, like people like intentionally cherry pick like very key words out of what I say, and then make really wild fucking straw mans out of my words.
To be fair, it is funny to watch you to react to it, though.
But probably. But no, like the thing is, it's like no, like obviously your friends and family are going to be an exception to literally everything. Like that's the.
So we're friends. Can I tell you about my therapy?
No, kill yourself. But yeah, like so it's one of these things like it's like whenever I say like shit like I don't care that these people on the internet get molested or groomed, and then people are like, well, what if it was your kid? It's like, yeah, of course I would care. That's my kid. Like, what do you mean? Like what are you on about? Like, of course then I would care. Like it's just like the most wild shit. Like it's like the weirdest fucking thing. It's like half the people on the internet. I actually that's obvious. I'm gonna say half the people on the internet don't have social skills, but
that's why we're here.
Yeah.
Okay, fuck it. Let's keep going. Thanks.
No, I am Buddha Cat. She says I think you're getting sleepy, and that's true.
Yeah, that is true. Listen, it's the fucking music. That's why I need to get up. I needed to get up and get another can of Coke. I was like, I'm trying to give up energy drink as well. I'm like, I fucking want to die.
You should.
Yeah, no, I'm really trying.
I remember that they were involved with Teddy.
That's one of the people, as you'll see here, that you blocked. Now, here's the grace I'll give you. I understand in a panic blocking as many people as possible that you feel are coming at you sideways about this. I get that. But your response...
I don't know if that point that I had my account.
I think you did, because it was after all of these meltdowns that you handed it over to Avi.
I don't remember when I gave it to Avi. And I didn't pay attention to usernames. Very likely at the time that I blocked him not knowing who he was. Because James Z is pretty common.
Wait, what's common?
I'm not sure. Hold on.
Knowing who he was. Because James Z is pretty common.
I think it was the name. The name is a common name.
Okay.
Letting Avi be an arbiter of this, not even discounting what we know about him now. He is proven to be foolish, wholesale, in what he has allowed you to tweet, in what he's done with your account, or in this case, if you did this, this was also foolish. Whatever a disconnect there may be, should have been resolved after you were already taken to task for this the first time. The fact that that still exists is definitely a problem. Like when you had your falling out with Teddy, where you turn around and you call them a liar, and I know Teddy's reputation in the community. I'm well aware. But you called them a liar about what exactly?
I think I called them a liar because of the situation that happened in 2020. That whole situation with my server. That was just really confusing as fuck.
Okay, but you called them this when they removed you as a friend or blocked you, when you know full well they were a victim of the FCK, and you did this as publicly as possible. What was the thought process there?
Because I was angry. I did a lot to try and help her, and she just left without saying anything when I was in a really, really bad place. That's no excuse. I'm just saying that I was pissed off.
Okay, I get that.
And that's not a good thing.
That is an excuse.
Oh my God. If there's anybody you know that understands anger, you're talking to him. However, this was not just not the move, but at the same time, it doesn't really make any sense in correlation to what you were previously talking to them about. This is somebody who, in the case of the FCK, did absolutely go to bat for you. Like, without question, and frankly, having looked a bit into it, Teddy was going through, hell in a handbasket during that time and still chose, with all the backlash towards you, to stand up for you. And your response, because they blocked you, instead of just doing, the adult thing and internalizing that anger, yes, and acknowledging it, yes, respecting that boundary, you decided to start blasting.
You need to force it down. You need to force it down, Nezzy. What men do. You force the anger down, you push it deep down inside until you can't feel anything anymore, until it is a black pit of despair, and you drink yourself to death, or you, become a fucking live streamer.
You need to cough it up like a fur ball and shove it up your ass.
True. Put it in a box, chain it up, lock it away.
Blasting publicly about it when you know you're currently under fire. And to somebody who you know was wronged by this server, who has done things for you.
And I felt wrong because I did things for her.
Yeah, I get that, but
I'm not saying I agree with what I did, but I'm not going to deny being angry and impulsive and irresponsible.
I'm not asking you to deny the truth. That's the last thing I want. Literally. I genuinely cannot tolerate or stand lies. It's in my nature. We can go into it later, but we're not going to now. I do want the truth.
Something
That's why I'm
Bible.
hoping
Yeah,
you'll
yeah.
give me this entire call, genuinely. But I need you to recognize that going
Nezzy.
through all of this, having your hand slapped about blocking victims, having your hand slapped about how you responded to Teddy, all of that, and your response now is you didn't even think of the victims?
I didn't know who they were. They were supposed to be anonymous.
Wait,
One
what?
was it?
You were in the fucking server with them. What do you mean? The fuck are you talking about? I didn't know. I didn't know who they were. Even if that wasn't the fucking case. Even if that wasn't the case, the slightest bit of looking would have fucking told you. I didn't know. I didn't have any idea. It's so fucking different. Oh, fuck me.
At least Teddy. Did you not look at your
And they
thread?
blocked me.
Okay, but did you not look at that? You know how word travels in this community. Did you not think about this thread that it would eventually get back to Teddy?
Is this person getting actually triggered over being blocked? Is that what's going on right now?
Yes. Well, that's their excuse. Oh, they blocked me, though. Like, one of the things that Nezzy has constantly said, and I've seen their statements, is like, I've taken accountability for this. Nezzy doesn't take accountability for things. And actually, I want to be, like, this question seems to arise of, like, what can Nezzy do? Someone else asked me this, like, what do you expect Nezzy to do? What I expect Nezzy to do is to... derailing me horrifically. We're talking about how tiring this call makes me, just derail me. No. The way Nezzy could have resolved this really simply is just going, yeah, I swept. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, it was fucked. What happened to Akumu was wrong. Like, and I should have called it out. And I didn't for, like, the reason doesn't even matter, but I fucked up. And it's not something I do now. But the way I treated Akumu and the way I prioritized, I just didn't care. Just be honest. Just be fucking honest. I like drawing to my own stuff, and this is what happened when people asked me about the Akumu shit, the Kumu shit. Why didn't you do something? I didn't care about the Cine Best stuff. I didn't care. I didn't want to talk about it. People kept trying to ask me about it and sending me stuff. I didn't care. I didn't want to cover it. So, like, when it came to, like, Akumu looking at it, why I want to be involved? It's the same actually with Kumu and the database stuff. When the database stuff was happening, for those of you who remember that drama, I just said I'm not getting involved. And I gave a brief take, which was, I think database is a fucking lunatic, and I think he's probably faked the logs. Z, or whatever the fuck their name is also a fucking lunatic, and would also probably fake things. And I said that to Serafina. And I'm not getting involved. Just say you don't give a shit. Just be honest. But this constant thing of playing victim is just fucking draining.
I have no doubt that it would.
Nezzy, how can you...
I didn't think about it at the time.
Is your thought process purely egocentric?
Yes.
Mine is.
I don't know. Possibly. I am never been under so many eyes before. I don't know what the fuck to do.
You were told what to do.
And I thought I was doing the right thing.
Nezzy, I can't in good faith sit here and say that I believe that, because you were told. You were. We had multiple calls in Heat and Server about how you respond to these things, and how the correct way to respond is, and to whom you should be giving most of the thought in your responses to. I'm sorry, but this isn't a sense of you were ignorant and just went off your anger. This was you directly rejecting what you were told in wisdom to lash out at people. I'm sitting here more stunned than I am really anything right now, because I'm somebody who's dealt with victims for a long time. And I've made my fair share of mistakes. I'm not going to pretend like I haven't. The call with Jibs was a good indicator that I needed to stop earlier. But you never once gave actual thought to them during the time that all came out. But you were in call with us, where we talked regularly about how awful it is that their trauma was just thrown out there without everybody being on the same page. You knew that. You've been around me. How could you not?
When I made those responses, I was thinking about myself because I was scared.
What are you scared of?
Everyone.
Why? What do you think they'll do to you?
Hate me.
Nezzie, what you've done makes people more likely to do that. Nezzie,
it's fucking... You're on the internet. People are gonna fucking hate you. People hate me. People hate Vlad. People hate Leo. Who gives a shit? Who fucking cares?
No, everybody likes me. Everybody likes me. There's just a small faction that doesn't know it yet.
I'm not even gonna dignify that with an argument. I'm not gonna even help you. You do you. You fucking asshole.
That was funny.
For the entire last year, I was demonized. Had people threatening me, had people threatening my wife's place of work. Trust me, I know what it's like to actually be hated. But my thought isn't, oh, poor me in that case. It was, look at these people I have genuinely wronged. You didn't give a single thought to that. I
did give thought to them.
You just told me earlier you weren't thinking
of them. Didn't do it publicly like I should have. I didn't do it publicly like I should have.
Then what good was the thought, Nezzie?
I don't know. I don't know how to handle these types of situations. You can tell me over and over again how to do it. I still don't understand.
There you go.
Because I don't want to be a part of it.
What do you mean you don't want to be a part?
Oh, God. You create the situation. And it's also fine. It would have also been fine to just shut the fuck up about it. Actually. And just say, look, it's fucking years ago. I fucking hated Akuma at the time. That was my priority. It's fucking... But it's also made me realize, we talk a lot about the Akuma shit, and it is fucking complete asshole stuff. But finding out the stuff they pulled with Chuli because they were defending their boyfriend, it is I don't know. It seems worse to basically support somebody like Avi, who is just an actual horrific piece of shit.
Part of it.
Thank you for the dinosaurs. That's all right. Chap paid for them.
I don't want to be a part of any of this. It makes me physically ill.
Yes.
The thought
Then
of
you should
that
have
I've
left
hurt
the
people.
server.
Yeah.
You should have what?
Then she should have left the server, the FCK server. Like the only reason she's getting dragged into it is because she didn't give a shit when all that happened. I don't get why this is so difficult. I don't understand.
Well, you gotta understand. Nezzie's the victim, Vlad. Nezzie's the real victim of the FCK.
No, Nezzie is just a victim of losing the fucking birth lottery. That's it. She just was born retarded. She's a victim of her own retardation. That's all this is. This is just profoundly fucking stupid. And with all I'm hearing so far, Nezzie's making a solid case for why I think the entire thing with the pronouns is just attention-seeking behavior. That's all I'm seeing with all of this.
Well, I think look, I will admit I gave this take about peaches, right? But I think the issue I have with stuff like this is because it becomes like a distraction, right? This was the Chris Chan thing with like Keffels. It's just, I think people will use basically everything to dodge accountability, and be special. In Nezzie's case, I'll be honest with you, I think the biggest thing with Nezzie is that everyone's always out to get them, and they've never done nothing. They're just like a nice, you know, like that. I'm just an innocent guy. I don't know why you're doing anything. Like that's what Nezzie is at the core.
Yeah, like Linus Tech Tips.
Like Linus Tech Tips. Fuck Linus Tech Tips.
I don't know if you caught on to that drama. But
Which one?
The one him versus Steve from Gamers Nexus.
When was this?
Like that. Oh man. Oh fuck.
Send me stuff after stream. I like shitting on Linus.
I will, but like all I'm going to say is that Gamers Nexus needs to do more character assassination videos.
Wow. Okay.
Holy shit! Like he nuked Linus from orbit. It was beautiful. Okay.
Yes, but unfortunately, Nezzie, you are. And something like this, something that has historical precedence in the sense that you were involved and you responded, as much as I hate to say it, as gross as this may sound, that doesn't require your consent for you to be part of it.
True.
You
Guy Rise with a 10. No, Nezzie, you know you did what you were supposed to do in the SCC Cloud Palace videos. Where is the fire for the victims now? It was fire and brimstone before them. Woe is me now, huh? Pathetic. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, I'm very big on judging people by their own fucking standards. That's
okay. Oh, sorry.
And at the core, these are people who cannot uphold their own standards. Go on.
Yeah, so I'm gonna defend Nezzie here a little bit, actually. Okay. Lio said that it is that Nezzie's consent is not required, and I agree. But I agree with Nezzie in that, after all, at the end of the day, consent is nothing more than a social construct. So, you know.
I'm sorry, are you Vlad talking to me about sociology concepts? Are you fucking high? What the fuck are you doing? Like, it took me a second. I'm like, what the fuck is that? I think it's a social construct. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you started lecturing at a liberal university, you absolute faggot. What are you talking about?
Oh, dude, I swear to God, if I went to a university and said consent is a social construct, I would get fucking lynched. All right?
You can't do wrong and then get upset that it's being talked about. You can't. That's mind-boggling.
I mean, I can't stop it being talked about. I don't mind the fact it's being talked about.
Then what's the issue here?
It's myself. My own guilt.
My own guilt.
Guilt has to be faced, Nezzie, not pushed off. Not ignored.
I did face it. I just faced it on my own.
Faced it by blaming other people for your guilt.
I faced it in the way that I thought I was supposed to. And that's self-harm.
Oh, with a gun?
We're not going to go into that.
Dude, I'm already about to crash
because
out.
We both know that is not.
Have you hit the point? Do you want to go to sleep? I won't force you to stay.
Oh no! I'm gonna see a little. I want to see where this goes, but no, Lio is failing here. He needs to say, "Do it more."
I actually just agree with you.
Not how this operates.
Yeah, he should just tell
We've
her.
Had extensive.
Horizontal is for attention.
Okay, I should have just let Cat play.
But you wind up in my DMs going on about how you don't want to talk about this ever again, you don't want to be involved in this ever again. I'm sorry, Nezzy, that's not your choice. I'm going to have to answer for the things I've done for years, so will you.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get to shut it out. Or act like it's based on your preferences. That's not how that works. And that certainly isn't how guilt works. Guilt generally makes people want to try to find a way to make up for the wrong they've done. But I'm not...
And I have tried.
Nezzy, no, you haven't. I'm sorry, but you haven't.
Yes, I have.
Good morning, Swedish crowns for you. What are we doing? Thank you for the 20. We are watching the Nezziemonster call. See, hope you slept well.
Hurting yourself is not the same as trying to make it right.
I have apologized publicly multiple times. I have tried to do public things.
Yeah, and then you turn around and make snarky comments about it. Do you not see how this is incongruous?
What snarky comment did I make?
Boo-hoo? Does that ring a bell?
That was before I did all that.
Nezzy, this is after you called Teddy a liar. Lord above.
Oh my god.
Oh Lord, have mercy upon this poor soul, Nezziemonster. I rebuke the demons. Liar's going all preacher, for fuck's sake.
The things I did were months after I made that comment.
But then you make a thread a few weeks ago caring more about what your therapist thinks than the people you've hurt.
I'm the fucking hell. Ferret, have you ever, sorry, you know Birdie's name is Jack, right?
Here we go.
Do you remember in Fight Club? I am Jack's like bruised kidney and shit like that.
I haven't watched that movie for years because it sucks.
Okay, but whenever, like, I don't know why, but I read that comment and the only thing I could think was, I am Jack's sexually abused ferret.
First rule about Jack is we don't talk about the ferret.
Layerbug with the 5. I fear that everything is a social construct. Also, the dinosaurs are my solace for having to suffer through Nezziemonster. Hate that Lyo is right. Listen, he's very, very fucking soy in this call, and look, my stance on Lyo and accountability calls has actually not fucking changed, and I don't mind him making content out of this stuff. But to be clear, just before anyone accuses me of being inconsistent, if Lyo goes down a path of doing like fucking holding people to account calls again and like the Senate shit, like if it's just calls bullying people, I don't really fucking care. But if it's like we need to take serious action on this, I will call him out for it, and I will.
Well, this just seems like a conversation.
Yeah,
really.
yeah. I'm just like, I just want to point it out because it's Lyo having a call with somebody. And this was the case with the jar call. It's not an accountability call. It's just like a digging into something call. But my criticisms from last year with Lyo haven't changed. The Senate shit and holding people to account shit is incredibly fucking cringe. It doesn't work, doesn't help, and it's actively just incredibly fucking gay. Hydrogen answer with a 2.
Jar is a good person.
Jesus Christ. Hydrogen answer with 2. Betting the therapist is ChatGPT. True.
I never thought about that.
Nezzy, by all...
Magical Raccoon with the 5. At this point, I'm just waiting for Nezzy to say nuh-uh to everything, and Lara responding with, the fuck you mean, nuh-uh? I hope Beckett drinking water. I've got a can of Coke, so I'm alright. I'm hydrated, sort of.
Hold on. Is it regular Coca-Cola or some like gay shit like Coke
It's obviously regular.
Okay, based. All right.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. Actually, minor rant. I woke up late, so I ordered McDonald's, and they sent me fucking Coke Zero. I just poured it away. Stop sending me, like, Diet Coke or Coke Zero or some shit. I don't fucking want... If I wanted it, I'd order it. It tastes like... I'm sorry, all these people are like, Coke Zero actually tastes better than normal Coke. You're fucking out of your mind. It tastes like shit. So does Diet Coke. Just, what the fuck is wrong with you?
They're pedophiles, obviously.
Yeah, I would say I would be interested to see a study on the kind of correlation between drinking Coke Zero and Diet Coke and pedophilia.
Actually, you know what? It's really crazy. I was sent an article that was drawing a correlation between pedophilia and autism that was interesting. But more importantly than that, I also read a study that said that there was a correlation between being born left-handed and being a pedophile. So that was cool.
That's okay.
Logic, I should be furious with you. I should be doing exactly what you probably expected me to do, to come in here and yell at you, but I think my heart's broken on it. I don't think I can.
Oh my god.
Gay.
I didn't expect this.
I tried to do my best, and it wasn't good. I tried to apologize again and again and again. I have apologized so many different times.
Nezzy, were you apologizing?
I left them alone.
Were you apologizing because you did wrong, or were you apologizing to get people to leave you alone?
I apologize because I did something wrong. I said it numerous times that I did something wrong. There was literally someone in that thread defending me, and I said, no, don't. I did something wrong. And I have done everything that I can to never do it again. In 2021, I made a tweet talking about the FCK really vaguely. I put 18 plus stuff on my accounts. I have made sure that I'm not in calls with people that are younger than me. Like, not minors, because I make dirty jokes. I've stayed away from people. I forced Linlin to unfollow me on Twitter because I made my thing 18 plus.
I get that, and I'm not saying those were wrong decisions, and I'm not saying that you haven't altered behaviors in terms of what you'll allow around you. But Nezzy, I'm struggling here.
That's the thing, Nezzy, vaguely. Yeah, this is the problem. Because, let's be clear, it wasn't to protect Toasty. It was to protect everyone else involved in the FCK. That's why. Because they were worried about their friends. And this has been the constant accusation. You swept for your friends. And again, lots of people sweep for their friends. But when you're dealing with something like this, and you're dealing with a group of people who are marketing themselves as predator hunters, are you fucking high?
Genuinely am, and I don't like it. I really don't like it. I expected either a meltdown or something. I didn't expect you to just literally tell me you didn't even think about them.
Oh my god, it's the world's tiniest violin orchestra. How much did you have to pay to get them in here? Aren't they, like, super busy? Well, I mean, ironically, the call with their partner the day before probably helped Leo get them into a call.
Oh my god, somebody made a good point. This video is like really like bad porn. like add the lullaby music and the acting, the dialogue rather, like it just it feels like this is just a really bad porno. My heart is broken. Great Lord above.
Great Lord above.
I don't think you quite, and I'm not saying this to insult your intelligence, maybe emotional intelligence at worst. I don't think you realize how much damage you did calling Teddy a liar. You just found out they got groomed. And in your anger, you go publicly and call them a liar. If you had done that in a private chat or in a call with me that wasn't public, number one, I probably would have bit your face off. But secondly, that wouldn't be as big of a problem as doing it publicly.
And I deleted it.
I get that, but have you ever done woodworking, Nezzy?
I know. I still said it publicly.
Yeah, you can't undrive a
Woodworking,
nail.
Nezzy, okay.
And it be
What a
markless.
question.
I'm aware.
Oh my god. Stop.
That's
Lyle.
why I...
Chroma with a 5. I click on the stream and of course I see dinos. Lol, never change Baggett. Thanks. Much appreciated. Thanks for the 5.
Have you ever done woodworking before?
Yeah, Nezzy has done woodworking before. She works all the wood in the yard.
It's like watching Leadhead try to cut down a fucking
Poised.
tree. Jesus.
apologized again.
Did you apologize publicly and at Teddy with the apology?
I don't think I did. I didn't, because she had blocked me at that point.
So?
I don't think I can get on to you for not doing a public apology, or not. I can't get on to you for not doing a public apology in that. I don't think I can get on to you for not DMing them or tagging them, because if they blocked you, you should respect that. I can't. But at the same time, a public apology, at least naming them, would have done so much better. You put what?
I sent an apology to Grooming to put in her video.
That's not...
What the fuck's the point of that? What the fuck is the point of putting, like, giving your apology to Thuman? These, like, conversations with Thuman happened a significant time ago. You've had loads of time to put something out yourself. If you just want to make it... Why are you apologizing through Thuman? And I say this like I'm friends with Thuman. But, like, fucking Thuman has been trying to get this fucking video out for a significant period of time. In some ways, it's good that they've waited, because the video would have been, like, very out of date by this point. But it's just pointless. Like, you can say it was part of your statement, but if you're making that statement to Thuman, make it publicly. If that's the intention, it just doesn't make any fucking sense.
That's not the same thing. That doesn't heal this. Because then you're relying on Thuman and a video that we don't even know is going to come out.
True.
Well, doesn't Nezzy have a YouTube channel? Couldn't Nezzy have just thrown together an apology video, like a YouTube short?
Yeah. They could just put a video out really quickly. Or a tweet. Or anything. Like, anything.
And apparently you called Teddy a liar even after that. Is that accurate?
I don't think I did.
Go Rise with a 5. Becca, I want you to note Nezzy passing a note along because Nezzy makes a comment about sending someone a message through someone later. Interesting. Okay.
I don't really recall talking about her much after that. If at all.
I have a very hard time believing that, not because I inherently think you're a liar, but because of your track record.
Okay.
Because part of the problem here is the established timeline. You called Teddy a liar after your call with Thuman.
Just say you hate
Because
Teddy.
you only
Nobody
How many
cares.
times did you call Thuman? How many times did you talk to her?
I remember sending messages. She didn't respond to me very often, and I only had one call with her, with Susie.
Okay, is that the call that you apologize?
I spoke to Thuman about this, and she was just like, Nezzy DMs me every now and again, and I just ignore it because she's fucking annoying. I just don't know what to say to her. I was like, it's kind of based.
Yeah, Nezzy comes off as being an emotional sink.
Yeah. Nezzy's a complete emotional thing. It's like a fucking black hole. Oh, God.
Apologized about the initial Teddy stuff?
No, because that got sent to me after that call. He wanted an explanation for it.
Oh my God!
Lord above!
According to the timeline, you apologized to all the victims in May. Is that accurate?
I don't remember.
I do. Because I remember trying to emotionally calm you down before you had your call with Thuman because you were extremely nervous.
That's interesting.
When I should have been working on my own stuff. And my own backlash. Because I care. Like an idiot.
That is idiotic.
And a text.
True.
Let's assume that what you're saying is accurate, that there was the call, then you made the accusation of liar, and then you sent Thuman a text asking to pass an apology in Thuman's video. Do you realize?
I can see some of chat confused by the dinosaur video. If you don't know the dinosaur lore, there is a stream on this channel about Game Dude. I regularly talk about Game Dude. This video of dinosaurs is Game Dude in a public park using toy dinosaurs to explain the story of how he stalked his ex-girlfriend before having to flee the country because he was going to be arrested.
Which is super based. Like, yo, this guy needs to just make dinosaur story time videos.
He's completely disappeared. I do want to know what fucking happened to him. Like, Game Dude is a fucking fascinating fucking lore story.
That puts the onus on Thuman and not you. If you had asked Thuman to pass an apology to Teddy directly and then stated the reason why is Teddy has blocked me and I don't want to disrespect that by going directly to them, that would be different. You'd be getting flowers for that, if nothing else, as the community has been saying. But you're relying on Thuman to put it in a video of unknown release date for something that hurts now.
I thought it was coming out sooner, and I wanted everybody to see it.
That's the thing, though.
I want to be clear. The reason Nezzy wanted everyone to see it is because Nezzy thought that the video would vindicate them. As did quite a few other people. They were waiting for Thuman's video because they assumed it would vindicate Nezzy, Doodletones, and the others. That video won't do. Thuman's video won't do that. I'll just spoil it for you. It won't
Thuman's
do that.
video will only vindicate me.
True. You get quite a lot of mention in it, from what I understand.
Wait, what? Why?
No, I'm just fucking with you.
Oh,
I like your instant. You're like perked up. Wait, what?
I was gonna say I had nothing to do with any of this shit.
Simon, if
I'm
you're doing
proud to say
rewrites,
that.
if you're doing rewrites, include Gilded. Include anything about Gilded, please. I'll pay you.
Just randomly throw in inserts. And by the way, Gilded Poo did this, said this, and like just randomly for no reason.
That would be that would be banging.
Regardless of when it would have come out, I cannot get you stitches 5 days after you bled out.
Can't away with the two. So they used Thuman as a Trojan horse. Yeah, they assumed that Thuman and the ACC girlies, because of like their association with Ponder, I imagine, was and you know just generally the history would protect them, and that was a stupid thing to think. Leia with Bug with a 5. Are we certain Nezzy and Jar are different people? All I'm saying is you give Nezzy a gay roommate and you get Jar.
I need to know why Lio thinks these analogies are anything other than horrific.
I have literally no fucking idea. I've started blocking them out and like repressing them in real time.
Like he was just like, I couldn't give you stitches 5 days after you bled out. I'm just sitting here like, why is this what your go-to? Like, what is this?
While he's wearing fucking medical gloves building a Gundam.
Yeah.
If I had wronged you like that, and you found out that the apology was put in a video somebody else did 2, 3, 6 months later, how would you feel?
I don't know.
I can take.
Oh fuck! Also, I completely fucked up. Chat, you hit the goal. Please have a gold sticker. I'm so happy and so proud of you. Let's build that parasocial relationship. Well done, guys. Well done, super based. Very, very proud. Very proud. Very proud. Very proud and very based.
Take a guess. Because I can tell you how I'd feel. I feel gross. And not just because I'm dumb enough to be essentially open to anybody, but also because going around the barn to get through the front door of an apology is something so very basic children can do it. It's just violating like that.
What? What?
What is that?
It's gross.
What was that analogy?
The fact that your reaction to most of this has been anger genuinely troubles me.
It's not. I'm not angry at this.
I'm not talking about inherently in just this
And I'm
call.
not.
I'm not talking about inherently just this call. I would not be stupid enough to say that the culmination of all your feelings is happening specifically in this call. That would be unfair and inaccurate. I'm saying that every other time you have been confronted about some of the stuff, your initial reaction is always anger. I don't get that.
It hasn't always been anger. When I made that blue sky thread, I wanted to approach it as calmly and as reasonably as I possibly could.
Well, unfortunately, you failed. Because you were focused on the wrong person. It should have been multiple people, but the wrong person to get clearance from on that. Your therapist is not the arbiter of how the victims feel on something. Now, to be clear, I do not think victims have a right to run somebody's life. Genuinely, I don't. I think what wrong has been done to them has to be answered for, properly apologized, and hopefully changes have been or will be made to facilitate that's not happening again. However, a basic apology properly from the heart that does not try to victimize yourself or eschew responsibility or, as the kids say, whoopify yourself, that's a problem. That you have not actually met that, because when it comes to talking about this publicly, anger is your first response.
I've made several apologies, multiple times, doing everything that you've told me to do. The responses that I have of anger are when people purposely deny that and act like I'm still that person. I have done so much to not repeat this. And I'm getting really, really tired about
About what?
I don't know how else to phrase this. I didn't groom anybody.
I'm aware.
So why is it on me?
Wow.
Why?
That's a really interesting question. Like, why was it on Rosa? Why was it on any of the other people who got like dragged in by association? Why was it on Akumu for the stuff that Madame did? Why was it on Akumu if he was like friendly or had conversations with people who you also hated, or with Kumo? So it's a really interesting question to ask. It's almost like you spent years holding the standard about other people, and now when it's come around to you, you think it's real unfair. I'm fascinated. Fucking hell.
Why am I taking all the fall for stuff that happened outside of my periphery?
You're not taking
all the you fall. Apparently said that a bunch of grooming happened outside of it, and yet I'm expected to be able to take care of everybody when the server is not mine. When I did try to do what I could, when I have made active changes to make sure it doesn't happen again, when I've made several apologies to everybody involved, multiple times over the course of 2 years now, and I get frustrated when people still come to.
Dude, like, I swear to God, Nezzie's gonna have a kid, right? And then that kid is gonna, like, spill milk on the fucking table, and Nezzie is gonna have a screeching fit, stand up, fucking curb stomp the kid, and be like, "Oh my, why did you spill milk on me? You fucking piece of shit. Why would you do this to me? I feed you."
Listen, Nezzie wouldn't be able to take care of a child. Nezzie can't even take care of themselves.
To me about it, but tons of times after I've apologized and I have prostrated myself and I have tried my absolute best, of course I'm going to get fucking frustrated. Of course I'm going to get angry. Should I? No. But I'm tired.
Nezzie.
I'm really tired, and I have my own stuff that I have been dealing with. Not that anyone gives a shit, because they don't even give a shit about my story in the FCK.
No, I'm gonna stop you right there. Now, I've been really.
What do you mean your story in the FCK? What do you mean your story?
Can we go back? I didn't quite understand what Lio got mad about there at all.
Oh, Nezzie's saying that nobody cares about them. No one cares what they went through, and that's why Lio gets pissed off. Because, rightfully so, actually, Lio's getting pissed here. You can hear the flip in his voice when Nezzie starts saying it. Because lots of people, from what I understand, have checked in on Nezzie constantly.
Well, I just didn't hear what Nezzie said at all. So
Okay.
When I've made several apologies to everybody involved, multiple times over the course of 2 years now, and I get frustrated when people still come to me about it, but tons of times after I've apologized and I have prostrated myself and I have tried my absolute best, of course I'm going to get fucking frustrated. Of course I'm going to get angry. Should I? No. But I'm tired.
Nezzie.
I'm really tired, and I have my own stuff that I have been dealing with. Not that anyone gives a shit, because they don't even give a shit about my story in the FCK.
No, I'm gonna stop you right there. Now, I've been really tolerant this entire time. We're not playing that game. The entire server, Heat and Ran.
Not you.
Did not. No, you don't say stuff like that. Not around me. That server came to a screeching halt every single time you needed help, and you know that. Plenty of people have cared about you.
I'm not talking about the server.
Then who are you talking about? The random
people outside of it.
The random nobodies? Is that who you're referring to? Because why should you care?
Yes.
Care about what the victims think? Absolutely. Random nobodies? Who cares?
Inla's entire server ran defense for Nezziemonster. Ren ran defense for Nezziemonster. the moment that I said anything bad about Nezziemonster, a bunch of people ran to Nezziemonster's defense. Right? I watched people do this for months in multiple servers. A lot of people all the way up until recently was defending Nezziemonster.
Yeah. It's just not. It's this constant victim narrative you get out of people like Nezzy, like Doodle Tones, like Jar. I'm fucking sick of it. It's just, and it's worked. So many people want to defend these fucking freaks. Rotting Brain with a 5. Cry me a river, Nezzy. You were an adult in a server where children were in danger. Yeah. And I think, again, like, I don't go in for the whole kind of like, sorry, I'm not a fucking pedo hunting channel. I'm not an accountability channel. But Nezzy swept for this. Nezzy actively swept for this. There was good evidence for it, and plenty of people ignored it.
Cares? Care about what the victims think? Absolutely.
I don't
Random
know.
nobodies? Who cares? For the love of God, who cares? And
Hold
you're
on.
right.
Lio
You
can't
weren't a
say that.
groomer.
Lio cannot say that. He's made entire videos going after people yelling at him in the comments, all right? Like, so he can't, like, I've told him many times to stop caring about nobodies. So he can't say that.
Yeah, I mean, just not wrong. I think anybody who fights in their comment section seriously shouldn't be able to say, well, who cares about random nobodies on the internet, right?
Pretty much.
And I hope you never are one. I don't think you will be. But the people are not sitting there demanding that you be held 100% responsible for everything in that server. They want you held responsible for what you did. And part of that was not telling people properly. And part of that is no, he wasn't sending porn 2 months after you told him not to send porn to a minor. And then lashing out at people. Like, again, the fact that anger is even mixed in with this is so disturbing. And you genuinely don't grasp that. And that scares me.
I'm not angry at the situation. I'm frustrated because it feels like no matter what I do, it's not enough. I'm not angry at the victims or at the situation or at any of this. I'm frustrated because it feels like no matter what I do, it's not enough. I can't do enough. It doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter who I say it to. It doesn't matter how many times I say it. It doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter that it was over the course of 5 years. It doesn't matter that it was when I was 19 and I don't know what the fuck to do. How was I supposed to go about the situation at the time? To grab a bunch of screenshots and just put it up? Even though nobody came to me telling me to do it? So I just put out everybody's information without any type of permission?
Oh my god.
I know that this is crazy, but I don't know how to handle every situation all the time. And that frustration comes from the fact that people expected that. I didn't know how to deal with the FCK. I didn't know how to deal with Toasty.
How about not being a smug bitch about everything? How about that? Like, as a starting point. There's your first step. Stop being a smug, chuckling bitch.
My solution's way better.
Yeah, your solution sounds an awful lot like the final solution from, like, a particular period of history. Yeah.
I was just gonna say that.
So
That's what I know, because I know you really well. You're fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say something more creative. I was gonna say my solution is reminiscent of the solution that was determined in 1942.
Yeah. I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing that I know you as well as I do.
It's great. It's 10 out of 10. Or whatever. It just means I'm consistent.
Fuck off.
It's not my server, not my circus.
Oh!
I didn't know
Don't
any.
steal my line, bitch. That's my shit. Okay? Hold on, man. That's my shit. You don't. You don't get to steal my selfish bullshit while virtue signaling about how much you care about people on the internet. Fuck you.
Of the victims in that server other than Teddy, and she didn't tell me to say anything. I can't just come out with another person's story, especially with no proof.
Yes, you can. It's not other people's responsibility to tell you what to do.
I didn't know what to do. And I accept the fact that I didn't know what to do. I accept the fact that I was incredibly impulsive and I was scared and I didn't know what the fuck to do. And I had a bunch of my...
I accept my excuses.
my own issues going on at the time, and that's not to make an excuse, it's to give an explanation.
Oh my god. Come on, Lyle. Say it.
You know what you want to? Maybe in the moment, not knowing. I will grant you that. Because a lot of people don't often know what to do in those scenarios. The problem is not inherently that at 19 you did not know. The problem is you kept not knowing. You didn't even ask people, hey, I have this situation here, how do I go about it? And if you had Teddy in your DMs freaking out about being sent pornography by Toasty, more than just, hey, Toasty, stop posting porn around minors should have been done.
He wasn't freaking out about it, from what I remember. We all kept joking about it all the time.
Yeah, like, you don't understand, Lio. We all just kept joking about the fact that he was, like, posting a load of porn to minors in the server we were in, and, you know, there was an entire chat where a 13-year-old... Was it a 13-year-old or a 12-year-old was? Fucking, okay. Listen, the last week has been
there was
blitz of this shit. Full of fucking pornography.
14.
Yeah, 13-year-old, 14-year-old. Like, Teddy was 15.
Do you know what people actually want from you?
Well, I was just gonna say, like, I hate that the FCK server is named that, because I always felt like they spelled Epstein wrong.
Yeah, the ACC fucking flight logs.
What?
To just own it without all the caveats.
I have owned it several times.
Sorry, I feel like I glossed over this, but it should be obvious, and Akumu's posting it in caps in chat, and he's absolutely right. It's like, you can't say you didn't know when you were joking about it. I mean, obviously. I mean, I don't feel the need to massively expand on every time Nezzy tells on themselves, but yes, Nezzy knew, they knew, it's just obvious. You can look at the fucking logs, it's obvious they knew. I mean, you can't look at the logs aren't public, but you can see them in Akumu's video. We've been over this stuff multiple times on stream. Yes, they knew.
Times.
You have owned it.
I acknowledge what I did. I posted memes, I did the impulsive thing, and I apologize every single time. I've done it publicly, I've done it privately, I've done it with you, I've done it with Thuman. I've done it on my YouTube, I've done it on my Twitter, I've done it on my Blue Sky. It doesn't matter what I do.
Blue Sky is for pedophiles.
You want to know one thing people are actually struggling with concerning all of this, Nezzy? Genuinely?
Mm-hmm.
Because your memory's fuzzy one moment and crystal clear the next about topics within the same span of time.
Yes. Blue Phantom with the 6. Missed the previous 6 hours of stream, but great to know we're fighting the sleep with this one. Oh, God. Every time. Yeah. Welcome in.
And winning.
Because that's how memory works.
I'm telling you, that's why people are struggling in some cases.
I can't. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Dude. Okay. I am actually like one of those people that has autistically gone through the effort to research actually how memory works. And she's wrong. I don't feel. I feel like I shouldn't have had to say that, but it doesn't matter. Like I've never heard that's how memory works as an excuse before. That's a first.
Well, the thing
that's a new
is,
one.
it's just the excuse of I've said this on like streams like last year. It's like whenever anything happens, oh, I'm autistic, oh, I'm age regressing, oh, I've got memory issues. I don't remember the specific really convenient thing that it would be. Like, you can just look at the logs. It doesn't even work now because Nezi has access to the logs, should they want them. And they have access to their own DMs. They've got all the evidence is fucking out there. So it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't even, like, the question of not putting the information out is just like, well, you just didn't do it. At this point, it kind of doesn't fucking matter why you made that choice in some respects.
I can't wait till the next excuse. The next excuse is going to be, I couldn't do that because I have herpes.
Jesus. No one in the ACC fucks, you know that.
That inconsistency within a person's memory is incredibly common. It's one of the reasons why it's really difficult to get on a court case that has happened over a course of numerous years. Because in one moment, you think that you remember something, and then you get told something, and it clicks in your brain.
I refuse to let you autistically explain how memory works on the stream.
Sorry, go on. Keep going. I'm sorry. I'm stopping myself.
Oh, it must have been this, and then it must have been this, and then it must have been this. That's how memory works.
But it also works in the sense that when people give you information, it re-triggers information to reconnect in your brain.
Yeah, it's recall. Yes, thank you,
So I'm
Lyle.
gonna tell you-
It doesn't always.
Oh my god.
I'm going to tell you how this looks to the external.
Okay.
This looks like every time the hardest problems show up, the hardest questions, that's when you don't remember.
Yes. Exactly what it's not even what
Does
it looks
that
like,
not?
that's what it is.
Looking at it, take yourself out of your own skin for a minute and look at this as though you were objective. Would you not see that as a problem? Were you a normal person looking at this? And by normal, I mean average viewer. I don't mean normal as in, like, your psychology.
The average viewer is more
possibly
more normal.
And you wonder why people are sketchy? You wonder why they're questioning whether or not you're being honest?
I don't doubt that.
Then why are you mad at them?
I don't doubt that people... I'm allowed to be mad.
I didn't say you weren't. I'm asking, why are you? If you can recognize how they come to that conclusion, why are you mad at them for doing it?
I can understand why someone comes to a conclusion and still be frustrated.
Jesus. Jevy Bev with the 10. Herpes wouldn't work because it would mean they would have to have had relationships outside of Discord. Yes. Yes.
It's
no
not
one.
true. You can be born with herpes.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm just saying.
I need to listen. Are you like detoxing from Reddit? What is up with you today?
I'm just tired. Like I use pedant tree to cope.
No, it's good. I fucking feel you. This music is killing me. This music is actually fucking killing me.
Yeah, this music is herpes.
This is the herpes of background music, yes. Absolutely agree. 100%.
This music makes me want to inject AIDS into my arm and then rape people.
What? Oh my
Full-blown
god.
Africa AIDS.
Then why are you taking it out on them?
Because in some instances it feels like I'm being purposely misunderstood.
Do you think I'm doing that to you now?
I don't think so.
I
think that you're trying the best that you possibly can. And
one of the issues we have here is in order to answer eternity correctly, all you had to do was look at your DMs with Toasty. So that makes it genuinely look, like you were covering for him.
I exported all of my DMs with Toasty, and I gave them to Thuman and Susie and Teddy. I didn't look at them because I didn't want to trigger anything.
Okay, I get that, but I'm talking about in 2020, not now. In 2020, when you were asked in October, did he do X? 2 months prior, you answered Eternity.
I don't know.
Or you were talking to Tony, you were talking to Eternity in October of 2020 when she asked you if he sent porn to minors. 2 months beforehand in Toasty's DMs, he was talking about how he did, and you knew.
Mm-hmm. I think at that point I might have had him blocked and closed that DM.
Okay. I just need to go ahead and lay this out here for you. With the sheer amount of pornography that was constantly being posted in that server, and I'm talking about tons of it, gross, vile things that unfortunately I'll never get out of my mind, how in the name of the Lord above could you forget?
Oh my god! Quit using that phrase!
I didn't see every aspect of that server.
It was in every room!
You fucking knew enough to confront Toasty. Holy fuck! It was in so many fucking channels. You don't need to see every fucking aspect. You fucking knew. You obviously knew. You fucking knew enough to confront Toasty. And I think part of the problem is, like, that server was dug into during the Toby drama. This is why I don't accept the whole kind of doodle tones, I didn't know anything. Well, you obviously did, because you dug into the server during the Toby stuff.
But hold on. You see, Doodle Tones was groomed.
That is very true. That is very true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hadn't considered the fact that Doodles have been groomed. That's very wrong of me. I do feel sorry for her groomer, though. No, I'm kidding.
He probably got syphilis.
I'm kidding. There's no way that... look, I don't know who's fucking... who groomed Doodle Tones, but there's no way they don't have a Kiwi Farms thread. Like, they must do.
They're probably a Medicare fan.
I should be clear as well. I just don't buy the fucking Doodle Tones grooming story. I don't buy it. For those of you who aren't aware of it, it's very simple, is the fact that during this whole fucking story, when it was getting, like, when, like, the Lio stuff was happening, Lio turned around and said, well, Doodles went into their DMs and found out they were groomed. Doodles was already doing all the weird fucking shit that Doodles was doing, all the diaper fetish stuff, before the grooming the quote-unquote grooming ever occurred. So no, I don't fucking buy it. I just
imagine.
I just don't at all.
Going most of your adult life, just hunky dory. You know, you poop, you pee, you sleep, you wake up, you get a weird voice changer and talking to a microphone for years, and then you're like, oh fuck, I was groomed once.
As far as I'm aware,
conveniently around this time.
Yeah, like, and Doodles was already like late teens apparently when this occurred. I mean, it's literally the timeline of when that accusation of grooming occurred is after all the Medica shit had happened. It's absolute fucking bollocks. It is literally the whole kind of victim sympathy crybaby shit. Crybaby shit for Doodle Tones. Yeah, no, I just don't buy it. I don't buy it. Didn't buy it at the time, don't buy it now. It's the same shit as Peaches trying to claim that Lio abused them. It's actually just bollocks. Sorry.
I kind of wish Lio had, honestly.
I mean, it would have,
like,
yeah.
Oh. A hammer.
Dude.
Every single channel of that server.
It wasn't every channel.
Doodles was 19. Yeah, that's what I remember. It was like they were 18, 19 when they were groomed. They were like, oh yeah, I went into my DMs and it turned out that I was groomed as well. Yeah, it's bollocks. It's bollocks.
No, it wasn't.
You're right. Toasty's tits didn't have the pornography because only Toasty could post in it.
Do you think Jar's boyfriend groomed him? No, I do think that they are in a gay relationship and Jar doesn't know it, though.
In general chat, there wasn't porn. It was just all.
Every now and again, Dreadlock comes in with, like, 2 glasses and goes, hey, do you want some of that fun blackout juice, Jar?
Yeah, see, Jar wasn't being racist when he did the digital blackface. He was just like, 1 drop rule.
There'd be like an inappropriate comment or meme, but I don't remember. I don't recall seeing that
That's
much
like a
porn in that server. I don't recall seeing any. I don't recall. I remember the picture that Ben posted, and I remember the picture that Toasty really liked to post in the chats that we were in, and we told him to fuck it off.
It was everywhere. The emotes were also tits. And the calls were sexual. And frankly, it was confirmed by multiple people that Peaches talked sexually in these calls. How could you forget literally all of that in the span of 2 months?
Ew. Imagine being
I wasn't
sexually
in
harassed
every
by the
single
merman.
call. I wasn't in every single chat.
I am telling you, flatly, directly, that the chat you just cited had porn in it spammed multiple times. And on top of that, like, look, I'm the type of guy that sometimes I screw up and I don't remember things properly, but I'll also turn around and look into it if I find out I'm wrong. Like, it would have taken you all of 30 minutes, maybe, to verify a correct answer to eternity, or, if nothing else, that should have triggered a memory of, I was just in a server where this little creep was doing this to the point where I had to confront him and tell him to stop!
The correct answer to eternity is the Lord above.
I don't remember what I was thinking at the time.
Were you worried
It could have been a number of things that were happening at that time. And I know that you think that, yes, within the span of 2 months it'd be difficult to forget. But other stuff was happening at that time.
I gotta do a sanity check. I need a sanity check. Okay. Am I insane in assuming that it is possible to not remember what you were thinking X amount of years ago, but to be able to look at things you said and did and to infer from that what you might have been thinking at the time with some amount of accuracy?
No, that's pretty much what I said earlier. Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure that
yeah.
It's
like
I'm not...
like again, you could probably like if you asked me something that happened years ago, I'd probably tell you like and gave me the context of it. I could probably be like, yeah, I was probably thinking this at the time. It's probably why I took that action.
Okay, so basically, she's either lying or is too retarded to internet.
Too retarded to internet. Imagine being too retarded to internet. Fucking hell.
Yeah, imagine being Chris. Wait.
Fine. Now I'm going to move on to another one.
Fine.
I want the actual reason you told Toasty to kill those chats. Was it because you were genuinely concerned about a minor's safety, or is it because you were worried of the claims of hypocrisy due to Ben the Looney?
I agreed with Ben that it was hypocritical, and I did genuinely start to question why those chats were there.
So that had nothing to do with keeping minors safe.
I knew about Teddy, and I don't remember knowing that many other people. I know about Slimmers.
That's cool and all, but I asked you directly, so it wasn't about keeping minors safe. I need a yes or no on that. Please.
Yeah.
So it wasn't.
To a certain extent, yes.
Okay, so to a certain
because I
extent.
realized that it was a genuine point. Why the fuck why was all this porn here? Why didn't I question it?
Okay, you're fucking cooked then. I mean, it's real fucking simple. If this is just a point of hypocrisy, this is the core thing. And actually, ironically, this is kind of just what I wanted to hear out of Nezzy. Just admit it. Just, you didn't care. It's okay to not care. But you didn't care. And the criticism you're getting is because you and other people like yourself have positioned yourselves as advocates for victims. But it's not about advocacy for victims, is it? It's about the fact that you hate people like Akumu, and you can weaponize this to attack them.
Me too. Wait, are you saying Nezzy hates black people?
Yes.
Okay. Just checking.
Just checking. Yeah, that's fine.
But either way, I'm gonna go to bed. Akumu said he would join the call if you wanted.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great, actually. Let's bring in Akumu. I'm sure he's got lots of stuff to say. And I always love having Akumu on. That's pretty fucking based. I love when we get these like fucking rolling community calls going. It's always nice. Good night.
Yeah. Nobody ever says it's so nice to have Gilded on.
I was literally about to say that. You just cut me off. This is why no one ever says it, because someone's about to say something nice about you, and then you're just like, no one ever says anything fucking nice about me. It's like, yeah, well, maybe I won't fucking bother now. I'm kidding. Thanks for actually hanging out. I really appreciate it, as always.
Yeah, no problem. As gay as that is, but later.
Oh my fucking god! This is why no one does it. It's like, oh, no one ever fucking like invites me to shit, and then someone says something nice. It's like the earliest shit. It's like Beckett's being very wholesome about his community today, and then everyone bitches at me, and then I say something mean, and everyone's like, well, that was a bit fucking mean, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. Erudite's infertile. I don't fucking care. Okay, I don't give a shit. Right? Get about.
Anyway, have a good night. I gotta get up in like 4 hours. Later.
Okay, peace. Right, before I add Wraith to the call, we'll take a slight pause. How's chat feeling? You guys good? You having fun? Having fun now? Fucking hell. Oh, fucking hell. Bro, I enjoyed having you on, even if my dumbass almost confuses your voice for Jars for just the slightest second. Gilded will ever beat the mullet allegations. What is going on with his fucking haircut? It's getting dramatic. It's getting fucking dramatic, okay? Right, okay, let's bring him on. I'm phoning Akumu. He's gonna do this fucking gay Zoomer shit where he doesn't answer his phone, isn't it? Well, I'm sorry, I was really busy, Beckett. I just I didn't know I was meant to join. Fuck me. Akumu! How you doing, bro?
Hi. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay.
Good to chat. It's good to chat. How you feeling?
It is surreal is a bit of a dramatic word. When Lio told me that he had this call, and he was like mentioning either sending it to me or covering it, I was like, okay, well, I'm not expecting a whole lot because Nezzy in 2024 has put out essentially the same statement again and again and again. It's like I wasn't expecting anything different. I had no idea it was going to be something like this. It's fucking nuts. That like complete like it shook me. Like I'm shocked by it a little bit. I was not surprised. Oh, no, I was surprised at the fact. How do I put this? It's like a tongue twister at the moment. How do I put this? because I didn't think anything, spectacular was going to take place or revealing, because Nezi usually gives the same. It's like, I
Yeah.
think it's like fucking the definition of insanity. Literally, just same response, PR again and again and again. I did not think it was going to be, any. Whew. Boy, I was wrong. I gotta give Lyle credit where it's due. He said it was bad. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, it is pretty bad. I think it's pretty fucking damning. Very quickly, rotting with the 5. If I don't draw, I will get irrationally angry. So sketchbook time. Kai Rise with the 2. Beckett, if dinos put up the coconut video. Thank you for the 2. I will consider it. Blue Phantom with the 6. We're dying, Becky. This is murdering my brain cells. I don't blame you. I have a request, actually. If anyone is sat drawing this, we've probably got another like 50 minutes with the video. If anybody is just sat around drawing, needs something, and you want to do me, oh fuck! Actually, I was going to ask for like images of Nezziemonster, but I've just realized that I got sent some recently. So Axe did some art for me. What I'm going to do is when the stream ends, I'm going to change the thumbnail and just put up a new one, including Nezziemonster and Nerf, to cover the fact that we've done sort of 2 different separate pieces of content. And I completely forgot Axe sent these to me. So I actually really appreciate that. But I'll give... Holy fuck. These fucking images are actually fucking great. Hold on. I'll open this quickly. I'll give you guys a preview of one. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that fucking insanity.
Oh, you're streaming. Oh, sweet Jesus. It's like a mole rat.
Yeah. That's fucking great. That's fucking great. So, yes. I will put a new thumbnail together. Okay, so we're listening to the call through the stream. Okay, I think you're joined anyway. Let's get going.
So what was it you think you were saving Teddy from during this time period then? Where did they fit into all of this back then?
I tried to help her with a bunch of stuff that was going on with her partner.
How much of this was involved in terms
Because
of
Toasty was accusing him of being a pedophile.
Wait, did you see what I said in the
And they
the
were
chat?
going back and forth.
No.
Okay, so the thing about the Ben thing, that particular thing, I was told, and people insisted that it was a bad faith assumption on my part to point out that a couple of days after Ben had threatened the group and Teddy had informed the server that he was planning on going after them and that he had information on them. And mind you, one of the very things that he knew that they had in the server was the Slimmers porn chat. It was the same kind of chat that was in Toasty's own personal server. Nezi then messages Toasty demanding that the chat be removed. Okay, I pointed this out a couple times, and Doodles and others said that it was a bad faith assumption. And that I was making an assumption like that unfairly. Well, we've heard it straight from the horse's mouth that it was more about Ben, and the fact that Ben was making a decent point at itself. So, I'm a little like vindicated, but I'm also a little irritated because I told people, I said this ahead of time. I knew it. I knew it since the beginning when I was told by Teddy that that the chat had been suspiciously removed right after Ben's removal. Me and Teddy both knew back then that they knew what was up. But now, finally, people are willing to believe that now that it's been said and admitted from the horse's mouth. But I feel like the actions alone should have been. But whatever. I'm glad it's just been admitted. Just a little irritated, but also I feel
vindicated.
I guess
I'm
good.
getting
Since that,
like
I'm
cutouts
tired of
from
people
you.
like assuming that or saying that my
Hold on, you're roboting on me a bit.
Headset, but I might sound.
Okay, you struggling. Give yourself a second.
Oh. It's green for me.
Okay. Give me a second. Think that's all right. I think that's okay. Yeah, it's stabilized a bit. I think Discord's just having a weird night tonight. Okay, yeah, so just say that last bit again, because I think I caught some of it, but not all of it. So, like, the vindication, I think you were saying.
Yeah, it's vindicating in the sense that, like, I was saying this very same thing, and I knew it, and I've known it for years since, when Teddy told me that they had removed the chat. The timing of it it hit perfectly. But I was being told by Doodles and other people that I was making bad faith assumptions to make Nezzy look as bad as possible. Nezzy was saying so on Twitter that I was assuming things and poisoning the well because of this. And so it's oh, then we hear it from the horse's mouth. Yeah, it was more so about Ben. So it's vindicating, but also a little annoying because I knew it and I told people this, but people made me out to be crazy.
They all called you crazy until you won.
Yeah.
Dude, I am actually just happy for you, mostly. Because
I'm bitterly
nice
happy.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's kind of like bittersweet 'cause it's taken fucking years. I also really feel I really feel for fucking Chuli in this, you know?
I was looking at the whole situation with Chuli and Heaton, and then like the Fego stuff, and here's the thing that baffles me, right? With Nezzy in particular, like even if we just set aside like the FCK situation and just look at the situation with Chuli and Nezzy and whatnot, the finger wagging at Chuli over Chuli's treatment to Fegost. Really? Like that was so bad. Like imagine like then again, Nezzy's completely incapable of really putting themselves in other people's shoes as it seems to be, but like regardless of, because Fegos didn't end up doing it, it was just some weird fucking sick way to, punish himself. That is still fucked. Like to even tell your friends, to put your friends through, that is like an insane level of just, not even insane in the membrane. That is just purely fucked. That is like that is intentionally creating a nightmare and putting your friends, your friends through it out of some like selfish need to punish yourself instead of just like, finding some other way to come to terms with what it is you felt guilty about. But then Nezzy did that finger wagging at Chuli because of it is actually insane. And then to mind you, this is after raking me through the coals and trying to crucify me for a lot of shit that I didn't even do, and then to apparently because someone take this with a grain of salt, everyone, because I haven't verified this, so please take this with a grain of salt. But Fegost not too long ago popped up on either a Twitter account or a Blue Sky account. I think Ren sent it to me or someone else did, and was talking about how like Nezzy and them were reaching out and still willing to talk with Fegost after that. And it's like, wow, like it's always biased with these people, and it's such a degree where like it didn't matter to Nezzy what Chuli's experience was. It was, oh well, I like this person and you were mean to them. Doesn't matter what they did, you were mean to them, and therefore it's a problem. I'm not going to think of this in any sort of rational sense. And then the stuff with like Heaton with changing song and tune when Ponder expressed disagreement, not satisfied or disappointed in Heaton. It's like it's pathetic.
Yeah.
And so I get why Julia hates these people from a different or hate's a strong word. Maybe that's a strong word. Has strong grievances with them. And her video was a blast to watch. Like the full thing. It was good. It was good.
Yeah, I think it was a really solid video. I didn't know what to expect from Chuli, but I think it was a very, very strong showing. I'm very glad she made it. You know.
Yeah, it was good. I liked it.
Right, let's continue.
Oh yay,
And
let's do
lying to
this.
me about various things that the other person said. And at one point, I wanted them to get in a call with each other, and it never happened. But Toasty and a couple of people were accusing Teddy's husband of being a pedophile because he was 21 and she was 17.
Also, Lost World 15, welcome to Coping. Thank you for the membership. 07, much appreciated, as all memberships are. Like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content, really helps the channel, or also helps the channel. Call me a slur in the comments, and dislike. All engagement is good engagement. I really couldn't give a fuck. Press buttons.
I'm aware of that. Because here's the thing that I'm about to tweak out about. I have only been in this community for a few years. Genuinely, this side of the community I've only been in for a few years. I have not been, like, everybody's BFF. I have not been in the crevices of everything, because half the time when I find my place there, I have to expose some garbage. I knew Teddy had been mistreated by this community to a horrific degree. And my heart breaks for Teddy. Even in the times I was or questioning Teddy's motivation or even sounding angry about Teddy, I could never sit here and be like, you know what? That was fine. I would have busted heads.
It was never fine. But then the situation in my server came out that was incredibly confusing because she came to me saying that somebody had sent her a shirtless photo and she wanted me to remove him from my server. I called them out publicly, saying this person posted a shirt.
Yes.
Nezzy doesn't state Teddy accused him of sexual harassment, just that he sent a shirtless photo, she was made uncomfortable, and one of the guy banned. It's the exact same thing that Nezzy, told me years back. But then later in the 2023 Senate call, it's like, oh, well, Teddy did tell me it was sexual harassment. Yet you never, like, when you ever word your reciting of it, you never, ever state or claim. And when you're asked about it, you never answer directly, yes, Teddy did. Like, ever. When it happened, initially, the day it happened, you didn't. You clarify that Teddy just said she was uncomfortable. And then Teddy telling, I recovered some of our DMs of saying, oh, I was just made uncomfortable. I wanted him banned. I didn't really want him around. That all would have been fine and done. It was Nezzy that took it a step further with the sexual harassment accusation. But apparently, she had no idea what to do about people, like Toasty. When she accused him of sexual harassment privately, just to mind you, a few days, I have to remind people here, the DMs between me and Nezzy about the situation with Teddy were a few days after Nezzy had privately confronted Toasty about the sexual harassment stuff. So it's interesting that there's such a vast different treatment when you whip up the sexual harassment claim on somebody that conveniently happens to associate with someone that you completely disdain and hate. But beforehand, when you're accusing a friend privately of it, they get a completely different treatment. It's odd.
Yeah, it's very much a case where, like, the hypocrisy ran so fucking deep that there's almost like a cognitive dissonance of, like, the actions they fucking took. Like, I can't possibly have done this. I'm the good guy.
Yeah, it's gotta be. Because the amount of degrees of, okay, we're going to say you crossed this line, even if you didn't, we're then going to cross that line ourselves. It has to be. It has to be of, oh, well, I'm on the good guy side, so it's okay when we do it. Like, for example, this is sort of off topic, but in relation, Nezzy's harassment of stalking. No, Nezzy's claim that I've stalked and harassed her for so long, because I've looked at what her public account says.
Yeah.
It wasn't that case when the FCK members when she had people looking at my Twitter account sending her screenshots. When she and Ponder, which Ponder denied, privately with me, she denies having looked at my Twitter account. But her implication in her words, not even really implication, she claims and implies both that they had been watching my Twitter account up until it was suspended. It was okay for them to do that. It was okay for Mimi to watch my Twitter account. It was okay for Mad Libs to be watching at 3 a.m. screenshotting a discussion that had nothing to do with the FCK, let alone YouTube. I was having a debate, which I shouldn't have been up at that time debating, but I was, and she was sitting there screenshotting it. That was all okay. That wasn't stalking. But the second I'm screenshotting things that are relevant to the FCK and to the events, oh, I'm stalking. So I think it is. I think you're absolutely right on the money. These people have convinced themselves to such a degree that they're on the good guy or winning team. So it doesn't matter what lines they cross because they're the good guys. So they can do it. They can get away with it. It's the same thing I said to Maxim. It's I'm the bad guy, so anything and everything I do is contorted and twisted.
Yeah,
into
you're
something else.
ontologically evil. There's no action that can be taken against you that's unacceptable. It's fucking crazy.
Yes. Perfectly put.
I like Lanz's comment. No, I'm not covering it. I just like watching the ACC burn. Yeah.
You know what? I respect it. That's my favorite pastime.
Shirtless photo to another person, and I accused them of sexual harassment. And then supposedly there was another photo, which was the one that she was talking about, because there were DMs of her saying that she asked. There was the photo that she asked for, and then there was the photo that she didn't.
Also, I just want to highlight one thing. This is a fucking great picture. Thank you, Lavender. It's just fucking hilarious.
Lavender with no part. Look at you with your little fish.
We had a Chris the Fish competition earlier.
Wait, that's supposed to be Chris?
Yeah, it's Chris and Ark. Yeah, dude, people have like, I had a whole competition run for a week of draw Chris and Ark as a fish. We had like 19 submissions. Oh fuck. Okay, back to
The one where it was him writing her name or something on a piece of paper. And I thought she lied to me because she didn't bring up that point. And when I was trying to keep her safe and I was trying to do my best, she left. With no explanation.
Did you ever think that maybe Teddy left because nobody was helping them?
I was trying to help her. I was trying to get a straight answer.
I have a very gut.
I tried to help her.
I have a very gut-lowering feeling, and I hope I'm wrong. The context of you helping Teddy was probably a little more aggressive than you're leading on. Now, excuse me for just a moment, please. I need to just step out of my room for a moment. The wife needs me to open a ketchup bottle.
A ketchup bottle?
Yes, a ketchup bottle.
Someone's gonna make fun of me for not being.
There you go, gorgeous.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
She sounds so normal. Why is she with Lio? What the fuck? I'm kidding, I don't mean that. Listen, it's really like
I was gonna make a joke, but like out of some respect for Lio, it's too inappropriate. I'm not going to.
She sounds really nice. She sounds really nice. I hope she's well.
Well, it's gonna be something to do with the fact that, like, I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna press that button. I'm gonna be nice.
I'm gonna be nice. Yeah.
I mean, it's not rude, but it's his wife. I'm not gonna make that joke.
I think I'm glad that he left this in. It's probably the most humanizing thing I've ever heard about Lio ever. I'll be honest with you.
He's pretty chill. I think now he's just sort of like he's dropping the account. He's doing less of the accountability content and just being really relaxed.
I said this earlier. If he goes back to accountability calls, I will. My takes haven't fucking changed, but yeah, it's Lio being more chill and not doing this fucking insane shit all the time is. I don't have an issue with it. It's whatever.
I think it's better. I think it's a net positive, and I think that because the calls beforehand were either really fucking bad or like over the top, and so this is where me and Lau have butted heads before. It's like the demands that some of these this like they'll make of people, and I've never understood. Like someone in his chat was going on about like how I'm like owed an apology from Nezi. And I was like, no, I don't really like to think of that. Like, no, because it's like I don't want to. First off, I don't like demanding things from people, let alone apologies. And that's what they would do in a lot of the accountability calls is like demand apologies and demand this from someone. Unless they're like, like a pedophile or a zoophile or something, and you're like trying to have them stay away from the community. I don't remotely understand the demands that some of these people will make, and I don't see the point of it. It's like especially demanding apologies. Like if you have to demand an apology from someone, like 9 times out of 10, it's most likely not genuine. So why even waste the attempt? Why even waste your breath demanding it? That's just my perspective, but that's where we've butted heads, and that's one of the reasons why I don't like the accountability calls.
Yeah, I mean, I've said that I think you're owed an apology, but I don't really expect you to get one. And at this point, like, what fucking difference does it make? Because you have to get to this point. Hey, Nikki, you have to get to this point where like you push and you push and you push and you drive to try and get some sort of a fucking apology out of these people, and it's obviously not genuine. Okay, I'm less distracted now. I was making a new thumbnail. Okay. Listen, I think it's a good thumbnail. I actually quite like it. So, right. Anyway, fuck it. Continuing on.
How do you struggle with a ketchup bottle? What is an
How do you struggle with everything you do, Nezzy? Fuck off. Leave Lyra's wife alone.
American ketchup bottle look
Making
like?
Twitter threads.
All right, I'm
saying
back.
you're sorry.
What does an American ketchup bottle look like to where you struggle opening it?
My wife has T-Rex arms.
Oh, my apologies.
I think I've realized the problem here.
I don't know what that means. It's really sorry. My wife has T-Rex arms over the dinosaur video. Fucking losing it. Yeah, go on. What's the problem?
It's perfection. Like, someone needs help opening something? Like, I don't want to say someone never leaves their room, but I feel like it's heavily implied.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think a lot of these people touch fucking grass, and I don't think Nezzy touches
The
grass.
kitchen?
Well, Is Nezzy Japanese?
I'm from what I can understand, I think so. Like some people have said yes, some people have said no. She lives in, I think Nezzy lives in Japan. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty certain that's why there's such a time zone difference in the DMs that I had to account for with it. So
Yeah. Well, hopefully Nezzy isn't talking to Japanese people. Japan doesn't deserve that. I know they did anime, but listen, nuking Japan was understandable, but inflicting Nezziemonster on Japan is unforgivable, okay?
goes against the Geneva Conventions.
Yeah, it goes against the Geneva Conventions. Holy shit, right, okay. That's
Now give me a minute, I need to read something real quick.
Alright.
Fuck, we should have kept talking. I could have just left it playing over this fucking lullaby music. I fucking hate this music. I hate it so much. Beckett roleplaying as an American wild. Hurtful. Needs to go read the Bible real quick. Sorry, I'm just looking for a quote.
What are you looking for?
I want to know about one specific thing that you said to Toasty that has genuinely been disturbing me ever since I heard about it. And I want an actual answer about it. This is one of those I won't accept. I don't remember. Just telling you that flatly.
Okay.
I'm going to read this out. You said, other than that, no, you were talking to me about V and he got in trouble for similar stuff. And I want you to be aware, this is post V being outed. I don't think you're a bad person, but sending porn without permission and sending it until the person is okay with it can be seen as grooming-esque behavior. V got in trouble for sending porn to minors despite the fact that they were uncomfortable with it. How did you look at Toasty's behavior as being grooming-esque, comparing it to a groomer that got outed, and chose not to follow that up or tell anybody?
W. Thuman.
Because I can buy.
True.
Because I was worried.
You were
I
worried.
was worried about falsely accusing him because I was basically shut down, and it was, it's not a big deal. We do this all the time. I didn't want to
Wait,
falsely
so the
accuse
person
anybody.
doing it-
I'm really.
Oh, okay. So her whole thing is, I didn't want to be shut down. The person doing the action is downplaying the action. Who would have thought? Whew, my.
Well,
It's
it's
almost
like the whole group
guilty
was.
people do that all the time.
Yeah, it's insane as well. It's like, well, people were doing this all the time. It's funny you'd say that. I wonder if you think about that now with the Fuchsia Butters stuff. Where is Fuchsia Butters? Is this freak still around?
So interestingly, I don't know if you saw this in the Maxim, but when I did the FCK server video and whatnot, Fuchsia deleted their original Discord account, which not suspicious behavior at all. Like, deleting it's one thing, deleting it right as a video's coming. Okay, that's interesting. Deleted their original account, made a new one, moved their Discord server ownership, I think, over to their new Discord account, and they made either a poll, either on Twitter or their Discord server, one of the two, about potentially returning. But for so far they haven't. So far, they've just mostly lurked. They're still around, but not.
Interesting. I've just got sent this, and I just bit highlighted. Other than that, no, you were talking to me about V, and he got in trouble for similar stuff. I don't think you're a bad person, but sending porn without permission and sending it until the person is okay with it can be seen as grooming-esque behavior. V got in trouble for sending porn to minors, despite the fact they were uncomfortable with it. I'm not showing all the logs, but thank you, Thuman. Because otherwise, I've been going for near 7 hours, and my ability to read things is limited. But yeah, we've got the logs. We've got the logs.
It the story flip flops from I didn't know, I had no idea about the grooming. I just compared the individual to a groomer and their behavior to grooming-esque behavior. But I had no idea, but at the same time, we reoccurringly joked about the porn spam, but I had no idea it was that bad. I was barely in the server, even though it happened in every chat, especially the main chat that I was very active in. But I had no idea, but we also joked about it all the time. It was so normal for us. And I confronted the person who was doing it, and they told me it wasn't that big of a deal. What guilty person does that? But I had no idea.
I just didn't know. I was just a little guy.
Listen, I was 19. I might have gone after people for less than that. I might have talked about how other people were groomers for doing it for comparison. But come on, I had no idea.
I don't understand. And the rage this call starts with the whole Avi shit. How could you not tell me? How could you not tell me that I was going to be near Avi How could you not tell other people that they were around Toasty? How could you not tell other people that they were around other content creators like Zizi? For years! Lio didn't tell you for a day, 5 minutes after the call you found out?
And here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. Lio was like, look, I didn't tell you because you would have told Avi, or you would have quit talking to Avi, and then Avi would have known something was up and ran. And then asked Nezzy, hey, so if I had not, if I had told you, would you have stopped talking to Avi? Yeah. So he was right in his assumption. And then Nezzy's like, well, no, I didn't say that. You literally just did say that. That's how Nezzy works, though. They will say something and something entirely contradictory. Whatever applies for, how do I put this? They will say anything that hopefully gets you to either not have an issue with them or to sort of be quiet about your issue with them, or whatever sort of works for them at the moment. Like there is no idea of sort of there is no foundation or something that they'll really stick to. The details will change based on, what they can tell that person to get that person to either, agree with them or see them in a particular light.
Yeah.
And, like with the 2023 Senate call, it was that exact same thing of, well, first I remember all this, and that time you've DM'd me and messaged me to talk, and I didn't want to talk to you then. How dare you do that? Then later it was, I only remember you messaging me one time.
Yeah, and I remember these. I remember like points I think where they're like, "Well, you never tried to talk to me." What?
Yeah.
The fuck are you talking about? Like you just harassed people. But it's like the selective memory. And Nezzy doesn't. Yeah, Nezzy doesn't have memory problems. It's just convenient. It's like you get certain calls covering ACC stuff where you can almost tell what the person thinks the other person's priority is going to be. And Peaches did this a lot with when Peaches is talking to Jordan, for example, they're like, I've just taken a load of pills, I'm going to kill myself. Lio's upset me. When Peaches is talking to Lio, it's we're family, I know you support me, I've really fucked up, please help me. When Peaches is talking to everyone else, I'm ill, I'm going through gender fluid stuff, like does these suicide baiting calls with like the rest in the fucking BK logs. It's just selective, and I refuse to be dragged into it. It's always memory problems, yeah, because they think that'll work, and because this community has fetishized mental health problems.
Oh yeah, every single time they get into any issue, struggle at all, immediately mental health. Or I didn't know. Like they'll flat out like claim that, for example, Fuchsia Butter did this years ago, by the way. The whole I didn't know when the June 9th Twitter thread specifically, back in 2020, I didn't know Akumu's age. Yeah, you did. You talked about it in the video, you talked about it the day you released the video, you talked about it
It's in the logs. It's in the logs.
Yeah. But they love to say they didn't know that particular detail, even though they did, because it's damning, and they know that either the hypocrisy or the fact that they did know is going to be held against them, and that's what Nezzy's big thing is here. I think it was said earlier in this call. Well, I didn't want people to hold it against me, and to hate me, and it's like it's really odd, and I think someone else in the chat made this point, but it's like, I have shit that I didn't do held over my head for years now, okay? Because of Nezzy and friends. And now all of a sudden you're in the position where the things you literally did do are being looked at and people are bringing it up. Oh God, it's so fucking horrible. Yeah, it sucks, but in this case, like, you literally did these things.
Yeah.
And then you keep bullshitting people when they bring it up.
Yep.
It's
I'm having a fucking Joker moment. You get what you fucking deserve.
Yeah. I guess Ephraim's tweet aged very well.
Okay, let's fucking go.
Be scared when it comes to accusations, especially after that server incident.
To a point, I can understand.
Oh,
that,
by
but
the
you
way,
at
just
any
for anyone,
point
really
ask
quickly,
for someone
that server incident thing that Nezzie's talking about. Problem is the server incident with me, Teddy, and the accusation of sexual harassment did not happen until after this. So Nezzie's whole reasoning of, oh well, I didn't know what to do, especially because of that server incident at this point, doesn't make any sense because it hasn't happened yet. Like again, Nezzie just blurts out anything that they think is gonna convince that particular individual. Just wanted to point
I've
that
just,
out.
I in chat reminded me earlier that Doodles claimed to be groomed when they were 17, 18. When they were already posting on
so
I was
Doodles
just
was
like,
yep,
dude.
yeah, I was like, it's nuts. It's like, yeah, I was groomed into it, but I was kind of doing
You know
it
what?
before that.
I know Lio's gone to bed. I know Lio's gone to bed, and that's fine. I want to say this. I'll probably say this to Lio separately, because every now and again I'll chat to Lio, and the topic of doodle tones will come up. And in the same way, many of us have told told Lio exactly who Nezzie is. I am telling you who Doodle Tones is. And the one thing I would caution Lio about, like genuinely, as somebody who's like, I don't know, on okay terms with him, as somebody who's like, I would hope that Lio has generally solid takes about things. The shit that has happened with Nezzie, the fact they have lied to you, the fact they have manipulated this situation, the fact that they are not going to change, is the same shit with Doodles. Just the same shit. And I would never force Lio to drop anyone but I am warning you that this is something you should fucking learn from, because it's the same fucking shit. You think Doodletone shits in a diaper? Yeah, whenever they're horny. Because it's fetish shit top to fucking bottom. Okay? Did you just lose it at that?
Just the point, yeah, whenever they're horny.
Yeah. Yeah, they're a freak. They're a freak, okay? It's very, very simple.
Else's input?
No.
Since here's my problem. My genuine problem is not just the problem with you. It's a problem with this community as whole. This goofy little community who can somehow never shut up about the dumbest of things, cross-reference scripts, make sure their data's in line, look at actual articles when talking about freaking Pokemon, check with other people, but this did not merit a second set of eyes.
By the way, he's
Explain
not joking
that
at
one
all.
to me.
I want to make that completely clear to everyone here. Lio's not joking at all when these people will go on to long, massive arguments over lists about what Pokemons or Digimons can in the fucking world and all kinds of stuff. Like later, there's an entire beef that they had with Just a Robot because of that. I'm not joking or anything like that. Lio is hitting the nail on the head here. They will have massive, sometimes heated discussions over stuff like that. But shit like this, water under the bridge.
Could you help ponder with the video on Akumu? You were passing information back and forth on that, but not this?
Also Fuchsia. Don't forget Fuchsia Butter.
Yep.
Oh, and then later Mad Libs. Oops.
I didn't know what to do.
So,
I didn't know who to talk to. I didn't know. I thought I was being overdramatic.
If you needed a second opinion on Pokemon, would you have asked somebody?
No.
You literally collaborated with Ponder.
Oh, fun
on
fact,
a video.
by the way. Just to add to Lio's point here too. Guess who got to see the video on me early, the part 1? Take a guess, because Nezzie did have someone else watch it to give an opinion. Would you guys like to take a guess on who it was? Come on, chat.
Oof.
You can guess too if you'd like. Who was it? Who do you think it was? Come on, it's so obvious.
Wait, are we talking about years ago, the first video?
Yeah, the part 1 to the 2-part collab on me. Yeah, Nezzie did have someone watch that early and shared it to someone to watch it early, to fact check and to give an opinion on it. So who do you guys think it was?
I imagine it was Ponder.
No. Ponder was a part of it, so Ponder knew.
Oh,
Ponder
that one.
did part 2, but yeah, that one. Yeah. No, it's not Ponder, not Fuchsia. We've talked about him though. Come on, guys. Come on.
Not Toasty,
I'll
is
give
it?
you a hint. No.
Easy.
No.
Oh.
Ding, 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 chat. Doodles. Doodles got to see it early. About, I think, like a month early, actually. Yeah.
Wait, what?
So, yeah, dude, if you go to that part 1 right now, if you want to, you can go to Doodle's comment, and if you use, I used to verify this myself because other commenters reference this, but to verify it myself, I used a YouTube comment finder to see the date. Doodles got to comment on that video before the video was out, before anyone else, because it was shared to Doodles to see early for fact checking and for criticism. Yeah. So, like, Lio is right, and not on the Pokemon part, but on the, you'll go and have other people like, provide critiques for
But
stuff. Like
I mean, see, this is part of the problem as well. Like, Doodles was obviously very ingrained with this little group. What's your opinion on Ellie Malelli?
On Ellie Momele, I think. So actually, interesting you asked that because during Lau's live chat premiere, Ellie apologized to me. But
Okay.
my overall opinion is I think I didn't know anything that was the thing that was said to Teddy. Well, I didn't know anything about Toasty. I believe didn't know about the grooming, but the sex pest stuff, I don't believe that solely because why would Nezi state that Mavi blocked Toasty because of it, which is Ellie's previous username. So I don't buy that. But I understand not knowing about the grooming, but the sex pest behavior, I don't buy that.
I think
And
so. I've got a strong bias against Ellie. I was talking about this earlier when the call started because Ellie's name came up, and they don't get talked about much. I think this worked for Doodles. I don't fucking trust them. That's my general viewpoint. I'm prepared to I don't know, suspend a bit of fucking disbelief, but
yes, Chad, Ellie Momeli's previous name was Micromavi in the slideshow community. That is definitely totally separate, not at all related to the art community. They just happen to always be where they are.
yeah, I like anyone who was heavily involved in Cloud Palace.
Distrust?
Deeply and completely. So I don't know. Ellie hasn't directly pissed me off, but I'm very on the line about them, I would say.
Yeah, I get that. Well, the thing with Ellie that I think maybe I'm misremembering, but Ellie had apologized for the constant victimization of Nezi with regards to me. So that I wasn't a big fan of, but I mean, that's one person in a sea.
Yeah, I mean, again,
of fish that are
and to
doing
be
it.
fair to them, if they are apologizing, they're like the one person who hasn't really been asked to apologize to you, so it's probably at least genuine.
Yeah. So
I'd give that to them.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. Listen, as always, I said this with Serafina, for those who go back and watch very early streams. I said this the first time I talked to Sarah. I was highly fucking critical of Sarah. Very, very critical of Sarah. And then I chilled over time, So, people can improve and change.
I still don't necessarily trust Ellie. I'm in agreement there.
Yeah. But
it's nice.
Yeah.
That same year. How could you say you didn't think to pass it to somebody else? And on top of that, fun fact, looking at the message you sent to Eternity, she called Toasty a predator, Ren, and groomer without proper evidence. She's basically siding with Akumu, saying he encouraged minors to look at not safe for work. You knew at this time, this is what sticks in my craw about that, you knew at this time that was accurate. It's just 2 months out. The word had been thrown around so much, but nobody thought to give it a second look. You guys were talking about Akumu all dog hunt day long. You guys bullied Ren to take the video down because Akumu was cited. None of you looked at the data and said, is the data right? And you...
I didn't say anything. I didn't...
I don't
I
know
didn't watch the video.
whether or not
And I didn't interact with Rin about it.
I don't know.
No,
about that
I
in
get
terms
the
of you
argument
specifically
here.
directly.
Oh.
I don't have the data for that in front of me, and I don't really need it right now. What I do know is this video was known, and this talk was happening, and nobody thought to check each other's work.
I get the argument.
This isn't some stupid
I
video.
didn't say anything, so it's not my fault.
Ah.
I might have just let these people, I might have said Toasty didn't do that in a server full of minors, even though there were minors that I knew of, at least 3 of, but I might have denied it. I might have allowed them to just go off that basis. But hey, I didn't attack Ren personally, so it's not my monkey, not my problem.
Well, I mean, she literally says this. Sorry, he literally says this. It's not my monkey, it's not my circus. It's like, well, that's real convenient now when it is an accusation being thrown at you, isn't it? Whereas before, it's like you're involved in everyone's shit. What's up, JFA?
Yeah, Lavender, that's the server they're talking about.
About your favorite RPG. This is about kids getting groomed at a server.
Yeah, being controlled by a bunch of teenagers. All of us were a bunch of teenagers. Of course we don't know how to properly handle a situation like that.
Cena's 23. Toby was pushing
And we
30.
can look at it with hindsight.
It's just completely retarded. We were a bunch of what we meant to do? It's like, well, sorry, like, I remember being a teenager. Actually, I remember a case, and this is IRL, by the way, where like I was 16, and there was I was a goth kid and things, and we'd all hang out, and there was this older guy, and he was hitting on one of the 16-year-old girls, and we went and like fucking told some of the older lads who were sort of like 18, 19, 20, because like all of like this, we're a subculture, so like all of us sort of got drunk in like public, and we knew like people's older brothers or whatever who were at the pub, and we went and found them, told them, understood what was going on, understood that it was wrong and that it was fucked up, and that dude, well, let's put it this way, because I'm on fucking YouTube, didn't come around again. It's not that hard to know that something like this is fucked. I knew that at 16 in an IRL environment that's a fucked thing to do. Especially with 2. BG video makes me think of Monster Hunter. Background video makes me think of Monster Hunter Riders based. Dude, when I'm done with stream, I'm gonna get some sleep, and then I am just about to hit Monster Rank 100. I've been really fucking grinding this shit out.
You have, grinding it. Whew, that is already. Wow.
Dude.
Did it come out like a week ago?
Yeah, I have over 100 hours in it. Already.
Whew. All right.
All that we like.
There is a difference.
But we can't deny the fact that all of us didn't know what to do.
Enough. There is a very stark difference between not knowing how to handle something and just not doing anything. If you had tried, genuinely tried, and screwed up, we'd be having a different conversation right now. But that's not what happened. Not with a single one of you. And I can't even sit here and have this level of anger towards Susie about this, because...
So is it, firstly, yes, it's Akumu in the call. We've had a round robin of people calling in tonight. It's lovely. I love streams like this. And is it worth buying? Yes, it is. I'm literally 1 hunter away from Monster Rank 100. And Hunter Rank 100. Okay, 100.
You held on. How many hours do you have in Wilds right now?
Over 100.
Over 100, and it just came out a week ago.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to tell you how many hours I have in like one of the top games that I've got, all right?
Okay.
And I want you to know I've been playing that game for quite some time now.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let me go to the home screen here. Hold on. All right. I've been playing For Honor for maybe a year.
You've been
and I've
playing
got
for.
181 hours in it. So
Hold on. You've been playing For Honor for like a year now, and
something like that, I think. Yeah.
and we haven't played For Honor together. What's this?
I didn't know you played that.
What do you?
We
What
can
is
add each
this? Yeah, we need to do some fucking like games together. We can do twos or like Brawl or what or like Breach or
Absolutely.
whatever. That'd be fucking great. We'll do it as a stream. We'll do it as a
Okay,
stream. That
great.
sounds really
Yeah,
fun.
got a
Cool.
plan.
We'll set that up. Based. Let's go.
Because Susie wasn't the person in this weirdo's DMs. Susie wasn't the person who sat there and recognized, this actual groomer and this other person have some very similar traits. Maybe, just maybe, I should, I don't know, double check with somebody? Get a second opinion? Get a thought process going out? Talk to my friends in these servers I'm in so many times? I can't. And apparently, the one person who did point it out and actually draw any actual attention to it was the pedophile Ben the Looney. I can't write
Yeah, that
something
was the
that
shocking
ironic.
part for me. The whole Ben thing and Ben speaking up at it, that threw me for a loop. And especially the fact that Ben's contributions to the server were like a drop in an ocean.
Yeah.
Ben, the loony of all people. Like, wow, that was insane.
I hope Conqueror gets nerfed for you now. Lofi. I'm actually playing Lawbringer mostly at the moment. But I appreciate the sentiment. King B with the 10. Hey Akumu, don't know if you've seen my comment on the Run Nezi video, but how does it feel that Lio did Nezi call finally, man? You can't stop winning the Akumu sweep. True.
That is an interesting question. I mean, like, I went into, Lyle's chat and I was like, look, I'm not here to say I told you so. And it got to the point where I really wanted, like, at that one point with the Ben stuff, I was like, ooh, I'm trying not to fucking say it. I'm trying not to, because it's like, that was the perfect point for that. But I ended up not, but sorta. It's good in the sense that, like, okay, people can finally see that I'm not this fucking crazy schizo that people painted me out to be. But it's really it's bittersweet because it's taken like 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
It's insane, and that it's dragged on that long because no one can be honest about it.
Yeah. It's
Hold on, Lofi says, ew, he's just a roach. And also tell Akuma asked if he played For Honor. He told me no. When did you ask that? Because if I told you no, I apologize. Because if it's been because I've been playing For Honor mid 2024 probably, because I got back into it like not that long ago, so it should be going on a year, like in maybe a month or two.
Oh, it's March already. I fucking hate. I hate time being linear. Okay, let's get back to the call. Fuck.
This is what I was talking about when I said you're not owning it. All you did was throw out a bunch of excuses. I was 18. Everybody was a teenager. I didn't know what to do. Not knowing what to do and not doing anything are not the same thing. If you had ran around your friends and told them all of this, ousted him, but didn't file a police report, that's a screw up. That's a screw up. Doing nothing is not a screw up. That's just doing nothing. And it's worse. That's the problem. And that's been part of the problem with how you've responded to so much of this. You give yourself all the grace in the world, but nobody else.
Yes.
Oh.
True. Just
I
true.
have given myself no grace.
Fuck
All
off.
of this stuff that I have been repeating to you is stuff that I had to be told. Going to my friends and going to my therapist. And my therapist has literally watched the videos.
I hope
I hope your therapist starts recognizing more of the entrenched issues.
Was really about
Because
me.
one part I do know about therapy is they can.
Say that again.
Nezzy had made this tweet not too long ago during the big flack. Something about if my therapist doesn't like you, you know you're bad. I'm thinking, now that therapist is apparently wait, hold on. Actually, Doodles also said that their therapist is why. I wonder, do they have the same therapist?
I thought this earlier. Like, there's no way that's well. I mean, that can't be the case, right? Because Nezzy's in fucking Japan. But it is interesting
Unless it's like
that
an
they.
online therapist, I would hope they're seeing someone in person.
Well, that's an interesting question, isn't it? It does seem they get back to them very quickly. Wouldn't it be funny if they all like sort of have like there's some sort of like underground trade of like an online therapist that all these fucking people in the Cloud Palace go to. I wonder if it's a member of Cloud Palace. Actually, does Nezzy strike you as a sort of person that can afford regular therapy in Japan?
These are good questions.
Where is Nezzy getting a therapist to talk about internet stuff in Japan? Now that you're asking the question,
hold on.
like, I'm just like,
Maybe
actually.
it's one of those people, because in Japan they have this thing where you can pay someone just to like walk around and talk with you. Maybe it's one of those people that like Nezzy pays like reoccurringly.
That's a possibility, and then
I
just
don't-
says it's a therapist.
I'd hope not, but I'm thinking.
I mean,
it's probably
I kind of hope it is. That would be fucking hilarious.
I mean, it would be hilarious, but
King Beat with the 5. Wouldn't it be 6 years since Ponder and Nezzy's video came out in 2019? I think I could be wrong about that, but I also find it cool, satisfying. It's so good. I mean,
in a month it'll be a year. Not a year. What am I saying? I'm stupid. Sorry. In a month it'll be 5 years exactly.
sorry, excuse me. A rotting brain with a
My
5.
birthday.
Huh? Say that again.
I said it's like my birthday.
It's sort of like it's your rebirth day, right? It's like getting like when you were like baptized.
Yeah.
Writing brain with the 5. Enjoy art while I'm dying inside. Did you send art? Or are you making art? Oh no, fuck. This is so fucking good. Okay. Hold on.
I was trying to think of that quote that I heard. It was like really edgy and pretentious, but now I can't think of it. It was something about like when fate stretches his hand out. I was like, I was gonna say something like that, but I can't think of the quote now, so I'm sorry, guys.
How fucking good is this? I was the victim.
Oh, that's perfect. Who drew that?
That's rotting. They do like some of the animations for the stream and things.
You know what? Awesome work, Routing. I love it. I was the victim.
So good.
Can only help you based on what you give them.
And I gave them everything I had. They saw all the videos.
Why is it? I don't know what that means. Oh, okay. The name of it sounded like a drinking kind of game. I've never heard of this one.
Okay. Did your therapist know that the latest attempt at discussing it?
Fuck! I muted myself. Okay, Akumu heard me. You guys didn't. It's fine. Sorry. Fuck. Fuck. I've completely forgot what I was saying.
Taken his voice.
Yeah.
Like Ursula.
Fuck. What the hell was I saying? Oh, I read out Lofi's thing about like a For Honor tournament, and I was like, Seraphina still wants to do buckshot
You
roulette
couldn't hear
at
the
some
whole
point.
thing?
Yeah, I was muted through the whole thing. When I was talking to you.
I love talking to myself.
Oh, fuck. Lamar back at you, I'm lagging, guys. I'm lagging. I didn't sleep very well. So I only got I streamed yesterday for 8 hours, and then I got 6 hours sleep, and maybe probably 5 hours sleep. And then I came in, and I've been doing this for the last nearly 8 hours again. So I am lagging a little bit, okay? It's been a busy stream. Fuck.
Was made to appease them and no one else?
It's fine, I'm on holiday. I don't have work today for the rest of the week. Oh.
You'll be working For Honor.
It
True.
wasn't made to appease them.
Star Sprinter with the 5. Audio, more like Audi no. Jesus fucking Christ, thank you for the 5.
You said it was okay with them.
I made that post and I asked for her input.
And she said it was fine. So you're right. Perhaps appease is not correct. I apologize. But you made that to her tastes and didn't see that as a problem.
I didn't make it to her taste. I wrote it out and asked her opinion on it.
You literally told me your therapist
Because
was
I
good with it.
trust her to criticize me.
Yes, you said your therapist was good with it, and therefore that's all that mattered. Your therapist wasn't the person stuck in those servers. Your therapist wasn't the person put through 5 years of hell back and forth, being harassed by the community, dogged on by it, threatened. Your therapist was making a whole bunch of money doing what they do. Meanwhile, these people were suffering. My heart breaks for them. Because you know what? There's one thing other than, unfortunately, having to just look at what Peaches said in that server and nothing else. My heart breaks for the fact that I haven't been here earlier. I wish I was in these communities years ago.
Oh, God.
Maybe I could have prevented some of this, and I've got to live with that. But the fact that you don't recognize that as a problem, and you didn't think, how is this going to affect the people I've hurt, it astounds me. And
Okay,
I don't know if I'm angry.
Okay, I get what Lio's trying to say, and he said this before. He's like, yeah, we were talking, I think, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and he said something about now do you see why I have to be everybody's dad? And I was like, look, dude, you can't fix this. You can't fix this.
Yeah,
you can't fix these people.
This is so fucking true. And I've said this to him before. There's nothing you can do. And he's made this argument of, well, if I don't do it, who's going to? It's like, well, no one. This is why you shouldn't be doing the accountability calls. Because Nezzie's not going to change from this. This doesn't help. In the fucking world of calls that Lio has had, I can count on one hand the amount of actual change that or positive change that's come out of them. It's very fucking limited. It's insanely fucking limited.
I want to be clear, people. I don't think that people are incapable of changing. I think that due to the trends of this community and what we've seen out of Lio's calls and out of just the whole accountability stuff that this community does, on average, these people don't change or suddenly switch up their ways. It's like this community sort of reinforces this same thing again. Okay, actually, I'm going to say this is going to sound really over dramatic, but I don't want you to take it literally. But what this community does is it takes people and the surrounding community sort of breaks them down until you either conform or you get ousted. Whether you did something genuinely or not that breaks the rules, they're going to accuse you of that inevitably. You can't appease them. This is the same thing I said about Omnia when I covered Omnia in the FCK Maxim and trying to conform to what the FCK wanted with the chats with Toby. There's no winning with them. They flip-flop. Their standards are they treat their standards like they treat clothing. It's whatever's convenient for the day. And so this community is like a machine where it's gonna run you through it, and you're either gonna conform to what they want, and either way still end up being eaten up by it like a dollar, or it's gonna spit you back out, and you're gonna be torn to pieces.
Yeah.
It,
Yeah,
like that's
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with
you
you.
can't fix these people. Lio's like the I can fixer, but it's like with I can fix these people. I can make them, but you can't. I don't think you can undo any of this. Like this is years worth of either a similar trend or just fucked insane, batshit crazy things happening back to back in the same spheres. You can't fix that. Like it's in there deep.
I think I know that there are people within the ACC who don't want to watch me because of the, like, I'll say slurs, or I'll say mean things about people, or I'm like, I don't do the accountability shit. I'm like, look, I'm here to make content and laugh at stuff. I know Chris gets the same thing. I have no issue with that, to be clear. I think that's absolutely fucking fine. But it's also one of the reasons why I make an effort to be clear of what I am, because I know that some people who covered this wanted to play to that audience, and they presented themselves as something they're not, and their channels
this reminds me of a
died
Kurt
because of it.
Cobain quote.
What was that?
I think it was like, I'd rather be hated for who I am than loved for who I'm not. I think that's the quote.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's what it is. But it's why during the like the TISM reports, I try to tone down the edginess a little bit, solely because one, I want to be a little bit more objective in things, but I didn't like try and hide my beliefs or my viewpoints or my takes on things. And some people, I think, hopped on this with wanting to placate to the accountability trend that, I mean, does really well with that crowd, yes, but it never ends up well. Like, sure, you can walk down that yellow brick road, but like it's not.
I think I should say it's true of a lot of content creators, and it's one of the reasons that a lot of content creators end up hating their audiences, because they attract an audience that is actually just not reflective of who they really are.
Yeah, that's the nail. That hits the nail on the head there.
Yeah. And I part of it, if you ever get the chance, if you ever look at like dramas where particularly streamers are talking, like in a drama, not just with another streamer, but with another streamer's community, how those streamers will talk about each other's communities is really interesting. Even when it's not, even when there's not like a core drama, a lot of streamers dislike or wouldn't want to pull somebody else's audience, because they're like, I know what your audience is like, and I'm just not interested in having that audience. If I did, then I'd be more like you, or we wouldn't be fighting, right? And that's not an issue for the audience, by the way. That's not to say the audience is bad. I mean, some people have like incredibly toxic audiences. That's okay. But yeah, the internet's actually a pretty big place in a lot of respects. And this is why, like, just having an audience that kind of suits you is probably better for your longevity and, frankly, sanity and mental health. Because I don't want to boot up to a stream and look at a chat I fucking hate. Like, it was interesting watching, like, last night, because I was covering Erudite, and there were a couple of people saying things like, oh, Beckett, get a handle on your chat. Why do people post things? And one of the things I think surprises people who've, like, known me for a while or think that I'm a particular way about things, they look at this chat and they're like, it's completely unmoderated. Like, you don't get banned. Anyone gets timed out. But it's hit this night. Like, the chat's got a good ecosystem to it here, where people kind of will just be chill with each other. And I've got people from every side of the political spectrum in this fucking chat, and loads of different fucking communities, and everyone just sort of gets on. Because if somebody says something out of line, occasionally it's just like, dude, chill. And they chill. How amazing is that? It's just treat people like adults.
It's good when you can get people that are of all sort of degrees and varieties to just be like relaxed and conversing. That's a good thing. But some people don't like that, because then it opens them up to things that they don't like about other people, or like certain talking points or perspectives. So some people really prefer like for example, not all the people, but a good some of the people that ran to Blue Sky because Twitter sort of became this unfiltered and
Yeah.
some parts messy, yes, but some people prefer heavy moderation. And or for example, heavy gatekeeping.
Yeah.
So
It's like when it's like the comments earlier about like transphobia or pronouns. I've had people say pretty hard slurs in my chat and not ban them. But at the same time, my comment is just be aware of other chatters. That's it. That's it. Just be like, and it's amazing actually. There's one particular chatter who's come in and said some like insanely fucking transphobic shit. Like genuinely transphobic shit. And I was just like, chill. And they just chilled. Not because it was like heavy-handed moral shit. It was just respect for like the vibe of just other people just trying to enjoy something. And then I watched that person interact with other people who were trans in the chat, who I know are trans. That's fine. I think that's better. I think generally if people get on with each other, it makes things better regardless of like regardless of their worldviews, because the truth is we're all just trying to fucking laugh at something. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. It's really not that fucking complicated. All this fucking gay being at war with each other shit all the time. And even people who like fucking I blame bullies, or was it me? If so, I blame chat. It wasn't you. It wasn't you. It was no one in chat tonight. But because I wouldn't vague post about somebody who's actually in chat, and that it's not somebody like you'd think of. But yeah, I mean, look at Vlad and Lyo now. The reality is they have been in each other's throats for ages, and now they're just chilled out because they finally just talked. It's amazing. It's amazing how often people just have a conversation and are just fine with each other.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10 if people have issues, it can be settled by just conversating. Some people are just going to hate each other, and sometimes rightfully, sometimes it's just like forever bad blood from misunderstandings, and sometimes it's like
sometimes people just don't gel. I can think of like a handful of people I've interacted with who, like, there's no major like beef there or like argument, but we just don't click, and they dislike me. And that's absolutely fine. I think, like, when Burn came on the other night, like, this was basically my point with him. If Burn the World doesn't like me, that's completely fine and understandable. He doesn't need more of a reason than, and nobody does, than I just don't like you. That's fine. Did Lyo ever call CPS and Gilded? No. No, and Lyo has strongly condemned comments towards Gilded's kids, as has pretty much everyone. All this positive talk during the dinosaur murder story. I've been very fucking wholesome recently. It's very weird. I don't know what's wrong with me. I was really wholesome earlier as well. I'm gonna listen.
Nihilism.
I need to get pissed at something again. It has been very wholesome recently. I apologize.
Apologizing for being wholesome.
Good morning, Nicandros. How you doing, buddy? Okay, let's keep going.
Or if I'm about to cry.
What a point to come back into the call. How did we get here? And what?
Think, how is this going to affect the people I've hurt? It astounds me. And I don't know if I'm angry or if I'm about to cry.
That's so incredibly gay, liar. Dude.
I'm sorry, I can't think of everything all the time.
That is not what you are being asked for. That is not what anybody's asked you for.
It feels like it's everything I've been asked for. I've been asked to take responsibility for the victims, to take responsibility for all these groomers, being called an enabler, being called all sorts of things. Even though I've apologized numerous times, I have done so much to try to prevent this stuff from happening. And yes, you can argue about my intentions at the time, but I tried to do something.
Sounds really oddly familiar.
Did it without thinking.
Yes, I did.
Nezzy, if that was you thinking, I'd be terrified what you'd do without it. And
Well,
you know
you
what?
don't have to, because I'm not 19 anymore.
I'm talking about what you've done recently, Nezzy.
And yet you still act like a fucking child.
And on top of that, you know, I will say, the one piece I will give you on that is, yeah, it's out of pocket to call you a groomer enabler, I think. But here's the thing, I've also told Julie that to her face. She's welcome to have her opinion on that. I know where I stand on that. Until I see a little bit more conclusive evidence of you knowing there was some grooming, I can't call you that, but the way you have conducted all of this, how you are responding to me, how you are responding to the victims, how you have responded to the victims, your focus on what the last tweet grouping was about.
Guy Rise with 5. I've done so much. Look how much I A-logged and lied about Akumu. So fucking true. I really put in the work.
I don't know what to say. I should be furious with you. I should be doing to you.
Side note, just as a random thing while I'm tired. So, Kairais has been like playing some Monster Hunter in the Discord when we were playing together. I realized that I've been saying Kairais' name wrong, and I knew this for months, constantly, every fucking stream. And it's fine because I've started to find it funny, but it's really awkward when I'm in a call with him.
That's supposed to be for now.
Yeah, I'm
Tell us
just
or
like,
you're never gonna tell us.
Fuck it. He didn't correct me. He didn't correct me at all. I just know it's wrong.
Oh.
You what I've done to a billion other people, but I can't even do that.
So I don't mind.
You need help. You don't need to right now be in these spaces. You need to take a long sabbatical and get these problems properly ironed out, because this is genuinely antisocial behavior. And I have been there for you. I have been there for your breakdowns. I have been there for your ideation. I have literally called Japan because your ex-boyfriend was so absolutely worthless he didn't know what to do when you were struggling. And now I'm looking at you, and I'm gonna be blunt as I can be, and I'm not trying to be hurtful when I say this. I genuinely don't know how much of all of this was just Peaches-esque behavior versus truth.
Oof.
And I hate that I have to say that.
That's really disgusting.
I'm not trying to say anything derogatory inherently. I'm telling you how I feel.
Bro, that's fucking brutal. Based. Actually
Brought the
based.
hammer down. Long solemn silence.
I do have something here I was asked. Or not. I guess not. Nessie, I genuinely want to believe you're telling me the truth. In my heart, I do. And in some cases in this call, I absolutely believe you have. That's the part that's breaking me. I have tried my best to take care of you through all these struggles. I have stood by you despite some people saying the worst of things because I was hoping for the best. But the way you've responded in this call, and I'm aware that some of it's probably based on the initial anger you've had towards me and probably still do, the way this call started. I don't think you need to go away forever. I don't think you need to be 100% deplatformed, but I think you need to take a lot of time and really, really ruminate and think about all of this.
I have been on my own.
don't know anything about the way that my brain thinks.
Apparently not.
I've been struggling with this so much, with constant guilt, over and over and over again. I feel guilty for everything that I've done. The fact that I hurt people, the fact that I said shitty things. I think about it all the goddamn time.
Then why are you so angry?
I don't want people to think that I'm a fucking psycho and that I don't give a shit.
I mean, that boat's kind of fucking sailed, I'm gonna be honest with you. What?
Psycho? I don't think psycho. I think just like wait, what did Gilded? How did Gilded put it? I think you put it that way, like an emotional sink.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like just a drain, a slog.
You know,
Like
occasionally.
that family member you avoid at Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I think, like, there are some people who you just don't want to spend time around because it's just fucking exhausting. It's just exhausting.
Then why are you angry?
I care so much that I threw up after binge eating.
I've been self-harming, Lio. Don't you understand? I'm really sad. I'm doing damage to myself. Lio, why aren't you sympathetic? Fuck off.
I cannot simultaneously recognize the feeling of guilt, but also anger at the people who are asking for some accountability.
It's not anger at them.
Then why are you angry at it now?
Not anger at them.
I'm not angry at them. I'm frustrated because it doesn't matter what I do. I have repeated this. I have tried so hard to do what I can. I'm not perfect. I have tried
Pictured the
really
fist,
hard.
the moving fist gif. You know what I'm talking about? The shaking fist.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's the first thing that came to mind.
Yeah.
Hard to do what I can to improve and to try to be better about the situation. But it's never enough, and it will never be enough.
That's something that should have been determined by the...
And I
Oh
can't
my
keep
god, I
track
just
of
realized
everybody.
who Nezzy sounds like.
Peaches?
No. In this old cartoon I used to watch, and apparently like Steven Crowder voiced on it. Nezzy
Oh.
sounds like a younger Steven Crowder. When he was on, what was it, Franklin the Turtle?
Yeah.
Was it
yeah.
Franklin the Turtle? I think it was Franklin the Turtle.
Oh, fucking hell.
That's something that should have been determined by the people you hurt. Because it seems to me you're more worried about the random dickheads who are screaming at you instead of them.
I'm sorry, did I groom someone and I didn't notice?
That is not the point.
Well, snappy there.
Yes, it is partially the point.
It's a little bit of a point, though, isn't it? Fuck off. No, because it's not the question.
Yeah, literally no one is claiming or acting like Nezzy groomed someone. In fact, Lio and even I have stated multiple times Nezzy did not groom anyone.
Do you know what? I actually disagree with you. I think Nezzy groomed Lio.
Oh. Oh.
I hate it here. Right, anyway.
I'm tired of having everyone coming on to me for a server that I didn't own. For things that happened outside the server. Yes, I made a lot of mistakes in that fucking server. And I can say that I didn't know any better and that I was 19. I'm not 19 anymore. And I can sit here in hindsight all that I want and say, I could have done this and I could have done that and I could have done this. I can't.
Do you know why they're upset?
Fuck it, Nezzy groomed themselves. Writing with a 5, it will never be enough. You are right, Nezzy, because those hurt will live with it forever. Nezzy caused genuine harm by doing nothing. It's not just genuine harm by doing nothing. You know, if Nezzy had actually done nothing... You know what? Okay, here's a take. if Nezi had genuinely done nothing, if Nezi had just like been like, whatever, fucking not my circus, not my monkeys. This is years ago, and I'd kind of be like, well, fuck, you know, whatever. Years ago, you're done. And this is kind of like my take with around Peaches with this whole shit, and a couple of other people actually. It's like, we didn't do anything, but you kind of just went, you weren't really involved, and how much responsibility you had to do something is really debatable. The problem is Nezi did do things. He actively went out. Sorry, actively went out of his way to go after Akumu and go after Chuli and go after other people.
Don't forget subtweeting about various people deserving, you know, the what was it Nezi had said, to stew in the cell that they created for themselves. So it's like, you know, this is clearly enjoying, okay? This is clearly enjoying going after all these various people for things either far, far less than this or on similar levels, and then, you know what?
Yeah, that's the issue. It's not like doing nothing. Because again, I don't think people have a general like day-to-day responsibility for fuck shit on the internet. I don't believe that, and I don't hold people to those standards. In the same way, like with the Rosa shit, I'm like, what do you expect Rosa to do? Like, what do you actually expect? The problem is that Nezi actively has swept and weaponized this shit to go after Akumu and other people. And that's the issue. That's the fucking reality. And that's not just true of Nezi, it's true of other people as well. Now, like, there are other people like Zizu, have very different fucking issues. KHDcast with the 2. Akumu can't stop winning in the long term. This is listen, very long term. Let's be fair, it took years, but here we are.
Yeah.
Because I was irresponsible and impulsive and I got angry at people.
And because if you did say something...
Because I was a fucking shitty person.
And because if you did say something, anything, this all could have been dealt with. That's why they're angry, Nezi.
Hydra Dancer with the goal. Well done, guys. Please accept this gold star and my continued admiration and thanks for all the support you give me and this stream. It's very based. Listen, the channel's been doing really well. I really fucking appreciate it, dude. Like, we're regularly sat here with like 200 to 300 people, like just chilling out, having fun. I am definitely fucking burnt out and I need a fucking rest bath. Guys, it's been very based. The year's been a good start. Last year was awesome, so I'm very excited to see what the rest of 2025 and the future holds. As always, love you guys. Based. King B with a 5. Fuck, I definitely need some sleep. King B with a 5. It's a shame that Lyo could not talk about what Nezi did to Akumu in this, but he said he wanted to focus on the FCK. Yeah, like, Akumu would have been a distraction, like, as a conversation topic point. It would have just been really fucking difficult. Because Nezi would have just been so defensive of it. So what's the point? What's the point? Whereas this has just been absolutely fucking... This call has been, in a lot of ways, like, a kind of like a crowning point for the FCK. Like, just narratively, to tie up the Nezi side. I don't know if...
Yeah,
I don't...
you get confirmations on certain things.
Yeah.
It really shows... whether it be like with the whole thing with Ben, or you know, the lashing out at Teddy and everyone else. I think you're right. It's like the cherry. No, I think it's the crown. Yeah, crown that just sits right up there. It's the climax.
Yeah. Well, the FCK, if it's like a Christmas tree, this is the little star on top. Oh, fuck, that's the wrong video. Fuck, let's go. Okay.
I don't know what else I can really say on this. I have a couple of things. First of all, Teddy does not hate you. They're
I
disappointed.
wouldn't be surprised if she did.
She doesn't. She's disappointed, but she doesn't hate you.
She has every right to hate me.
Maybe, but she doesn't. And I was asked to read off something. I don't want to be 100% with you, but I will. This comes from Ellie. Nezzy, I'm sorry. If this is how you're going to respond, then I can't do this anymore. If you're going to respond by saying you dealt with this on your own, which you didn't, I was right there with you for the whole year. You called a grooming victim a liar, and you said you only cared about your own reputation. And to sit there and say no one cares hurt. I tried hard, Nezzy. I tried for a year to help, and it doesn't seem to be enough. Your inconsistencies are becoming apparent, and I don't know whether or not to trust you anymore. You blame the victims for essentially being hurt, and I'm frankly disgusted by the display. I want nothing but the best for you and your future. Unfortunately, it's gonna have to be without me. I don't want the gifts. I'm done. I'm sorry, Nezzy. Have a nice life.
You're not sorry.
Do you blame Ellie for her
Bro,
feelings?
what the fuck?
Tired
What the fuck?
of this.
Do you blame Ellie for how she feels?
No.
Then why would you think she isn't sorry? That woman loved you. Probably still does. Saying she's not
No,
sorry.
she doesn't. Or else she would have told me directly. But nobody can tell me anything directly.
That,
It has to be through you.
I wonder.
Oh, fucking, this is what Kai pointed out earlier. So, I'm sorry, so it's fine for you to deliver an apology through Thuman's video, but Lyo delivering a fucking DM message is unacceptable, is it?
Oh, you're fucking right.
Dude,
Yeah.
fuck off. Listen, this isn't my take. This is Kai pointed this out to me. I wouldn't have caught it.
Fantastic point, guy. Fan-fucking-tastic point. Dude, that is the goal. The testicular fortitude.
Not Kai Weiss. No. It's Kai Rise in the chat. And I'm not pronouncing his name right, but yeah, like it's starting to get a little Lifetime movie. Good morning, Akani. How you doing, bro?
Or why? Maybe because she loves you, it hurts too much to do it to your face.
And she never loved me. If she can't even do it to my face.
That is an extremely cruel thing to say.
That is actually kind of... Listen, I fucking do not... I'm not a particular fan of Ellie Minnelli by reputation, but that is actually pretty fucked. Like, I actually, like... Fuck you, Nezzy, you're giving me sympathy for Ellie Minnelli. Fuck off.
Ellie Minnelli. Don't give me sympathy.
You know, fuck you. I hate when people do this, where it's like, this is person who just I don't like, and now I'm like, oh, well, now you've been really unduly shitty to them, and I'm just like, oh, fuck you. It gets worse. It gets legitimately fucking worse.
And horrifically out of character.
No, it's not, Leo. No, it's not. No, it's not.
No,
You're just a
this is
terrible
not
judge of character. Fuck me. Getting some late night brain rot before bed. Based.
Do you want her to?
Want her to do what?
Do you want her to say it to your face?
I would have preferred it. But I'm
Omi with the 1000 HUF. I've got no idea what fucking currency that is, but it sounds fucking base. Nezzy is like Jar, but being more angry. Also, I am surprised her friend Miss Zizi got barely any backlash.
Oh, I can give you an explanation for that. Xena completely avoids everything. She made a Twitter thread about it. Anyone who tweets to her about it, she just blocks without responding, ignores every comment that she gets about it. And yeah, that's like it's the perfect PR move. Like I don't like it, but objectively speaking here, it elicits less of a response because
Yeah,
of the
it's
fact that
amazing.
it's not a lie.
So
There's been
there's this general thing, and I've said this through the whole Demon Mama stuff for those of you who know the channel lore. The reason our Demon Mama video would never have worked and needed other people to pick it up was because we have no audience overlap. Unless you've got a route in where you can actually start like influencing somebody's audience so that they start asking them about it, unless you can cause disruption, you can pretty much avoid drama. Like, there are people on the internet who do not like me, and none of you fucking know about them or have heard about them. Like, the most, like, and again, because they're all fucking tiny. They're like fucking, like, 10 viewer Andys. So it doesn't matter. Like, and that's why I don't respond. I don't need to. At the same time, when the shit happened with Tyler, there was actually overlap with Tyler. So, like, it in a lot of ways, it did pressure me to respond. That if Tyler did something now, because I believe Tyler said something about me like a couple of weeks ago, and I didn't respond to it because didn't need to. The audience overlap's already dead, so I didn't really care. And unless I want to milk him for some like easy views, I've got no interest in engaging. Pretty much, like. And Zizi's sort of in that position. Now, what I will say is I'm aware of what's in the logs about Zizi. And I will probably do a stream on Zizi in the next couple of months. So, I don't know. I don't know if anything will come of that. But I'm certainly not done talking about Zizi. Because I do think it's underexplored.
About, like, you know, the comment thing. But then... Like, one of the reasons why I haven't gone to Blue Sky and made a new account, not made a new account, but made an account on there, is because at the end of the day, these people just use anything you know, like alt accounts and stuff like that. It's just, oh, I'm being harassed. Xena especially is one of them. So I haven't used any alt accounts except for my old one. I have used my old one to tweet to Xena, but then she blocked that one, the Villainius account. So... I haven't made any new ones. I'm not going to go out of my way just so that, you know, she can get more victim points and convince more people, because some people were genuinely convinced with her crying wolf back then. I got a couple of comments from people that used to think that I was just harassing her and she was this innocent person.
The interesting thing will be Thuman's video, because Thuman may actually have an effect. Kai, with the 2, had to note it, and he caught it on the second time. It's a very good catch. It's a very good catch.
Very based catch.
Yeah, something happened with Westside Tyler. I haven't been in the loop with him since he falsely accused artists of being AI to get cheap shots at Sam Piker. Oh yeah, Tyler hates me. And accused me of defending pedophiles at one point. Yeah, there was a huge drama. There's a load of streams on it. It was good fun. I enjoyed it. I made a lot of money off Tyler. Thank you, buddy. Oh, fucking hell.
Brutal honesty. It's wonderful.
Yeah, no, listen, well, listen, it's all content. I won't lie about the fact that he actually pissed me off, but you know, nonetheless, I definitely farmed the shit out of that out of spite. Oh, fuck.
I'm not gonna be around people anymore.
Why?
Because clearly something's wrong with me, and I can't be around people.
Right now, to my knowledge, what people want most for you is to get proper help.
Imagine if June the King talks about the FCK. Thank you for the 5. Listen, it's weird. It's weird how much random coverage you'll end up finding people have for this shit. You know, it does find interesting ways to come around.
I have been getting help.
And to continue doing so until the problems are resolved. No one
It
wants...
will never be resolved. It'll never be good enough for anybody.
You don't think it'll be good enough for the people who care about you? It'd be good enough for me.
It'll never be good enough for anybody.
Is that a determination you feel you should make, or do you feel other people should make that for themselves?
I mean, they're not going to be in my life anyway.
Is that from your
They already
choice?
left.
I'm not gone. I'm still here.
I don't know why.
Because
I want to
care.
note that, by the way, after this, Nezzy proceeded to say that Lyle was manipulative and cut him off. So,
Lol.
I'm not saying I'm going to bring you into a whole bunch.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Do you know how bad Blue Sky is? Do you know my like, well, I say my, I've never touched it, but the channel had a Blue Sky account, Cope and Seethe on Blue Sky. Do you know it got banned? Do you want to guess why it got banned?
enlighten me.
It got banned because there is another account on called Cope and Seethe on Blue Sky, which posts the most like right-wing shit possible. It's like hyper right-wing, like actually alt-right stuff, like has like Jewish conspiracy shit on it. And Blue Sky, and it's still up because it got reported and the moderators on Blue Sky banned the wrong Cope and Seethe.
Oh, damn.
How fucking retarded is that? We had one tweet, one like Blue Sky, whatever the fuck it was on Blue Sky, and we got banned because, and like Jenny and I were trying to work out what the fuck happened until we found the other account and we're like, oh, this must be the one they were trying to ban because it's like, it's Blue Sky and it's full of right wing shit and it's still up. Completely, Blue Sky is actually retarded. Like, it's just like, Blue Sky is somehow manages to be worse, like, is more poorly run than fucking Twitter is these days. Complete retardation. Fuck's sake. Because I was going to move over to Blue Sky, not move over, but like I was like, well, it's, you know, there was this period where everyone was moving to Blue Sky, and I was like, well, we might as well get a channel account over there, and we can like mirror the content onto Blue Sky. But to be fair, we don't tweet as much. There hasn't been that much going on, so it's not really been a priority. Not like researchy stuff that we can put out in threads and things. I do not answer with the 5. I have zero pity for people that do this constantly, wallowing in self-hate all the time. Oh, I'm a horrible person. Yes, you are. Now go away. So true. Good morning, BXKS.
Of my servers, I'm not going to say that I'm going to involve you in channel projects, but I'm still here. I'm not going to abandon you. I want you to grow, and I want you to be better. I don't think my end...
Apparently it doesn't matter.
To who?
I've tried so hard over the course of 5 years. And it's still not good enough.
Possibly, Jace.
I am telling you the truth about how I feel about this, Nezzy. Why aren't you listening to that? Why are you directing anger about other people towards me?
I'm not allowed to be mad about anything, apparently.
You are, but how you direct it's part of the problem too. Being angry at other people? Sure. But why are you directing that to me?
I'm not.
I'm literally telling you I have no desire to abandon you, and you're acting like I do.
I mean, Ellie already abandoned me,
Yeah? Because Ellie's hurting.
and I have a bunch of fucking garbage here.
What?
I imagine she's talking about the state of her life. His life. Fuck, I keep doing it. I tell people off for it. Am I fucking completely retarded? Oh, fuck. This was wait.
I'm following.
So Thuman said that she sent in stuff to Lio during this. And can tell it was her sending stuff. Was this live streamed?
No, that was a premiere.
No, I mean the call itself originally.
No, I think it was. I think maybe you'd have to ask Thuman, to be honest with you. I don't know. Like, I can make assumptions all day, but I don't know shit.
I know Lio will occasionally live stream the calls, because he's done it for me before, which is interesting. I wonder if Ellie's watching, because if Ellie is, can you imagine sat there being like getting called out in this fucking call? I'd be real interested.
Do you really not realize how significant that is?
I do!
Then why are you mad?
Am I not allowed to be angry?
Most people will be broken by this, Nezzie, not mad!
And I'm not?
Your way of being heartbroken?
Lavender, I don't mean this call. I mean the original call when it was like recorded. So occasionally, the way like it will be like the call would be streamed. If Lio needed a comment to like one or two people. So like with the Himpleton call, like I think both Vlad and I saw it when it was like happening. We were in the gallery, so to speak. I'm just wondering if the same thing happened with this.
Look at his anger?
You don't get to decide how I feel or how I show those emotions.
I'm asking you questions. Your response to being heartbroken is anger?
I can't do anything right. Can I?
You can.
No, I can't. And I give up. I give up. I can't. I can't respond the right way. I can't react the right way. I can't think the right way. I can't do anything right.
Even if that is how you feel, I'm not going anywhere. My DMs will always be open to you. Even with as angry as you are right now. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. I appreciate what you've given me. I know it's getting late where you are.
It's not late. It's fucking 8 in the morning. So...
Well, in fairness...
Yeah, it's 8 in the morning.
Well, in fairness, I'm not really aware of time zones there, so I apologize. But...
I don't know why you're apologizing, but okay.
Well, hold on. Apparently, somebody wants to speak to you.
Nezzie, anger reminds me of Cool, aka CD Cool, aka Lily Orchard. Like, grow up. You two take accountability, like you force others to. Yeah, thank you for the 5. Yeah, no, I mean, Lily Orchard is a template for this kind of shit. Has Ponder reacted to this call? I don't know. When I talk to Ponder, I'll talk to her about it.
And I'll be straight with you. Because now I have to be a little bit more open. Because I've been forced to be. The entire time leading up to this call that we had with Avi was extremely emotionally taxing and physically taxing on me. I struggled with sleeping, eating, and everything else because I was worried about what would happen. And part of that was a worry for you. because I know sometimes you get volatile and I care about you and I didn't want you to do anything drastic when you found out what your boyfriend was like. That's why I wanted to talk to you about it once we got the information we needed from him. You were not excluded out of malice or out of a lack of love. You were excluded because I care about you. And I wanted to protect you. And if that did
Well, that's at least fucking honest.
cause harm, I am genuinely sorry. It was never my intention. Nor would it ever be. But I can understand why you'd be upset. I have something else here. And this one's from Teddy. Hello, Nezzy. I want to write this as an open letter to you. I never hated you. I am angry, sad, and...
What did Avi do? I don't have the full context. Apparently there's a call. But some stuff involving, like, the shit with Chule and other crazy shit. Nezzy is a professional victim. It's everyone's fault but mine. I'm the victim. Yep. Thank you, Rotting, for the art, pointing that out. Thank you for the 5 KHD.
and disappointed in you. I think you have a lot to learn. I want you to know that I don't think you're irredeemable. I don't think you're a monster. I'm surely distraught with you, but I will tell you that with help you can grow into a better person who wears their flaws on their sleeves. You aren't a bad person, Nezzy. You are just making bad choices. But you can be a good person. You need a good friend group. You need a better community, and you need people who will be honest with you when you do something wrong. Although I cannot forgive you, I want you to understand that you are capable of growth. You will become a better person by stepping away from this community. It's important for you to reflect on why people have chosen to leave. They don't leave because they hate you. They leave because they care about you. They want you to recognize how your actions affect them and those around you. I have been in your position before, and I believe you can improve. Please strive to be better. And
wonder if Nezzy accepts this note. Who knows? Who indeed, Kairise. Thank you for the 2.
Not today. But hopefully within the next few days there is one other person who does directly want to speak to you, Nezzy.
Oh.
Julie wants to speak to you.
Why?
Because they want to compare notes on what Avi told you. Maybe some other things, I'm not sure. It's not my conversation to have, and I will not be there for it. That's between you two. I don't think I have anything else left in the tank for this call. My DMs are still open, Nezzy, and I'll still be here.
Thank you for the 5, Warlord Fang. Man, these dinosaurs are really going through it.
If you don't choose to take that, that's your choice, and let the record show that. I will not close my door to you. But I'm going to go ahead now and excuse myself from this call. If you notice the cuts in the call, this was a deliberate edit to remove a conversation that didn't have anything to do with the main discussion. A mutual friend confronted Nezzy about his claims and belligerent statements, and as such, a fight happened that no one here needs to know about. What you do need to know, though, is how Nezzy responded to all of this the next day. Firstly, they asked for the call that same night, in which he then spammed his friends in what I believe to be a pity farming attempt.
I'm just going to read this to you. I'm going to need some more time to myself. I've lost a couple of people in my life, and after talking to my therapist, Jesus Christ. Look, the access you must have to your therapist, look, it must be online. I'm just...
Usually you have to, like, schedule it.
Yeah.
And it's like, maybe once a month, once a week, every 2 weeks. This is like, oh my god, what just happened? All right, call up the therapist. All right, let's do this. Like, yeah, it's got to be online. Yeah,
It's
there's
got to be an
there's
online
no
person.
way.
Yeah.
I can't think of a therapist where you could just like call up and like immediately speak to them the second something happens.
Yeah, and has time to like understand all this shit. Oh, fuck off, no way. They must be some. I think actually I'd place money on the fact that they're part of the community. I'm just angry now at the fact they tried to make me doubt my own therapist after claiming to care about my mental health. I also had a massive betrayal from my own partner and other things I don't want to go into right now. I don't really trust anyone right now and I need time. Fuck me. The pity party. The endless fucking pity party.
But the worst was in the morning when they sent these messages. I feel this is an attempt to challenge the consistency of my stance in order to disregard what was said in the call.
Can I ask you some things? Because some things from you I have found inconsistent. So an 18, 16-year-old flirting and sharing inappropriate images, load is blanked out, I don't know what it is. My dad and therapist, Jesus, also really didn't like the call, and I'm growing wary about all of this and my trust in you. And Teddy herself asked another person younger than her for a shirtless photo at one point. Hence why I was distrustful of her when this situation happened, because she left that out and only talked about the image she didn't ask for, which happened after she initially asked. That's why I made the tweet, because I thought she was being dishonest, which again left me with no explanation like the first time.
Okay.
Holy fucking shit.
But that doesn't explain the, hey, I need you to defend me and clear me and Ellie's names. Oh, you're not gonna do that, you fucking liar.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that is. If you've had that feeling ever since that about Teddy, why? And you're a known, and also known liar. Like, not, oh, I have this grievance with you, I think you're a liar. No, I'm gonna say you're a known liar, implying that other people also think that Teddy's a liar. Almost like you're trying to convince people that Teddy is a liar and therefore is untrustworthy. Oh. But hey.
Call, and further victim blaming. What Nezzy did here, however, was actively shoot his only defense in the foot. In the call you just heard, he said he did nothing because he didn't know what to do. But this says otherwise. There was a person Nezzy knew had a relationship they found questionable, all during the time frame of the FCK. Nezzy chose to question this person about it. This individual Nezzy thought was being groomed. While that wasn't the case when looked at, it proves Nezzy knew to do something around that same time. I'm not mentioning specifics, and it's blurred on the screen cap because that person is an adult now, and that relationship seemed to have nothing morally or legally wrong with it. This attempted avoidance also doesn't take into account that he could have figured it out within the years between then and now. Back on point, this proves Nezzy knew how to do something, and chose not to. I can only suspect that they just didn't want to deal with it, being more concerned about callouts against him and others due to the server more than anything else. For the past year, I've been giving Nezzy the biggest benefit of the doubt. I've been there for him during meltdowns, and at one point even called where they are in Japan due to an ideation concern. But due to this call and how they've reacted since, I cannot do that anymore. The victims of that server deserve better than what Nezzy has given them. I said in the call that my door would remain open to him, that I wouldn't be the one to close it. Nezzy, however, chose to close it themselves, shifting the blame onto me instead of themselves.
I'm going to step away from this for a while because I need time to think. If I decide to pursue this any further, I will be in contact. I need to walk away from you. I'm sorry, but the Avi situation was a major breach of my trust, and some things are just inconsistent in the way you act in that call. As pointed out to me, my dad and therapist isn't healthy, and you also need time to find you also need time to find therapy. The way you talk and conduct this followed point from point for a video my dad showed me on manipulation, and you are acting very similar to the people in my life I've had to cut out before. I trust the judgment of my dad and therapist, and I prefer you hear it directly from me rather than hearing it secondhand from someone else, which is something I'm also getting really tired of. Goodbye and wish you the best. You wanted to do this with Thuman! Holy fuck! My dad said I shouldn't talk to you, so sorry, fake internet dad. We're not friends anymore.
Yeah, Hayako, it's been a thing with Nezzy where Nezzy how do I put this? It's always this person is supposedly lying when in truth they're not exactly being transparent about it. Like, for example, I mean, really, the stuff with the whole accusation to begin with, and all the things being the sexual harassment accusation initially. Um, so, but yeah, I didn't know you were the one that Frick accused. Huh.
Small internet.
Well, no, I know both of them by name, and I'm a little
Okay, I'm with
familiar
you.
with them through the years, thanks to some interesting interactions. So it was like, oh wait, one of them is apparently beefing with the other. Oh my. Um,
Wait, she actually wrote that? Yes, it's in the DMs. I'm just not showing it on screen because I can't bother to change the fucking thing over. Can't rise
in
with
the
the
video.
two. They showed their dad the call. What a loser. Yeah. All right, let's go.
And I want to be clear here. I couldn't care less about what Nezzie's therapist or dad thinks. I don't know these people, and I never will. But Nezzie has apparently even gone so far as to blame the group for his actions, from what I can understand. A group that's been...
I really want to know who phoned in.
I'm curious about that too. Yeah, a little bit. I am rather curious.
I don't want to guess, but I have my
Suspicions.
I have my suspicions. Yeah, there's the call is really well cut, but the reason I asked earlier whether this was live streamed was because there's a point where Lio just says, "Would you prefer that?" In reference to like Ellie telling Nezzie directly. So I am curious whether Ellie phoned in, because that gets dropped very suddenly.
You think it was like a private stream?
I think this was private streamed. Is my guess.
Interesting.
And by the way, I don't have any issues with that. Like, if it's like people who are going to be referenced directly, especially with something like this where a lot of the like stuff in it is kind of like personal issues, and that seems to have been cut out. And again, like I've been open about this. The Himpleton call was like private streamed to me and a couple of others. Like me and Vlad. Because like we've joked about that and being in the chat, and it was just a boring call. It's not an interactive thing. Like, it's not like reacting to it, but I am curious, particularly because of how strong that note is from Ellie. And my impression is that like there's something going on with Ellie and Nezzie, and that was a very close group. So I am interested. Your waifu with the 5. Good morning, by the way. Yep, Nezzie is still the most annoying person in the whole debacle. The victim complex, the hypocrisy, the quiet vindictiveness, the dishonesty. Yeah, it's the smugness. I really fucking hate the smugness. That's fucking smugness.
Been there for him every step of the way. His last few posts on Blue Sky haven't done him any favors either. Still acting like he hasn't been properly told what to apologize for. To all of this, I think it's best to have someone read out Teddy's...
I've got those statements, by the way, from Blue Sky. I've read them. I've been sent them. I just kind of don't care. Because it's like we were talking about earlier. If you're in this position, it's like you're not apologizing because you're sorry. And again, I don't really care for the apology. I've said multiple times before, if you're not sorry, don't apologize. That's actually okay. That's actually better. That's better. There are things I'm not sorry for, and I don't apologize for. I've said this in a very recent drama.
Earlier too. I don't understand the demand of apologies, because if you have to demand an apology from someone, most of the time they're probably not sorry, nor are they gonna be. They're probably just gonna tell you what you want to hear, so you'll shut up. And so I don't want it. I don't want an apology just so that I won't have a problem. I'd rather you just say, "Hey, I'm not sorry. I don't fucking care." And then boom, at least I know. And now I know I'm not ever getting one, and time to mosey on.
And that's okay.
Yeah, it's better than, "Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm really not." Like, I hate fake apologies.
Yeah.
And I think these people are far too used to just casually handing them out to get some sort of crisis or problem to fade away.
Yep.
They treat it like a genie, just not a genie. What's like Mr. Clean Wipes.
Yeah, like a
Just
silver
I
bullet.
don't wipe. Yeah.
I said I'm sorry. I said this with the shit with Pixie. Like, I apologize to Pixie, but that doesn't make it okay. Like, there, and at the same time, there were things with the Pixie stuff that I was like, well, I'm actually not sorry for this. I stand by what I did with that, so I don't apologize for it. And there are like, and it's okay to be sorry for some things and not for others, because like an apology is not a way and should never be a way to avoid criticism or blame. It's not an excuse. It's just going, I'm sorry for that thing. It's weirdly enough, apologies are mostly there just for honesty in the way I view them. Because like, again, I've had people apologize to me for things and I'm like, cool, I don't care that you've apologized. In some cases, actually, I think the most interesting ones is I've had people apologize to me for things that I'm not mad about. And I'm like, I don't like it, cool, but it doesn't make a difference to me. I'm not actually angry at you. I don't care that you did this thing, you know? Those are the really interesting ones. And those are probably the ones that are most honest, you know? Anyway, continuing on.
Statement on these events.
Thank you for your message, but I need to express that your apology feels incomplete and lacks genuine responsibility. It fails to address the significant problems related to your involvement with the FCK and the direct role you had. Your acknowledgement of blocking people and not intervening with inappropriate content comes across as rushed. And the victim blaming I experienced from you is also a serious concern that has not been addressed at all. For your apology to be meaningful, I need to see a thorough acknowledgement of all your actions, not just selective parts that are convenient for you. If you are genuinely committed to making amends with everyone, it's important that you take the time to fully grasp the seriousness of your actions and their impact on others. To anyone who lacks context about the situation, your apology may come off indirect. They will only see a vague apology. I suggest taking some time away to regroup and then returning to write something more reflective. This is extremely important since you are likely feeling exhausted. I want to clarify that I do not hate Nezziemonster, nor do I wish any harm upon them. I am feeling angry and hurt, but I am just as eager to move on with my life as they are. The situation has taken a significant toll on me, and Nezzie is aware of this. I hope they return to their platform to continue their work. I do not want Nezzie to disappear, but I believe it is important for them to take time to reflect. I wish the best for them and hope they can move past this by recognizing and correcting their mistakes. There is no need for a hate mob on behalf of anyone. Nezzie is a person and we all make mistakes. Although I am angry and hurt, I have tried to keep this perspective throughout the situation. At least I have made an effort. It's difficult to maintain that mindset when we are upset. Nevertheless, I wish you all the best. Take care.
While Nezzie's actions aren't the worst out of all the players, the lack of accountability for this is still staggering, and should serve as an example to others that if you see something, say something. Once Thuman's video is out, I may give my overall thoughts on the situation
I just
want to
say this
I'm
now.
not sure yet.
I don't think Nezzie needed to make a video on Toasty. Now, I do think it's interesting that I was prioritized with a shoddy hit piece, but Toasty didn't get anything. Yeah, that is a point to raise, a point of contention that's fair. At the end of the day, people would have been happy. I would have been happy if it would have just been like a Twitter post or a YouTube community tab post, or even in the announcements of the Discord server saying, "Hey, I've banned Toasty from this. No longer associate with this person because of this, this, and that. And this is what's been going on." Give sort of the people in the FCK server an opportunity to sort of tell it, their side. But that didn't happen, like at all. There was nothing. In fact, it was the exact opposite of saying nothing. And I think that's where the biggest issue with a lot of with me and a lot of other people is it's the exact opposite of not saying anything. It's covering and not like you said. I think you said this earlier in the stream. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not even necessarily covering for Toast. It's just covering for themselves and their friends.
Yeah,
because they knew that it was. Because they had known about it for so long and had done nothing and were perfectly fine with it up until it was starting to risk blowing up. that it would reflect on them, and that's exactly. In I think this is revealed particularly with Nezzie's obsession or honing in on, oh well, people are going to hate me for this, or none of this is never good enough. It's just going to be endlessly brought up, and it's like, yeah, you had no problem putting other people in that exact position for shit they didn't do, or mind you, for being rightfully upset about a friend putting them through something horrible. But now that people are upset with you for something you did do, you're obsessed with trying to just wave it away, Like it's asinine to me. And I think, oh, a tweet, literally anything could have been said about Toasty that could have kickstarted actually, I think the perfect point that could have changed all of this, like changed the entire direction of this, and like all of this, okay? Because I want to say that all of this was sort of set path on this point with the collab with Ponder, solely because that's what led to the Fuchsia video, and that's what led to me finding out about Fuchsia. But would have permanently changed everything is that interaction in Ponder's server in October of 2020. Had Nezzy said yes, he was doing that. Yes, Teddy is telling the truth. Yes, Akumu has a confession from him or something like that. Anything that would have not been, oh, everyone in the FCK server were adults, so he wasn't showing porn to minors. Nothing like that. If it had been some sort of acknowledgement, it would have pushed people in the right direction to looking into it and would have been talked about way sooner. But they didn't do that. That would have changed literally the entire series of events that unfolded. The one choice, one decision there, and none of this would have fucking happened.
And there were so many like get off the pot moments as well. Hey Teddy, how you doing?
Hi Teddy. Hi.
Yeah, there are so many get off the pot moments where they could have just like backed down. And the irony, do you know what? The irony is the whole of last year probably wouldn't have happened the way it did if when they found out that Lyra was going to get the logs, if rather than sweeping, if rather than Doodles, like, here's my opinion, Doodles absolutely 100% tried to cover this up. 100%.
No, I'm in full agreement there. Maybe Doodles didn't know about the grooming part, but the sheer porn spam
and everything else,
in the people knowing, absolutely. That insistence of, oh, I did. And here's the thing that really revealed that to me. I don't know if you saw this part in the Maxim, but this is one of the things that I was this is actually last minute. This is the part that surprised me. But I don't know if you guys noticed, but the segment covering the call with Laka, I forgot about that, so I had to do that like the last 2 days. But the point that I caught on to with that was Doodles claiming that Slimmers, well, first off, Doodles is relying on Toasty's word, which is a very interesting choice because, the whole, first off, that's Toasty of all people, who's a fucking known liar, unlike Teddy. But secondly, Doodles' insistence that taking people at their word isn't enough, but whatever. What disproved that for me, and what really showed that Doodles was just trying to sweep this as much as possible for themselves and Nezzy, was the insistence that.
Why is the two of you?
Oh, who is this?
Hey, it's Teddy.
It's me.
Teddy.
Hi.
You sound a little different.
It's because I'm on my Bluetooth headphones, because I just literally woke up. I went to sleep when this video went up to kind of avoid it. And now everybody's talking to me, so I just kind of woke up to this.
Well, good morning.
Well, good morning. What I'd quickly say is this, like, just on, like, finishing that thought, because I'm very tired and it'll die otherwise. This could, if the correct thing to do was, once Doodle Tones in particular knew that this was about to come out, was start, rather than going on the attack, being like, oh, this was completely missed during the Toby stuff, and actually looking at it, this has been really bad. Like, they could have got together behind the scenes and be like, we need to apologize to Akumu. This needs to die. And the best way we can do this is just apologize and basically say he was right and throw Toasty under a fucking bus. And that would have been a very unethical thing to do, but it would have, like, from a drama perspective, it probably would have saved all of their careers. That was the last stopping point.
Do you mean last year, or do you mean this, like,
I mean
during the whole thing?
I mean, probably like late 2023, early 2024. The last point they could have done this was, well, no, but the point is the Toby drama, because the Toby drama involves FCK members, the way you'd kind of navigate that excuse is going, well, the reason this was missed was the Toby drama. What I'm basically saying is that was their last chance to lie. But if they'd lied in a way that had supported or defended Akumu, and basically then sided with him when he was talking about this in November 2023, this probably would have saved their careers. It would have saved Peach's career. It would have saved Doodle's career. They would have actually survived it.
I don't know if Peach's career would have survived, but I don't know. I actually still don't know how to feel about Doodles because I haven't spoken to her since she left. So I can't tell you how it would have turned out because I'm not a mind reader. I don't really know. It's actually I've forgotten completely everything that even last year is just such a blur. It's like it feels like a
blip.
What's it called? Yeah, it just kind of feels fucking like that last year didn't happen at all. But yeah, I'm not sure how to feel about Doodles. I normally just I'm just kind of waiting for them to come back to talk about what they need to talk about, I guess. But yeah.
Hey, so am I. I hope Doodles comes back and gives me a load of fucking content to work with. It'll be great. I'm gonna make a fucking fortune off that bitch. Are you kidding?
You gotta milk that girl.
I don't know how to feel about them, so I don't want to comment too much about them. But oh my goodness, hang on. I will give you a better microphone quality in 1 second.
That's fine. I do want to... Okay, I'm going to watch the end of this video, but only because there is another, 2 minutes of it, and we're just going to get through it, but only because I have had to sit here while you guys have watched the dinosaur, will Lio build this fucking model, and I want to see what the final product's like. Okay, that is literally it. It's actually annoying me. Black Ops,
I made it dance.
with the 2. Do you think Nezi should leave and never return? No, I don't think cancelling is useful, and also I want to make content out of her, so no, I think she should keep making stuff, and I hope she keeps posting on Blue Sky.
I know there are those who want to know why this call didn't happen sooner. It's because I needed all the data on hand in order to do so, and I just recently got everything I needed. To those of you angry because I didn't melt down and tear Nezi to pieces, you can't get angry at me for doing so to others, but also angry at me for not doing so. There needs to be some consistency here.
I actually agree with Lio here. I just agree with him. Stop fucking doing these gay accountability shining at cool things.
And to those of you who think I shouldn't be involved in this stuff at all, I have to admit that I've come to a bit of a conclusion. Barring friends and supporters that say stuff like this out of concern, if you're not willing to do this stuff yourself, or help out, then I'm not interested in your input. Criticism can be good, but criticism without a solution is useless. No one else could have done this call, and no one else wanted to. I left predator hunting behind in 2023, but people in general still need help. And if I can provide that, I will. If that upsets you, I don't think I care anymore. What's right matters more than people's personal opinions, especially when they're not actually tied to these things. On that topic, I have a bit more to do, and then I need another break. These past few months have been completely exhausting me, and I can't keep doing this without taking breaks. The people who need far more than me, though, are the victims of the FCK. I hope they get that and some closure after this and Thuman's video. If I've disappointed any of you, I'm sorry. I'm doing what I can with the tools I have. I still think Nezi could change from this, but not without recognizing their behavior properly and owning what they've done. It's not easy.
I'm not even listening to what he's saying. I'm literally just watching the rotating model to see what it turns out as. I'm going to be honest with you.
I know, but it can be done. This I also know. Only the future will tell. The kit for this video has been the Kotobukiya King X Kaiser, Brave X Kaiser D-Style Plastic Model Kit. Link if you want them is in the pinned comment. Please give your thoughts.
I really, I think he should line it. It needs lining pens to it. Anyway. Okay, I've seen the model now, I'm good. Yeah, no, I fucking, I understand Lyo's whole thing of like, well, I'm trying to do something, sure, but I don't think in the vast majority of cases it helps. So I will give Lyo this. In this situation, I think he may be right in that he's probably the only person who could have had this call. I fucking hate that that's true, but I will actually just fucking cop to that. There is obviously somebody like me or Vlad or Chris couldn't have a call like this with Nezi. Neither could Akumu because of the history. Neither could any of the like. Actually, the only other person who I could see having this call and doing well in it is somebody who's not really involved, and that's Mally. I think Mally could have had this call, and been less soy.
You're just biased because she's your wife.
That's true. I think Mally could have had this call. I think Mally does generally very well with it. So that's just my thought. But my like screen's just turned off randomly. Okay, the back. That's very weird. Anyway. Right, Teddy, Akumu. How you guys doing?
Yeah. Well, Akuma, I'll let you go because
I think I've said I mean, I guess I could finish what I was like going on about earlier with because Doodle's whole thing was, well, I wasn't in the server when Slimmers was. Toasty told me that Slimmers left, and it's like, okay, that's an interesting claim to make, but you can verify this yourself. Is it like, because that's what I did, and so I went and I checked, when Slimmers left at some point if Slimmers did leave, and it's definitely I'd say it's like 99.9% likely Slimmers left, because the first appearance of Slimmers' account is October of 2019, and then the join January something. I covered in the Maxim of 2020. So yeah, I believe Slimmers did leave at some point. Maybe Toasty did tell Doodle this
You're roboting me on a bit.
whole Slimmers.
yeah, I was like, wait, is that me? Like,
Yeah, you're roboting a little bit.
Let me check my thing. It's green. It's green for me.
Damn
Is
it.
Better.
Yeah, I think maybe.
Is it better?
Yeah, I think so.
maybe.
Okay. What did you hear? What was intelligible?
I'm not sure. I'm fucking dying.
Okay. Okay.
Fuck.
So, Doodle's whole insistence of, well, Toasty told me Slimmers wasn't there, had left, and wasn't there when I joined. That's an interesting thing for, Doodles to claim, because Doodles could fact check that themselves. That's what I did. And so if you go into the FCK server, I do believe that Slimmers left at some point because her initial join date is October of 2019, but the join date on her account, that same exact account, says January of 2020, which means at some point she did leave and came back. The problem is that doesn't align with what Doodles is claiming, because Slimmers' account has been in there since January of 2020. I mean, technically it joined before that, but its join date says January of 2020. And that's only important because Doodles joined in March of 2020. So Slimmers was there when Doodles was there. And they're also in certain points in the chat at the same time. And then there's the fact that Doodles was in the Slimmers and SFW chat. So it was bullshit. Bullshit that could have easily been fact checked, mind you. But for some reason wasn't, even though Doodles insisted that in the call with Teddy, and Laka insisted it in the big video, the thoughts and statements video that I covered, the one that got my coverage of it got taken down by some fan of Doodles. So it's just really odd. That's what made me think, okay, yeah, this definitely is to some degree absolutely sweeping. Not for I don't think Doodles knew about the grooming, but I definitely think Doodles knew about and for example, if you go and watch the 2023 Senate call, I brought up the the porn spam in the SDK server, and there were minors in there. And Doodle and Nezi were not surprised in the slightest. In fact, one of the earliest things said was by Doodles that it was the culture that Toasty had made. It was not a shock to them at all. Like, literally, Doodles goes, yeah, it's kind of the culture Toasty made. I'm paraphrasing, but I have it like timestamped if anyone wants to go see it on the unedited call. I have it posted and timestamped. So these people knew. They weren't surprised. And if you go all the way, if you want to go back to the earliest vague post, thing from about the FCK server, Nezi's second twit longer, addressing me, clarifying that the FCK was never made for me, which I never claimed it was made for me. And then that the group broke up for personal reasons. Yeah, just personal reasons. That's the only reason the group broke up. So, absolutely sweeping.
Endlessly sweeping. What about you, Teddy?
Jesus Christ. It's a good question. How I'm feeling. Because I got to see this call before anyone else did.
What was your initial thoughts?
I was.
Am I
pissed.
right? Was this a private stream? I just want to know if I'm right. You don't have to tell me who was there.
It was a private stream.
Yeah.
It was given to me unlisted, like a video. So
Right. Okay.
I'm not sure, but I was really pissed. I was really pissed. I like. I was given this call, and when I started listening, I was tweaking the fuck out because a lot of the things that Nezi says is just interesting, to say the least. Like, they keep either going, Teddy is a victim, but also Teddy is like inconsistent about things, which I'm confused by a little bit. They also keep going back on whether or not they knew about certain aspects of the server, or they like remember random things that like only correlate when they want to use it against someone.
Yeah.
And like the whole like she sent shirtless photos to someone younger than herself sounds like such an extreme thing to say. Like, both me and that person were the same age. Like,
Yeah, you're pretty close in age.
I
So it's-
don't get, like, I don't know why he makes it sound like I'm like a complete other like devious creature that's trying to take them down. Like, I've literally told them multiple times, I think you can improve. I think you can come back and you can actually make a proper statement instead of what I called it was a blanket statement.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I said it pretty well in the like what was read off. At least what I think is like you can move on from this. Just take some time to reflect. But it's like I don't know. I'm kind of disappointed mostly, and angry and upset, but I've tried to keep the same mindset of they can maybe come back and reflect, but they're not really showing that so far, so I'm just gonna have to wait.
Alternatively, they can continue making content, and I can continue laughing at them because that works for me.
At least you're honest about it.
Listen, you guys have had to deal with this for 5 years. I've only been making content off it a year. Okay, that's the way this is going. I'm gonna get like another 4 years out of Nezziemonster. It's gonna be great.
Oh no, I hope it doesn't go on that long. I'd actually tweak out a lot more. This call was actually just like one of the worst ones I've listened to, and I feel really bad for everyone involved. Even Nezi I feel bad for, because they were fresh off of like whatever the Avi situation was, and I still feel pretty bad for them that they're feeling all this stuff. But
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a genuine question? Why?
Why do I feel bad for them?
Yeah.
I don't I don't know. It's probably because they used to be my friend, and I kind of it's hard for me to understand that someone is not doing something because they're like, cause I think I told you like last year I was like completely like off my gourd and I was like doing and saying things I shouldn't have. I feel like maybe Nezi's in the same position, and I feel like some sort of like
So,
way about it.
so here's what I'd say. People can have bad
Mhm.
months. They can even have bad years. But
Mhm.
like, and you have bad situations. But when you are constantly in a bad place, when you're constantly having a bad year, where you're constantly having a bad month, it's not a bad year or a bad month or a bad day. You're just a shit person. And there are some people who are just crappy people. That's okay. There's loads of them. But it's like, here's where my issue against people like Nezi and Doodle Tones and others runs up to.
Mhm.
If it was somebody they didn't like, they'd have no mercy. They'd have no chill. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm just going to judge you by those standards. And you say that there's somebody you thought was a friend. But let's be fair, if this had gone differently and they could have used this opportunity of you like to destroy you, to go after you. I mean, they're literally sat here like trying to discredit you and try and make you sound like you're grooming somebody vaguely. To fuck this person, Teddy.
I understand. I guess I like people have told me multiple times they're surprised I don't hate Nezi, but it's just like
It's not
I
that
don't
you
have
should
the energy.
you shouldn't hate anybody. It is like, especially on the fucking internet, who gives a shit? Listen, the only time you should like actually hate somebody on the internet is when you are getting something you want out of it. Like sometimes that's a cathartic feeling. But the amount of people who I dislike or just disengage from because it's just not worth the hassle. Honestly, it's just not
Yeah.
worth the hassle.
That's why I haven't actually like there was times where I wanted to reach out to Nezi to actually explain to them what they need to be apologizing for, but people have told me that that would just be redundant because then the apology would literally mean
Yeah, it would. It's
absolutely
meaningless.
fucking nothing.
Nezi isn't sorry. And that's okay, by the way. I was saying this earlier. It's okay that Nezi isn't sorry. Nezi doesn't have to be sorry. There are plenty of shitty things that I have done that I am not sorry for, and in the same circumstances, I'd do them again. Hell, even with the ability of foresight, or like hindsight or whatever, I'd still fucking do them. Because I don't mind sometimes when I've done something that's an asshole move. The problem is that Nezi wants to have it both ways. Nezi wants to be vindicated as the good person, while also just being just a kind of shit person. You shouldn't feel bad for that. And also, frankly, I mean, Vlad and I were talking about this earlier. I mean, again, my sympathy is fucking minimal. Suicide baiting is the sort of thing that will actually piss me off. And Nezi just endlessly suicide baits. It is, Lia's right, it is just Peach's shit. Exactly the same thing.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I kind of think that, in my opinion, that sometimes it's a call for help, but it's only because I've done it quite a few times. But it's not out of malice. But sometimes when it comes to Nezi, I feel incredibly like after the call, I literally said I'm pretty scared that Nezi's gonna do something after this call stops.
Don't worry, she was able to chat GPT her therapist. Sorry, his therapist. I've been doing this all fucking stream. Where's my mind? It's because I go for voices in like how I react. It's really bad. Also, Pizza, Beckett touched me in VR chat and he's not sorry. I think the most hurtful thing about that is the implication that I'd use VR chat. If I was going to sexually harass you, I'd do it in person, Pizza. Fuck you talking about?
No. Holy shit, no. No. I think Nezi, I I've said it in my statement. I think that they can come back and they can say sorry. It's just like it's the same with everyone else that hadn't actually done the grooming aspect. You can come back and you can just say what you did wrong and just like without the excuses, like cuz the excuses aren't working without the like you can explain yourself if you have the evidence for it cuz it's difficult to
I
find it
don't
especially in that server.
I don't know whether I'm just harsher tonight than other people, because I feel like I was harsher on Enla than like in how I feel about the endless shit than both Chris and Vlad do. That's how I feel about it.
I clicked on the stream originally, like,
who's
it was like, oh, he's covering the North stuff.
Yeah,
Oh, I gotta see this, and then boom, it's just, this, which I'm not mad about. I was just like, damn, I'm too late.
yeah. Hey, listen, you missed the Chris the Fish competition, which was a lot of fun. But okay, so here's like, I get where you're coming from, completely, Teddy, and ultimately, I want to be clear. This is your and Akumu's thing. Like, I'm not telling you how to feel. I would never do that. I'm just kind of giving you my perspective from the outside.
That's completely fine.
There are things in this call that just, it makes me sympathetic for Ellie Manelli, who I do not like. And I'm just like, you're sat there being like, she never cared. She never gave a shit. It's exactly the same fucking stuff that I heard out of Peaches, so I'm just very, very unsympathetic. Now, can Nezzy come back and continue making content? Yes. Look, there are actually unforgivable sins, but Nezzy hasn't done anything that's like, you are a monster and you need to be buried under a prison.
Yeah.
I don't even think Nezzy needs to apologize. But Nezzy needs to either go, yes, I am actually very sorry for all the shit I did, and honestly be sorry, and be like, it's a really difficult one, because okay, here's why it's difficult. I don't think there's anything Nezzy could say at all ever that would convince me that they're actually sorry. So the only way really that it's like it stops mattering is if Nezzy just says, yeah, fuck you guys, I don't give a fuck. Fuck. And this is why this call's kind of interesting, actually. The point where Nezzy's like, yeah, actually, it was the optics. I didn't really care about the minors. I cared that, like, we were about to get called out for the hypocrisy of the porn posting to minors. And, like,
Yeah, that's wild.
but I think that's the first time that I've heard Nezzy be honest. And you know what? You can say that's shitty. You can say that's a shitty thing to think. But I'd rather hear that and it be the truth, because I'm not mad at that being the truth. In some respects, Nezzy being like, dude, like, here's the thing, and it's really difficult with this community sometimes because a lot of people want to play hero, but there is a lot of shit that happens to people that's really fucked up, and I'm selective about the content I make. But you know the accusation that gets made of drama farmers, where it's like, well, you're making like content off people's like upset or trauma or shit that happened. That's just objectively true of people like me, and like it's ridiculous when people who make content like I do don't own it. If Nezzy's like, I don't care. I cared about my friends. I cared about my reputation, and I cared about going after Akumu, and fuck everything else. I will pile bodies high. I said this about Dogpack during the Mr. Beast stuff. I would have gone to quite extreme lengths to bury Dogpack. I fucking hated the dude. Just be honest about it. At least it's honest. And people can still hate you in the same way that it's absolutely reasonable to dislike me for the content I make, or like who I am, or whatever. Just be honest. It's better. It's objectively better. You know?
I agree. That's kind of all we ask. Just be honest.
Because in the same way, like, you know, when Lyo's being honest, I like Lyo. Akumu has takes that a lot of people aren't gonna like, but at least it's honest. You know? And that's a lot more, I think that's a lot more fucking respectable, frankly.
Yeah.
I
don't know. I've said to Akumu I've disagreed with a lot of things that he says, but you know, I don't think he's a fucking terrible person. I mean, I'm also in contact with Lio as well, which I'm sure a lot of people don't like as well, but like at the I don't know, this community really confuses me at times. Like actually, like someone can say something very honest and like actually give evidence for it, but you can disagree with someone while also agreeing with what they wait. You can disagree with someone with what they say sometimes, but you can also agree with them when they're actually showing you like proof of something that actually happened. Like Akuma's showing people like, hey, Toasty admitted in this call that he's sending porn to minors. And then people like, no, that's wrong because we hate you. Like in the comments, I had to reread it. I was like, there's no way you guys actually heard it from the horse's mouth. Like, please, please listen. It was actually a like I think I listened to that video when it went up, and I think I told you about that, Akuma. I was literally like, yeah, this happened, and why is no one talking about this?
I feel like whenever people call in, and it really often happens on the first time people call in to my stream, I'm gonna give you a piece of advice for internet drama and stories online that is going to make your life about 1,000% easier. And it is this. The thing to remember in every single drama is there's a fair chance, and your starting position should be everybody sucks. There are no heroes. There's no good guy. Everyone's just a fucking asshole.
I kind of agree because that's exactly my mindset. Like I think that's my mindset with like most people is like, okay, you suck, but like I don't like you don't suck as much as most people, so it's okay if I hang out with you sometimes. I don't know. It's like
As long as people are clear with their lines. So like for instance with me, like one of my big ones is I tend to like if you don't have a platform or if you've got your voice, I don't go after chatters. I'm quite careful about that. In the one time recently where I actually did something which like breached that line, I publicly apologized for doing it and said it was an incredibly shitty thing to do. Like the next stream. And just own the position that that was a shitty thing to do. Just you know, it's okay. It's okay not to be the hero.
no. I've actually had the fear. I've said this multiple times to people I'm around in this community that like people won't listen to me because I've done shitty things and I've probably done shitty things in this situation, and people probably will get mad at me for not addressing things when you're talking about it. Like in certain instances, like Doodles, someone's probably going to be like, "Hey, but like you need to give Doodles a fair shot," and I'm like, "Yeah, that's true. I'm the floor is theirs." But like I just we are literally all flawed human beings. It's like it's so easy to fuck up. It's so easy to do like shit out of anger. It's so easy to say something and like later on you think about it going, "Oh fuck, that was bad." But I guess in this community it's not allowed, or like people like I know people in this community who have been like, yeah, no, you were completely okay, like last year was fine, like we understand why you were doing all that. And then some people were like, but like why you're horrible. And it's and Thurman's actually told me there's no such thing as a perfect victim. True. And there's no such thing as a perfect person either.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure you have a lot of skeletons in your closet, and I'm sure Akumu has a lot of skeletons in the closet, and it doesn't really fucking matter because everyone does.
Actually, one of the reasons that I've avoided like major personal drama is I'm lucky. I grew up ginger. If I lie, I turn bright fucking red. So I basically just learned. This is unironically true. I'm an incredibly honest person. It is very rare for me to lie. And that's not done through some sort of moral superiority. It's through necessity. I can't lie. I am very easy to catch, and so I'm bad at it. So I'm just honest. So I tend to be very transparent, and it's worked well for me. The truth is, most people, the things that they consider skeletons in their closet aren't really skeletons in their closet. They aren't really thing that anyone will care about. But a lot of people's problems, again, come from wanting to be the hero of the hour.
Yeah.
Like, and I say this with Lio. When Lio chills the fuck out and just makes drama content, I don't give a fuck. Like, that's fine. If Lio wants to be mean to people, be mean to people. And like me and Vlad are, it's okay. The problem is that people want to hold themselves and everyone else to unachievable standards. And one of the problems with this community, like the ACC community in particular, because I mean, like, look, I mean, I obviously cover a lot of content in this space, but like a core problem is that people don't like to think that they're bad people, and you've got a lot of younger people, but people turn up for the drama because they like the drama. It's okay to like the drama. You know, Lio wants to make toy videos and things, but the truth is that the audience is turning up when he's releasing a Cool on Jar or Nezziemonster or whatever. That's where the wider audience shows up because they're interested in the content. That's all. That's absolutely fine. That's absolutely fine. And just own your positions. Very simple. And one of the things I think that is nice about this space to cover and certain people in it is I've watched people who started last year, like the first time they were coming into like chat, my chat and things, really chill out because they don't. I like to think it's because they don't feel like they're being judged for laughing at something. I just think that's nice.
Yeah.
It's fine. I think it's cathartic, and I think it's been good for a lot of the people, frankly. Get to bury with the 5. Never be the one who holds your past mistakes across around your neck. Yeah. Whatever. I know what I've done. And I'm fine with 99% of everything I've done through my life.
True. What? I'm sorry. I zoned out.
No, you're good. It's very. It's very early morning.
Yeah, I literally woke up to this hornet's nest that like started like I.
I think this is largely probably the end of it. Honestly, there's no other conversation you can have around Nezi that really fucking matters. This was it. I would like to know who phoned in. I am interested, and Lio won't say. So
Phoned in.
apparently, someone phoned into the call.
Oh no, that's private. That's completely private. Which is completely fine. But the whole situation isn't quite over because Thuman's video is apparently coming out somewhere this week. But you know, we keep saying it's coming out soon, but it's difficult because
I bully her constantly about this.
I mean,
That's
I
fair.
can't say anything, okay? I took forever.
You
but that was a
produced a
4-hour
9.
long video.
Yeah, like
Not
you.
9 hours. Sorry, not 4.
A 9-hour video that took me 3 streams to cover, and Thuman's video was 30 minutes. Okay, like.
Isn't it 40? Or am I wrong?
I thought
It was 40.
I haven't asked her about it in a week. I just want it so I can have the Doodle Tones Nezzy call. I've been promised it.
Oh yes, yes.
I'm gonna get the whole thing.
Yes, they had a call together. I am really looking forward to that.
I'm not. There's a lot. I just want to say something that actually has been bothering me, and one criticism I have of Nezi, if they ever come back. Well, I have multiple, but there's one criticism I have. Why is it that to one person you're telling people that I'm like inconsistent and that I am lying and that I'm like just constantly victim blaming me, but to someone else you are like, no, Teddy is the victim and Teddy is like, I don't know what I am to you actually. Like, am I a victim that's lying, or am I a victim that's telling you the honest truth about what happened?
You want my actual
don't
take
know.
as somebody who watched a lot of stuff unfold like this?
Yeah.
You're a tool. You're just whatever Nezzy needs to be at the time. That's
Yeah,
it. That's
I'll
it.
agree.
That's just as is Lyo, by the way. As is Lyo, as is Akumu. Akumu is when it's convenient, Akumu is a stalker, crazy person. And when it's otherwise convenient, Akumu is somebody who doesn't matter at all. You can see that unfold through the drama. Oh, we don't care about Akumu. He's irrelevant. But we will make multiple videos on him. With Lyo, Lyo's a terrible person. He manipulates people. He shouldn't be doing any of this. But also, well, we need Lyo to go after people. Actually, Lyo talks sense. With you, it's, well, Teddy's the victim, but also, Teddy, well, here's some vague post about grooming. No, Teddy's inconsistent. Teddy's a liar. You are two people like Nezzy, to people like Peaches, to multiple people like this. You're just what they need you to be at the time. And I have always argued, and this is actually what started my beef with Crystal Flame, really. Crystal didn't care about any of the victims of the... And, like, to preface, like, again, not a victim advocacy channel. I don't care either. But,
Keep it real.
Yeah, like, I just want to be very clear with this state. Yeah, well, again, I'm a drama channel. It'd be fucking crazy if I did, right? Could you imagine, like, this is the problem, though. It's the lie. Crystal sat there and said, I'm actually the voice for the victims in the Camilla stuff. I'm going to be the voice against Peaches because I care about the victims. Crystal didn't care. Crystal didn't care. What Crystal cared about was building a platform with the back of people. And I don't have many standards for content. I'm an asshole. But I do have the standard of, like, I don't think you should do that to people who've been through traumatic shit. I actually do think that's ethically wrong. I think it's a bit fucked. And one of the things that, if I'm honest, made me get over some of my beef with Lyo is that talking to Lyo and arguing with Lyo made me realize that Lyo is not like Crystal. Lyo actually does give a shit. He's just a fucking idiot. But he does care, and I will credit him with that. Even if I, don't. And which is also one of the reasons why, if you look back over my content, there's lots of cases where victims of this shit have asked to phone into my streams and get on stream, and I've said no over and over again. Because you shouldn't be coming to a drama channel with this. It's a bit different with you now and like Akumu and stuff like that. But well, again, it's you're right at the end of this. I'm not making content out of you. I'm not like being your fucking active. If you'd asked me this like last year, I would have said no. Like
That's completely fair. Because I was in chats whilst I was completely fucking blackout, like not blackout, but like very very drunk, saying just like getting angry over shit because people weren't either being honest to my face and like being like, hey, I knew about this stuff, or like I've said this before, I think at least, I don't mind if people forgot what happened in that server, but if you're going to tell me you forgot stuff and not actively try to find out that stuff, that's where I have an issue. Like, the reason why I'm angry about Nezzy forgetting stuff and then also remembering certain aspects to use against people, but was because he didn't go into the server. Like, there was an open door. He didn't go into the server to try to find that out. He actually, I think, did he say in the call, like, he didn't want to even go looking? Or am I crazy?
Yeah.
So I was like, well, that's the issue, is that there has been a claim made against you, and you maybe have to address it. Well, not even maybe, you have to address this. Maybe just look into it. And he didn't. So
like Nezzy could not address it, but it sort of like ends those friendships, right? Like that's kind of like the toss up. And Nezzy very much wants to have it both ways. It is supremely difficult. Like the not having a perfect victim thing's really interesting. Like Jibs is a really fascinating example of this. When the stuff started last year, Jibs was running between a lot of fucking chats and constantly like talking about the drama and how they were portrayed in it. And I remember they came into mine and I was like, Jibs, you actually need to chill. You need to just chill the fuck out. And stop doing this because it is not helping you.
Jibs, you're beast.
It's like making you look insane. And one of the things that I've always liked about Jibs is they just listen and then do the thing. It's quite refreshing. But most people aren't like that. It's really, really difficult. Especially when you've been like fucked over and wronged. I mean, you know, I do this fucking all the time, and I have to stop myself occasionally, like commenting on a video or like responding to a tweet. The amount of times I found myself writing out a tweet and I'll read it back and then I'll go, yeah, I should delete this and delete it, never send it. Happens all the fucking time, you know?
That's fair. And that's definitely what I did last year. Well, at least like at the beginning of the year, I was tweaking the fuck out because all this stuff was coming out all at once, and I was like, I had deleted most of the stuff relating to it. Weirdly enough, the year beforehand. So I was like, well, fuck, I don't have anything to prove my innocence, because like at first I thought people were like coming at me for like being there. So I was like, oh fuck, I literally don't have any of this evidence. I also just didn't think I got groomed at all. So I was like trying to find anything that I had on me. And then I went into the server and found a fuck ton more stuff. But like, I don't know. I think I've fucked up in many instances when handling this. And like, I try to give people an open door to tell me when I'm fucking up or when I'm saying the wrong thing or when I'm
Yeah.
incorrect about something. I'm trying to give an open door. Because I also don't want to, like, I'm also not a voice for the victims at all. I've just been the most vocal about it. And I have made mistakes in how I've addressed things, and that's completely my fault. And I'm trying my best to not, like, fuck up anything, but, you know, I'm going to. This is a fucking thing where I'm involved, and I was directly affected by it. So I'm gonna tweak the fuck out sometimes, but not that this is a fucking excuse, but, like, I will come back and be like, hey, fucking, I did the wrong thing here. At least I'm trying to. I don't claim to be fucking amazing at knowing when I'm doing something horrendously wrong in this. This is the first time I've been directly involved in something this huge. I don't know. So maybe I'm just crazy.
Well, I think you're fine, and it's nice seeing you in chat, and you're fairly chill these days. And obviously your artwork's great because it's my general stream PFP now.
Yippee.
So I appreciate that.
No problem. It was a very
based.
silly doodle. Yeah. And yeah, it kind of it's also your I know that you're friends with Mally as well, but like I find your perspective very honest, so that is why I value your opinion. Like I don't agree with a lot of things. Oh god, the cat's gonna wake up and you're gonna hear him start yelling. I'm so sorry.
I remember that.
But like you are very honest and you are forthcoming about how you feel about something, and that's genuinely values that I am trying to implement into my life. So I like when people are honest to me, and I like when people like, I know some people can be mean with their honesty and that sucks, but I am trying to implement being open to criticism despite the fact that it's difficult to accept it, because I find that people are like I don't know, you know, when people do not like criticism and stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
There he goes.
No, the yelling's fine.
the-
We like cat sounds. You're good.
He screams, he doesn't just yell. But I find it hard to take criticism only because it's difficult to hear when you're wrong. It's difficult to hear when you fucked up. You were the one that did the wrong thing. But you have to just deal with it.
The you never learn anything by winning. I this is like a really broad statement, but the most valuable things in my life have been the abject failures, by far. So like a general skill that's quite important to like learn, especially for online stuff, is like sifting through what's genuine criticism and what's just like stuff designed to poke at you. Because I don't mind criticism at all. I have no issue with that. And the criticism that annoys me the most, or like the comments that annoy me the most, I said this before, is when people obviously haven't watched any of the video or anything else. And it's just like, it was a waste of my time reading this. But when I've had comments and I've had arguments with people before on stream who really vehemently fucking disagree with me. And sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong, but they're usually the most valuable conversations. So yeah, and again, the important thing is, if you disagree with me, that's also okay. Like, obviously we're different people. We come from like different groupings. I'm again a drama channel.
Yeah.
But take what's useful and leave the rest, basically. And generally speaking, when looking at things like that have happened in the ACC, I said this about Lio with how kind of the Senate changed and Barrel changed and everything else. If it's just drama, if it's just shit talking, and if it's just like occasionally being mean to somebody, that is going to do a hell of a lot less damage to somebody, in my opinion, than the stuff that started happening with things like the Rosa Call. Because you can probably be sad and walk away from having a bad conversation with somebody, and like fucking even if it's really heated. But like, unironically, the shit Lio did to people like Jax, where he phoned their school, probably will have an influence or an impact on Jax and how he interacts with people for the rest of Jax's life. And the lines that were crossed because of the way the accountability stuff runs affects people for the rest of their fucking lives. It really fucks with people. And I don't think people realize how much damage actually just being sorry for a moment has been done by some of those fucking Senate calls.
It's interesting because the same community that like really doesn't like my stance or me detesting the way they throw the word accountability around, are the very reason why I detest its use, and I sort of get like this cringe like recoil at it being used, because the way they use it is a very selective outcry and selective standard situation, and they'll cross any fucking line that they themselves have set in that sand to achieve their so-called accountability, whether it makes any sense in the situation, whether it's rational, or whether it's like legitimately serious. It like they'll cross that line and not think anything of it until other people point it out, because it's just like it heavily deludes. But then they also don't like, my view on it, even though they're why I have that view. It's really odd.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this was always my argument with things like saying retard or something. I know that some people don't like that, and like these are one of the few DMs I really respond to where people are like, I like you, I'm autistic or something, and like I hear you say this, and I hope you don't hate autistic people. I'm like, I don't at all, obviously. But it actually bothers me when people who do this whole kind of like, I'm against ableist language thing, then go, oh yeah, but we're going to insult this person's intelligence. We're going to have something like the Rosicle, where it's like, you're doing everything but calling them a retard. And I'm like, well, what's the fucking point? You're trying to drive somebody, like, it's like the whole, they're literally trying to drive somebody to having a mental breakdown. I'm like, and that can be very entertaining, but it's very fucked up. Like, just admit that it's fucked up.
Yeah, I've been upfront to Lio. At least I hope I have been about his past actions and how I feel about them. But I don't think like I don't think people understand that like I can disagree with someone. Like I said this before, I can disagree with someone and disagree with what they've done, but also still agree with them. Like this community can't like seem to separate the two. Someone can say something right, and they can be the person you hate the fucking most. They can say something right. Like Akuma might give me some criticism about something, and I'll try to take it on because, well, unless it's unhelpful criticism, like saying, I don't know, you fucking smell, take a shower. I'm like, but I just showered.
Would have helped
Like-
Cinniba and Birdie. Yeah, it's people do need to chill. People do need to chill. And look, I can't wait for Doodle Tones to come back. I'm very excited for it. I can't wait. I give it another
don't know
like
when
2
that will be.
months. 2 months. I reckon it'll start happening after the Thuman video drops.
Probably, and I hope that she's actually like. I know people will disagree. I know, but like I hope she's rested better, and I hope that she's like going to actually address everything and like have like because I don't know. I have spoken to her in like separate calls and like stuff while I was drunk, so I don't remember exactly what she stated about anything. So I'm so sorry.
Don't apologize for the cat. Honestly, the cat's fine. I don't listen. I do not mind. I do not mind the cat. I think it's adorable.
He's loud and ginger like you.
Yeah. See, of course I like the cat.
So yeah, that's fair.
Orange cat vibes. True.
You need to.
Mm.
He's just upset because I'm not cuddling him. But yeah, it's kind of like this community. I don't want to be like I haven't contributed to that because the past few years I've been a part of that, and that's the culture I've grown up in. Like this, like vulture kind of like eat or be eaten kind of thing.
I hate to kill the mood, but I gotta pop off.
No worries.
Well, I
Anyway,
hope you
thanks
have
for
a
hanging,
good
bro.
sleep.
Yep, I'm going straight to sleep.
We'll set up a 4 on a stream maybe sometime this week.
Absolutely. Sorry, Teddy. Didn't mean to cut you off, but I just wanted to say something without leaving and it seeming abrupt
worries.
and even more rude.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry. Don't worry.
All right. Good night, guys.
In a bit, bro.
I don't remember what I said.
No, you were talking about. See, I am paying attention, even though I'm tired. You're talking about
my
like
gosh.
the fact that you grew up in sort of like, or came up in this sort of community where it's quite eat or be eaten, and like can be vulture like. And yeah, like I don't blame a lot of the people who came up in this space. I think like going back to the honesty thing, a lot of people looked at the Senate calls and excused their love of drama as we're actually doing the good thing here. And I actually don't think that's true of Lio. That's one of the reasons that I think he's fucking wrong, but I do think that he cared. He's just bad at this. But a lot of people just wanted the drama. Like I look at the Cloud Palace calls and they wanted the drama. They wanted to hear Lio scream at people. They wanted to be entertained. They wanted it in the background while they drew art or played video games or whatever. And you know, it's interesting. I'm never surprised that certain people from that community now quietly watch me or will be in chat because I'm doing the same thing. I'm just more honest about it.
Yeah, that's completely fair. I won't deny that when I was like in this community, I enjoyed the drama. up until I was a part of the drama, and I was like,
That's
this
so
is
true.
actually fucked. This is fucked. Why is anyone like watching this? Like, what is happening? It's up until you experience it and you're actually in the like spotlight that you realize this is actually kind of fucked, and whatever's happening is fucked. This shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, I
That's
think
just
I
how
th
it is.
you know, listen, I've been in that spotlight, and I don't know, I've got a different perspective on it in that I just think it's fair game. I am quite balanced like that. I in the last drama thing that I went through, I got annoyed at basically one person, but there's somebody who people know I have a good relationship with, and that's Queeman. Queeman has covered and laughed at me doing random shit multiple fucking times. I've just never had an issue with it. I just understand the cycle. It's not really a problem. And part of the frustration with people like Nezi is you kind of just if Nezi almost just took the lumps, and even in the like accountability way, and was just like, yeah, I'm really sorry, I'll grovel. In some respects, at least from a kind of community dynamic perspective, that would be better. Because at least it's sort of acknowledgement of your fair game, because everyone is. And again, Lyo has been. Lyo has actually like kind of held himself, at least to some extent, actually to many extents, by his own standards. Even like, while I think the doxing thing that he did was very fucked up, and I hope he never pulls that shit ever again. He was quite happy to hand out his own address and basically say, turn up at my house, and then got sent endless pizzas. So at least he's consistent. It's not much of a fucking, with something like that, it's not much of a fucking mitigating factor, but it's something, you know? So.
No.
But yeah, I mean, honestly, we'll see what happens with Thuman's video. I think Doodles will come back. Yes, I will be covering Doodle Tones extensively when she does. Probably endlessly. I can't wait. But yeah. It is early or late, depending on the perspective. Is there anything else you want to like go over? We can talk again as well. If you want to, and like more stuff comes out, that's absolutely fine. But it's
All I ask is that people are patient with me, because I'm not exactly amazing at this, because I will react in anger. That's a big flaw of mine. I lash out. But I am trying to take criticism, so if you guys think that I'm doing something stupid, I will try to do my best to take that on, because again, I don't want to be going around this the wrong way. I don't want anything out of this other than just an apology, and also for Toasty to be gone. And I don't know if they've actually fully left. They kind of just seem to be going under different names, so that's all I've wanted out of this. And for the record to be straight, I guess, because people for yonks have called me a liar for all this stuff, so.
I think that's pretty
Awesome.
reasonable. Okay, well, I'll let you go. One thing I will say with the lashing out stuff, try not to fight in comment sections. Just as a general thing. I say this to everybody, by the way. It is fucking. It never goes well, and you only have to look at the FTK Maxim to see how it turned out even years later for the people who did that to Akumu.
Yeah.
So yeah. Well, I'll say good morning, and I'll chat to you in a bit. Cool. Thank you, Teddy.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay. Face Lyo's up. Lyo, can I ask you some questions? Are you free? I want to know things. I have questions, Lyo. Lyo convoy. What the fuck am I talking about? I can stay awake for a couple more questions if Lyo's free. If not, I'll talk to him off stream anyway. But I'm curious. Depends on who you're fighting in the comments. Sometimes it can be fun. Jesus fucking Christ. Stop giving bad life advice, Lyo. I'm gonna put that there. We're gonna take chat, and we're gonna. I'm getting ready for work. What do you want, UK person? I want to ask you something about this call. I want to know who phoned in because I've got a theory. I've got a fan theory. I just want to know if I'm right. I just want to know if I just want to know if I'm right. That's it. That's all I want. Don't even have to tell me what was said. You don't even have to tell me what was said. I just want to know if I'm right. That's it. That's very simple. Jesus. Fucking hell. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, no worries, Teddy. It's my pleasure. Oh, I can answer that in DMs. Make you guess there. I'm not going to talk about that publicly. Okay, fair enough. Give me a sec. And where's this fucking DM chat? Okay, I made the guess. Oh God, it's been a long stream. It's been a long stream. Okay, that's fine. That's fine then. That's fine. I'm not even gonna confirm or deny to chat. I'm just I'm okay with that. That's fine. It's the little things, you know. It's the little things. By the way, your co-host Toxic got his channel struck unfairly for reacting to someone else's content. Thoughts? I'm very fucking annoyed about it. I'm aware of the strike. I have offered to have Toxic on to talk about the whole thing without reacting to the dude. It's really, really fucking annoyed me because Toxic's been doing very well. I was genuinely very pissed off when I heard about it. Yeah. I think I retweeted something Toxic put out, but Toxic's not challenging it, so there's not much else I can really say, which is very annoying, but fuck that guy. I, depending on what happens, may look into him myself. Because striking my co-host when he is building his channel and working very hard on his content, was incredibly shitty. Yeah. Fuck that guy. Please go and support Toxic's channel. I don't have a link to it. I will try. I might tweet something out or post something later. But yeah, I was fucking very angry when I heard that. Okay. Did he cry? No, Toxic has been more mature about this than I was when my channel got struck. I was far more fucking pissy than he's been. I'm still fucking annoyed at Molten over it. So yeah. Let's have a quick look on YouTube. See if anyone exists on YouTube. Is there anything that's live? Am I the last person standing? I think I might be the last person standing. Again. Every time. Let me check my phone. There's actually no one, and Chud's not even live today, so I can't even send you that. He's fucked me by changing his schedule. Right. No, I am literally the last one standing, so I'll probably play us out with something. Does anyone have any final thoughts? Any last insights that they want to provide? You're always the last person standing? Yeah, well, that's insomnia for you. I am going to bed after this, so I'm looking forward to some sleep. I didn't know how long the stream was going to be. I actually thought the stream was going to be about 4 hours, and then Lio released the fucking Nezi call. Are we going to get the Avi call? Because I'll go over the Avi call if you give it to me. I'm very interested in the Avi call. Get DMs. Jesus Christ. Thank you, JFA. Yeah, I would quite like the Avi call. I hate that you teach me about this shit, but thanks for the laughs, no worries. Listen, in the last section of this is me just talking about fucking, like, reacting to drama, I guess, but, well, final insights. If you don't talk about sex or porn in any way, you won't get in trouble online. I don't know if that's true, Lio. I don't know if that's true. You still didn't update me about Monster Hunter. Oh, fuck. I need to do a stream with Chris soon. But yes, it's fucking amazing. I'm not giving you that call unless something major happens. Sorry, not happening. God damn it. Okay, how do I manipulate this situation to make something major happen so I can have the Abby call? Oh, you fucking cocktease. Okay. You have kept me up till 4 AM back at Y. In trouble in relation to that, I just woke up. Cut me some slack. No worries, Lyle. No worries, no worries. 38-hour endurance call for me, creators content. Would you prefer North or Nezi videos? Oh, 38-hour endurance call of one creator's content. I'd probably do, I don't know. I don't know what Nezi's overall content looks like. Probably Nezi's over North's. My final thoughts, go to sleep. I do need some sleep. I'm really tired. I started this stream tired, so I'm definitely doing well. I can finally do the timestamp. All it was like, I'm going to bed. Got back up. Right. If I can finish chat. I'm just happy I had 2 hours of live at work for once. My pleasure. Look, I'll try and do some more daytimey streams this week as well. Okay, right then. I am going to play us out with something. I'm going to bed. I suggest you guys do the same. I will see you guys on the next one. I will be back at some point this week. If something else interesting happens, then we'll do some ACC stuff. There is other stuff kicking around. I have a Leadhead video to work on as well, because I've promised to actually do. Been liking Monster Hunter so far as an old vet as well. Yeah, it's fucking great, Nate. Good to see you chilling out as well. Nate came in with a fucking Dickers raid. You've been doing well listening to fucking ACC stuff for like several hours. Yeah, okay. I need to go and work on a Leadhead video. I need to go play Monster Hunter, and I need to enjoy my holiday. So, peace, sleep well, take care of yourselves, and have a great fucking week. Laters.
It might rain today, or was it yesterday? I don't know, I've been inside. It's been a while since I looked up at the sky. I'd consider if I only could decide which animal to ride. My makeup burns, but what lies beneath is too much to reveal. Life's easier when emotions are sealed. I like to keep on wondering what is real. Man, what's your deal? And so it goes. You can find me at my shows, telling lies disguised as jokes, through a sonnet or a poem. And when I put on a face, I never look upset. And when I give them a dance, they always write me a check. Tie a knot in a balloon and ask them, what do you see? It's a Rorschach test of your reality. You can hold it tight, but Call up anyone you know and they'll describe me as a genie. I make your dreams come true, turn impossible to plausible. Have a problem, come to me, nothing's unresolvable. I need your smile, I live for your dance. I live for your passion, I live for romance. And if unsatisfactory, give me a chance. I'll pull down the moon and tuck it in your hands. And so it goes. You can find me at my shows, telling lies disguised as jokes, through a sonnet or a poem. I'm waiting here in the darkness for my bus. I am alone. The conductor asks for tickets and I groan. Open my mouth to tell a joke and he says, you are the silliest motherfucker I've ever